revolutionizing some of the B hits we've seen on this map, their tactical use of grenades, just how prepared they are. These guys have the best attitude in Counter-Strike right now, and if anybody wants to beat them, they have to prove me wrong.
Okay, can you guys do that as a collective? Maybe the two of you versus Chad's brain.
You might need a few more.
Yeah, we might have to rope a few more people in to try and pick. Oh, but what, for NiP to beat Astralis, what would have to happen? I mean,
pigs might have to fly.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky, right? I think I have to agree with Chad. Like, the work ethic on the Astralis guys right now is just mental. Like, how are they doing so well in an online league and on LAN?
Yeah, I mean, they are unstoppable at this point, so it seems. Either way, only thing that's going to be stopping around here is Chad and I talking, where we get over to the two people who claim mental, but the reality is they're just like you and me. Take it away, Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much, Trace. I'm happy to be here. Harry's excited, as always.
I'm always excited. I'm always ready.
Yeah, I know you are, as we head into the first game of this week. And this is going to be a long week here in Denmark, but of course with some top-tier Counter-Strike. As you can see on your screens right now, we got NiP up against Astralis. First game of the day, and we are on overpass.
Yeah, the Swedes v the Danes, a matchup that goes back as old as time itself, some might say. The aggression going to be coming in early on from Astralis, so this pistol round already well and truly underway. And they're going to be testing the waters down here towards Connector. You can see they've gone toe-to-toe with Rez, while Dennis just waits ever so patiently here. This is a pretty common spam spot. The thing I'm excited about, Hugo, is just to see how these economy changes play into the meta. I haven't actually seen it in a professional game just yet.
Neither. Again, at Star Series last week, where the update came through, we didn't have that live because it came through literally on day 4 of the event. Forest, nice start to this round. Him and Get Right, they're going to be opening up on this B bomb site, finding early kills. Astralis left down to 3, but Dennis, he's so good with his USP, and he's going to be showing us why. Another frag coming through. He is eventually overwhelmed by the close-range Glock, and Astralis actually have their way onto this A bomb site because those early kills down on B drew the rotations of NiP down lower. In the meantime, Device even catching off a rotation is going to make things even more difficult as the bomb goes down.
Yeah, Device going to continue to push on in towards the bank. Finds himself one more onto Forest. So, like growing Get Right left up, and Device seems to be taking things a little bit too casually here. Anticipating perhaps the Electro is not going to be pushing in from the same position as his fallen teammate, leaving Dupree in a 1v2. 21 HP, certainly not ideal. But Dupree, he's a bit of a keen aimer when he feels like it. That said, he's going to get finished off by Get Right. So the defuse will come in for NiP with that bomb going down. Astralis going to be getting themselves 2,800 over on this T side, which is just wild.
2,700.
Yeah, I said the wrong
plus the
thing.
800 lost bonus. But again, taking into account that most players on the pistol round will be buying body armor, so they're going to keep $150 before any kills come through. Nice. So chances are you're going to see people around the high end, 2.8k to 3.3k maybe, depending on the amount of damage they do. And yeah, Astralis.
You just said a lot of numbers. There's some more numbers on your screen. They're the Betway odds. I'm feeling good about that. I'd say it's pretty evenly weighted. Astralis, they're going to be the clear favorites right now. And it's interesting to see they force spot up on Dupree. He's got himself a Deegan armor. They can grab the pistols here as well, thanks to that little bit of extra cash. They're still going to be buying up in the next round. So no massive change spotted just yet in this in how this T side's playing out, other than the slight investment that they have.
The thing is, we've seen more and more teams before this new economy update came through. More and more teams have actually been approaching the second round, mainly on the CT side, with kind of buying like this anyway, half buying with pistols and no armor, and then full ecoing the third round. We're kind of in a state where Astralis are going for this very light eco, and this is all they need to go for. They're going to have rifles in the upcoming round, so I'd say this is a really nice approach to it. Again, the bomb plant, as you said, giving them a little bit more money to play with, so they can afford to eco one, maybe go for a bit of an execute towards this B bomb site. And that smoke on Heaven's going to cut off some of the range of NiP, but they still have these M4s, or M4, because Lekro's been removed at the back of CT spawn already. Forest is going to get tagged, and they may just try and overwhelm him here. This bomb's going down. Astralis have some very, very low players in the post plant, but NiP are down a man.
Device even going to go out and make things tricky over here towards short. Has picked up Rez, so that is the other prong removed from this retake. They're going to go walking into Zipnix, and he lines up all 3. So Astralis instantly going to be stealing a round back. That's 4 for him in total in that round. And
look at the money.
Yeah, now there's so much money here on the T side. This is an interesting one because, you think about it before, right? Losing that your anti-eco round wasn't like a massive deal. You could force buy back into it, but now, you know, if you lose that, you can see the effect it's had. You throw so much money the way of the T side if that happens while you're playing on the CT
well,
side.
not just that, but we usually talk about, like, okay, it's actually kind of in a lot of cases better to win your force buy than win the pistol in a lot of scenarios. Now it really is, because again, you lose a pistol, you get more money than if you lose in NiP's case, right? Astralis got $1,900 plus bomb plant money after that first round for losing it, and then NiP lose the follow-up, and they get even less. They have $1,400.
Yeah.
So this is so easy, not only for Astralis to bounce back on a round where they didn't actually invest too much into, but now just completely roll over NiP at the start of this game. This will be interesting to see if NiP can recover, because Astralis, I mean, Zipnix had $7,000 before he bought this round.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. It definitely feels like these are going to be maybe a bit more T-sided, the economy changes, right? Because you look at it now, even if NiP pick this up, Astralis still full buy into the next round for the most part as well. And it doesn't look like they're going to anyway. You don't really get to see how that plays into it, as there are only 3 players still up, 4 ninjas in pajamas. One of those is going to be Lekra, but he goes running into the Magic Man down here in mid, so he doesn't really fancy his chances. He's been tagged down to 12 HP as well. That's enough for him to go ahead and get the hell out of there. Dennis does find Device down here towards the B-bomb site, so that's gun retrieved at the very least for him. That's going to be the MP5 onto Dennis, but Glaive sneaking down through long, back to go toe-to-toe with Rez, and he does go ahead and win that out, so just Lekra and Dennis left up here for NiP.
Oh, and Lekra is just going to hit Dome, turning back around to the face of Magisk. Dennis is all that stands here for NiP, and Astralis, a nice clean second round for them at least. 15 seconds on the clock, really not much Dennis can do. He can hope for some damage, but they should be getting this kill at the end of the round. Dupree just narrowly avoids those bullets, and Dennis, he expects a push from the top of the stairs, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. Magisk cleaning up, and yeah, 2 rounds for Astralis. They keep a lot of money in the pocket, that's always important. And talking to money, Harry, well, NiP have none. The double eco may have gone from the second and third round, but it has at least moved into the third and fourth for NiP, because again, they're down to pistols, but this time not even upgrades. We're on full USPs, so stack up on long for NiP, try and group up, try and overwhelm Astralis as a group, and maybe get yourself a couple of picks. And in fact, Astralis are going towards this portion of the map, so it could work out for NiP.
Well, just, yeah. It's been okay. They managed to get 1, but that'll be it. Astralis keeping 4 players alive. They managed to get a leash back on NiP there pretty quickly at that. So an early 3-1 lead here for the Danes, and you can already see this money over on the T side is absolutely out of control. There's $10,000 across, what, 2 of the players almost. There's been a few rebuys now, so just forget I said anything. But over on the side of NiP, no warp going to be bought out. Instead, it is just rifles across the board. You can see they have the 1 defuse kit up on Get Right. Double smoke down in mid, certainly not going to do them any favors, given that they are a little bit strapped on the old utility front, but already Rez has gotten up past that smoke, and he's going to be keeping an eye on the mid aggression. Interesting enough, there's 3 players here with him, leaving just 1 man in that B bomb site in the form of Lekro. And this looks like it could be a bit of a disaster from NiP, as Astralis setting up for the B bomb side take. Only 1 man here and no fast rotations into connector either. As Lekro falls this round, might already be all said and done. Device going to be holding for Forest, finishes him off as well. So Astralis looking like they've picked themselves up a 4th here.
Yeah, I'm so surprised NiP commit with that aggression up on Playground for so long. They just sat there without having spotted a single terrorist player for about 25 seconds. I mean, if you're not convinced it's B after that, I don't know what it's going to take to convince you, because Astralis are playing with no fear right now. Straight into that bomb site, all over the round, saving Swedes here, but it won't make too much of a difference, because Harry, again, the money for Astralis is so damn good. And that's one of the problems that could start to show through here for NiP, right? And with Astralis getting kind of the best case scenario of, you know, okay, they lost the pistol, but they got the bomb plant, they won the eco follow-up, and therefore they have all this money. It's going to be so hard for NiP to break this cash. They're going to have to win multiple CT rounds in a row while keeping players alive if they want to actually keep their own economy in a good state. So, yeah, this is already really, really good for Astralis. Not just the scoreline, but just the situation they're in. And as you can see, NiP, they get some exits, they do some damage, and they save some guns, but it won't account for much here in round number 6.
Yeah, no, it certainly won't. And for NiP there as well, one thing you kind of touched on is not just how the money's going to start to affect them, but that round, usually kind of the idea behind going so aggressive down in mid is to get that information. You see if there's anyone over in middle, then you can kind of use that to play off of, what you get. And the second your res, pushed all the way forward in that situation up towards the fountain, you haven't seen anyone, you haven't spotted anyone crossing. maybe that's when, you know, you start to kind of get a feel for maybe we rotate a couple of guys down and go help out Letcro. Ultimately, they get punished for it. Astralis wants to going to be setting up over here toward this B bomb site. And it's 5 players here for the Danes. Oh, let's see, we're choking over right here on the desk. Is the offense from Astralis going to choke as well? They start to make their way on and smoke up into the heavens. Dupree is the man to open up, and he's going to do more than that. Finds himself a quick double on the entry. Just Rez and Dennis left alive. And once again, I think this is a save scenario here for the Swedes.
It's almost like Astralis just took a leaf out of Cadian's book in that North Optic game we saw at Star Series the other week, where they pushed B like 8 rounds in a row on T side, and then the one round that we actually have the CT stack B, they went back up to A. So yeah, this is a bit of a mess right now for NiP. They're going to have to fall back in another awkward situation where Astralis are already on the hunt. Dupree, he has a bit of an inkling, but he's not going to win the fight. Dennis getting away with something here. But again, we had 2 guns saved in the previous round from NiP. Same story this time. Astralis have no problem with losing players down on the hunt, but there's no reason to over-aggressing. They'll hold on to 2 rifles themselves. So 5 rounds up on this T side now for Astralis. Again, such a good overpass team. So while we kind of expect them to win this game, and considering NiP have definitely been having a bit of a rough time in the Pro League so far, this isn't a huge surprise. But
yeah, I mean, that's perhaps one of the more worrying things for NiP. You know, already kind of sporting those early losses versus North. Certainly not the start that we wanted them to get off to.
And just generally teams that they shouldn't be losing to. Like if you want to make that top spot, if you want to actually get to finals, and you're losing to the likes of Heroic, yes, again, who've looked really good, new roster, etc. They're near the top of the board at the moment. But on paper, like NiP should be winning that game. So, you know, losing some of these early matches, as you said, they've lost versus opponents they should win to, in theory. Like, this is a game that NiP can go, okay, we can lose this, we can afford to lose this, but they can't if they're losing the easy ones, or quote-unquote easy ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you think back to that Heroic game as well, kind of a team that they really should be looking to beat, especially, you know, you have, you know, the ex-Ninja in the form of Freiburg in there anyway. That's definitely one that they would imagine they wanted to win out. Same versus the boys over on the side of Ago, since they've made a few roster shuffles here and there. But in this round anyway, Hugo, it is just going to be these saved weapons that were carried forward once again. Struggling to get too much done off the bat for NiP. Already we've seen Rez get dropped. That's one of the rifles falling. It's Dennis. And he's up here with the AK, trying to hold off over towards middle. He does have players coming his way, so he's going to be given a chance to put that rifle to good use. There's 45 seconds left on the clock right now. The bomb has been picked up and it's going to be on the back of Zipnik's coming in a little bit late. The flash goes by, but Dennis beats them on it. The timing is able to find the first. But instantly traded by Dupree. Now leaves all the pressure on it to Forest inside of this A-bomb site.
Ooh, Dupree does go down. That's something through the smoke there from Forest. So just through the gap on the prime truck, he's going to be able to find a frag. But either way, Astralis is still going to get that bomb down on the site. Zipnik's finding another kill to Lecro as well. And these Deagles are still up for NiP, but unable to convert any more kills. Even though we have low players from Astralis here, this is surely undoable for Get Right, and he'll find out the hard way. 6-1 for Astralis. And we've yet to even see an AWP on NiP. Finally, it's going to come through. But our device hasn't really needed to style off with that AWP. It could be something that NiP could use to try and pull back this huge deficit, and they've got 2 of them, in fact, Harry.
Yeah, going to be moving straight into that double AWP setup here on the CT side. Dennis and Lecro are going to be donning them. Now, early Molotov to deny this peek out through mid. I think it missed its mark, though, and they've gone running on by. It's going to get extinguished as well by the smoke of Astralis. So Dennis now going to stick around over here towards mid with that AWP, but not too keen on going down to this mid. That's mid given up. Astralis take control of this early on. NiP yet to really get any information as to where the Danes reside. Already a decent bit of utility damage done onto Zipnik's and Dupree. And Dennis. Ooh, maybe a shot that they're both going to want to forget sometime soon. As both the AWPers still up right now. Magisk locked in this standoff with Forest. And ooh, in the meantime, not entirely sure where Dennis found that through. I think through the bathroom wall, which is Pretty nasty shot to hit in the meantime. Dupree and Magisk both getting toppled as well. Glaive going to win out his respective fight over here towards Long. But it's a very, very slim way back into this round. As it's him and Zipnik still left up, and Lekro to try and get by with this AWP inside of the A-bomb site. Does get caught out, so Glaive's carving a path back into this. They still have to go ahead and try and deal with Dennis, who is being a menace right now over here towards the bathrooms, but he gets spotted out as well, and surely Astralis don't get back into this 2v5. It was a 2v5.
Forest is so low as well, they'll just finish him off. There's only 10 seconds left up, and Get Right's on that long flank, like he's known for. Problem is, it's too slow. That bomb plant comes in, and they should surely hear these footsteps. He's just snuck at the right time. Flash goes over, he's blinded, but no one's peeking off the back of it. They don't fully know where he sits, but Zipnik spots it, and now Get Right's got to clutch a huge 1-on-2. They are lining up for him, but they're also peeking one by one, and Zipnik's going to go out to his death. Surely he doesn't expect the second player there, and Glaive will find 3. The IGL of Astralis coming through at a very important point. In fact, he doesn't even save the AWP there, so sticking with 4 rifles for Astralis. Again, they know that the money of NiP is going to be broken. But those are awkward rounds. When you're on such low HP across so many players, they're really skating on thin ice. It's so easy for either team to just flip that round on its head and get a couple of connecting body shots that can just make this one a 5v2 to a 2v2 in seconds. And Astralis do a great job of recovering. NiP letting it slip in a round they really couldn't afford to, both economically and round-wise. It's 7-1, Harry. We do have a bit of a push up towards B this time. That's a nice flashbang. We're just going to get caught out there by Forest, and Dupree, he's got to try and hold on to short alone with his 3 hungry CTs on the other side.
Yeah, he's still sticking around, still desperate to try and find that trade as Dupree, but they're going to try and assemble the boost, and Glaive falls prey to it. Here's Dupree charging in towards this B bomb site, and there are players all over it, but Dupree's just lighting up the scoreboard right now. Rez up in the heavens with a scout. Desperate to try and claw his way back into this round for the Ninjas, but it's just not happening. Dennis has gone through the smoke, and Dupree going to go and find his 3rd of the round, the hat-trick. Maybe even going to find a 4th here as Rez. 16 HP. Ooh, it's a risky game he's playing, but will instantly get traded by Device, so never mind. Astralis 8-1 now. Here you go, and there is finally going to be some money for NiP to invest with. They can go ahead and get that in. The only issue is Astralis, their economy has been through the roof since that's, what, the 3rd round.
I mean, the 2nd round.
Yeah.
If you think about it, we had players on 7k by round number 3, like before it even started. So yeah, really, since winning that eco round for Astralis, things have just gone heads up. And of course, it's not like NiP haven't had chances to convert this and try and bounce back. They've lost the 2 rifle rounds they have had in play since that occurrence. But yeah, this has definitely made things easier for Astralis. It would be more of the case of if NiP was actually doing damage and winning some rounds, they'd have to win more than 1. But they can't even do that. 8-1 up, and Astralis, they're quick up on A long this time. There's no defense here from NiP. They've given up this position, but they will hear all the footsteps. Astralis not being too subtle until they start to reach the end point, and Rez, he gets misinformation. That'll cause an early rotate down towards B. He jump spotted, but Dupree was so close to the wall that he didn't get spotted. He goes back towards the dumpster and will finally be seen, but Dupree takes his head off, and his vision goes with that. Dennis now has to try and defend this alone, but he's played this position before, and will they expect that there's no split up through the short toilets here from Astralis, so they've all got to focus on him from long, and Magisk does exactly that. Just the orb left up on the site, but Magisk is on fire right now, and Astralis are running over this round.
Yeah, how do you even stop this, man? He's just a steam trade in towards that into the A bomb site, and now Forest left in a 1v4. Not going to try and be a bit of a nuisance perhaps over here towards long, but in the end he's just going to opt to hold on to this M4. You think about how many rounds you've seen the NiP guys trying to hide away, trying to hold on to these rifles, and it hasn't done them a world of good. 1v4 though is asking too much of this man, and even then Glaive able to win that fight somehow. So Astralis up 9-1. No money for NiP. There's a bit of money, but it's not great. They can partial buy into this round and then take that full-on loss bonus into the next. It does mean, though, you imagine Astralis going to be finding a 10th here. And, you know, Glaive on $12,000, Zipnik's on 10,000. There is no issue with economy for the Danes.
Well, trying to keep things competitive here, a little bit of a B-Stream update for you guys at home. Windigo are 5-4 up against G2 right now on Dust2. That's over on the B-Stream, so if you are interested, you can head over there as well. But if you want to watch some Swedish meatballs get absolutely battered, and then stick around here, because Astralis already giving it to them. Get right, though, wants a bit of a resurgence. He finds 2 in the connector. Those are some guns dropped over. This is big now for Ninjas. They can certainly turn this one around, but look at Xyp9x. He lurks his way down into B. He's crept behind enemy lines, and NiP have no idea just yet. We see that rotate back up short from Forest. Xyp9x is going to be in a good position to catch it out. He looks at his teammate, though, and gives away his position as Forest checks the angle. Does receive a lot of damage, but this has still opened up the B site. NiP happy to give it away and play retake. Now we're just waiting for Device on the flank, but GetRight's flanked him.
GetRight's dug deep. He could be the hero that NiP need in this round. He has been able to find all the kills for them thus far. And now GetRight, Forest, and Electro, the 3 players still up for NiP, looking to try and get their second round here on the back of this force, but Astralis, Glaive and Xyp9x still up, going to start to pressure the heavens, try and take control up here. The bomb is going to be planted for it. Xyp9x spotting out Electro, trying to get more done. They tap on that bomb to bait these peaks in, and Xyp9x still raining down death, still doing damage. It falls to Forest. And a 1v2 and Glaive out in the open. Once again, they managed to get back into a round, and I mean, if you get right there, you're going to be kicking yourself. You've done so much to haul NiP into a situation where that round is winnable, and it just all gets torn apart once again.
That's why the Heaven post plant is so good on that B site as well. If you saw Astralis realize they were getting flanked from short on the eco, so they planted a Heaven, very, very open, and that's why you don't see teams do it, because those rotates off of the CT spawn could easily cut that out. But if Astralis can get into Heaven, they can easily isolate the jewels. We saw the ability there, I think it was Xyp9x up top. Just peeking out, fighting one by one, not letting NiP multi-peek him and overwhelm him. And of course that creates enough distraction that Glaive's able to sneak up on the bridge as well. So Astralis, another comeback from a pretty dire situation. A 4-on-2 that was before they eventually made it a victory. And we've seen numerous rounds of that this map alone. Oh, this could be awkward, but luckily Rez does get a shot. Device goes down. GetRight's followed up. He's been great in this connector so far. Back-to-back rounds now, but finally, NiP in a 5-on-3 in a gun round. Surely this is the one they can convert.
Well, if history repeats itself, then maybe not, but here's the push on in. It's Dupree. And Xyp9x trying to do the damage. They do manage to catch Forest out, but it's Dupree to manage that trade a little bit late and out on the heavens. Never mind, GetRight's been spared for now. Dupree not aware of this flank coming on in from Dennis. He's going to try and take these fights. He does spot out Rez, but GetRight instantly there, instantly able to trade up from the heavens, and that will be NiP locking in at their second round here. Albeit better late than never. But the one issue here is if you're NiP is you still have that reset looming, so you might just win one round and need to instantly have your economy back down in the depths in the following.
Yeah, some say you get even less money than losing the pistol round. As crazy as that may seem.
That does seem crazy, Hugo.
AWP is up though for Rez. Problem is SMG or Electro, it's not going to be the pitch perfect buy that NiP would have wanted here. In such a crucial point, this is their chance to pull this back and try and get that 5-10 scoreline on the half, but already that is looking undoable. GetRight seeming to be the only knight in shining armor to try and bail NiP out of this position. Rez is going to miss his shot, and somehow he's getting hounded by Dupree. Device on the flank does kill Dennis, and yeah, there it is, 1v4 already. Astralis have full map control. They've got the B bomb site, they've got A short, they've got A long, or they had it at least. They don't have the bomb, so got to go back and retrieve that, but it's still not going to be a big problem for the Danes. And Rez, he's going to walk backwards into his own death. So Astralis, 11 rounds to 2. There's the dreaded reset, Harry, and with that, the half might just be done.
Yeah, I think one of the issues as well, you know, when you come into a game playing versus like playing versus the Astralis of whatever time period you're in, right? You imagine a lot of it's got to be mental as well, right? You go into it trying to play to counter Astralis, maybe not up to your own strengths. NiP looking a bit out of their depth right now, it almost feels like. 11-2 lead for the Danes, and they've gone for the force by Hugo. They're going to have to force into the next as well if they lose this. Magisk barreling on in, going to be leading the charge in towards this B bomb site. Does actually get caught out. Device going to try and answer back. Forest doing damage with his CZ. And Glaive rewarded for his patience. There is still another man on the other side of that smoke, and that's Rez. You can see Gonna get backed up by Dennis, but Glaive, big old brain.
Oh,
He's read this incredibly well. He knows now where both these players are. He's able to find one, and it is just Dennis left up. The sacrificial lamb of NiP. He's doing a runner, though.
yeah. This is about as well as I expected this game to go. If anything, worse. You know, even with NiP kind of struggling in the first week of Pro League, I hope they would have bounced back. And again, I don't want to read too much into a game where you're facing off against the best team in the world at their peak. But yeah, certainly doesn't look good.
That's something that terrifies me about these Astralis guys, though, is, you know, usually it's not too uncommon to see, like, you know, you've won the major, you've won a few other, you know, maybe you drop off a bit. You take, yeah, right. Think about Cloud9. They just basically disbanded the second that they won that. So what was it? It was like they won the major, then they came like second at CS Summit, losing to Liquid, and then after that, it was just nothing.
Someone said in an interview recently, I don't know who it was, from Cloud9 or involved at some point, that after they won the major, they kind of just dropped off in terms of, you know, they didn't have maybe the same motivation or desire to do well, because they thought, oh, you know, I've achieved what I want to achieve. I've won a major. That's the biggest thing you can do in Counter-Strike. I'm chilling now.
Yeah, right.
And, you know, I don't think Astralis at all would have the same mentality coming into
that's the thing, right? And, you know, maybe, you know, you still keep it up for lands, but when you're playing from home, you just kind of are a bit more casual, right? That's what we expect to see. But the Astralis guys, they're just always doing phenomenal. Like, look at this. They've all bought out the SG. They're not even doing this because it's like an amazing purchase right now. I don't think they're just doing it to please us.
Yeah.
That's what I like to believe, anyway.
I mean,
they could still lose this round, though. GetRight's been a bit of a gamer. He's got himself an SG. He's got that new kind of big boy weapon that we've all been talking about. $50 more than the AK, but 100 times better, so it's well worth it. And here he is, GetRight, 5 HP, looking to try and showcase the power of the SG, Hugo. He's looking to try and make all you out there believe in the Krieg. So as he edges on forward, 3 players still to find. Glaive going to get naded down by his teammate. They spot out GetRight, but there's the first kill. That nade going to do damage onto Magisk. 1v2, and well, the SGs do prevail. It's not the one that we were rooting for, though, Hugo. That's going to be a 13th round there for the Danes. 13-2 at the end of this first half.
Yeah, and now we have these halves, right? And we can at least say that, okay, pistol rounds matter less in terms of, well, maybe not so much on a 13-2, because if you lose pistol and eco once, then you're already 15-2
So do pistol rounds matter less, or do anti-ecos and conversions matter more?
I mean, you can make a case for either. It just depends how you're going to approach second rounds, right? It completely depends on, like, the weird thing about this game is Astralis didn't even force, and they still won it.
Yeah,
so that's kind of a weird one,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
But in most cases, that won't happen. So it totally depends on how. I'm going to go with the T side a lot of the time. I think of all forcing teams, going to see the T side forcing more in the sense of.
Because it's weird. It's like on one hand, because you can just, like, you know, no, they're not getting the conversion rather, but like actually winning the pistol and, like, you know, having success there matters less, right? Because it affects less round, but actually being able to pick up the conversion now, like, feels way more important.
I mean, didn't Chad even say in his in a tweet when the update came out that you can, I can't remember exactly, but I think you can eco pistol, right? Just not buy anything, get a bomb plant on first round, lose it, and still have the same, if not more money than the CTs. Like, that's insane. That's ridiculous.
Believable. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things. I think, you know, we're going to see some of the big brains of CS look to try and break out at some point, right? It wouldn't surprise me if we see, like, I mean, I think, like, Big are the perfect team to just like throw in some really, you know, you look at it and you're like, why, you know, what even is this? And then you realize it's the workings of a madman. That man being God B, right? He just sits there scheming away all day. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait to see some of the big economic plays that we see happen.
There's definitely going to be some interesting CS.
Yeah, exactly.
Regardless of whether it's good or bad, it will be entertaining, and that's what I enjoy.
I don't know about that. I think, you know, good CS is entertaining. Bad CS is.
Oh, bad CS can be entertaining.
It can be entertaining, but it has to be pretty atrocious CS at that point. Here's some good CS though, Hugo. Device and Dupree, the double Ds of Astralis over here towards long, and already Device has taken up position in the park. He's that's been spotted out, and actually damage done on a Magis down here in mid. Now these two players are long going to get hung out to dry a little bit. Dupree swinging on in, does bail Device out, but it's GetRight in the toilets. He's going to go ahead and find himself a second. He's been a real star right now for NiP. Having a bit of a vintage performance is GetRight. Sitting top of the board right now for the Swedes. Continuing this pressure onto Dupree, and finally him and Forrest sandwich him in. Stuck quite literally between a rock and a hard place there. Down towards Long. Nick's going to fall as well. It's Glaive left in a 1v4.
I mean, for reference, GetRight is the second highest performer in the entire server right now, despite Astralis being... And scoreboard's not going to work because it's gone over halftime, but he has 16 kills. And the top is Zipnik's at 18. Device on 14 is in, well, there's 3 players of Astralis on 14 kills. But yeah, that's insane to think GetRight is second on the scoreboard despite being, well, now 13-3. So NiP have something, Harry. They've wormed their way onto a pistol round. They've picked up that start that they need to kind of culminate and pull this game back, potentially. And now things get interesting, because Astralis have lost both pistol rounds, so let's see how they approach the CT second round, right? And I think that's a large reason why we're seeing the save from Glaive, and I think a lot more teams are going to be considering saving on CT pistol rounds rather than just going for these unwinnable retakes.
Here's something fun. If anyone has any like wacky economic ideas, just tweet them at us, and you know, we'll try and hypothesize that.
See that hashtag on your screen? Use the hashtag ESL Pro League as well.
There we go.
Make sure to at us in so we actually see it.
Yeah, maybe do that, or don't. It's up to you. It's a free country, Hugo. And NiP, you know, finding the pistol here. They're looking to try and kickstart this second half, get off to a bit of a better start versus the Danes. The Swedes trying to dig deep. And let me tell you, with how GetRight has been playing, maybe there's still some fight in the old boys yet. So it is just a full eco from Astralis in this round, looking to try and get all the weapons in the world in the next.
Yeah, I think, I like the approach instead of forcing. Again, if you're confident in your gun rounds, if you're coming into a game as an expected victor, especially when you're 13-3 up, just have faith in your gun rounds. Give away 2, give away that pistol and 1 conversion. It means, you know, you're letting NiP get less rounds for free back into the game, whereas in the past, if you were, you know, going for that second round half buy, maybe get some deagles and then the USPs in the third round, you're kind of giving a lot away to NiP, but Astralis is perfectly fine with pulling in M4s in that third round of the half.
I do wonder as well, like, French teams, right, is this update going to destroy them? Because it feels like they finally started to, like, understand, you know, like, when to save, you know, like, how to, you know, because they love to force buy,
Harry,
right?
I don't want to be too rude, but I don't think you need the economy update to destroy French teams.
Ooh.
Like, they've been having their struggles, that's all I'll say.
They certainly have. But, you know, we can go ahead and...
I mean, Vitality just beat Optic in the IEM Chicago qualifier today.
How exciting is that?
And they're also 10-1 up on that second map. So, I mean, it's not like the French teams aren't finding some success.
This isn't even a bistro update. This is an entirely different team update. But
I mean, LDLC also 2-0'd G2 earlier. So
yeah, it's been a pretty topsy-turvy time for Counter-Strike right now, Hugo. Tell you what, then we're going to be up 4-13 in favor of NiP. And here's the buy coming on in from the Danes. They finally managed to get that on the board here in round 18. Device going to be moving on to the Scout. Maybe would have liked to see him pick up the AUG. That would have been interesting. Yeah, and no like crazy changes. We haven't seen any like 5 SG strats coming into this just yet. Still time, obviously. The day is still very young.
Nice tag there from Device, but Forrest is going to line up 2 kills. They didn't anticipate him being so close. He wrapped that right wall really, really fast. NiP now 2 men up in this round, a very important one as well. I mean, every single round is important now for NiP, who are just 2 away from giving map and match point, at least for this best of 1. Magisk will try and bail them out on that A-bomb site. And we have Glaive playing solo B, but he's pushed up on short, so he gets a lot of information. He allows for his 2 teammates to play up on that A-bomb site, expecting a bit of a push. And that may be correctly assumed, because NiP is still up in these toilets with all 4 of their players. And we've seen a very similar round on the T side that Astralis actually won in a 2v4. And again, NiP had a couple of low players, so let's not count Astralis out of this round. They have more manpower by the second as Magisk drops res. That makes things easier. The long peak coming out wide. Great spray transfer to do so much damage to GetRight. He doesn't even get damaged as a result. Takes another fight, and the molly forces him out with Magisk. Oh my god, he gets the ace.
I mean, it's just filth, isn't he? What on earth? He's absolutely disgusting. This is like one of the best spray transfers I've seen in a while. It's just wild, Hugo. He's unhinged. He's not even a man anymore.
He's spraying like a hose on a hot summer's day, Harry.
Oh my god, what a metaphor, what a mental image. That is the most, like, you know, it's very British. We love a hose pipe.
And a hose pipe ban.
Yeah, we do like a hose pipe ban.
Ban this man, Harry.
Ban this man. Perhaps that's what we're going to see the Swedish fans screaming with pictures of Magisk. But Not anytime soon, that's for sure. They've got their last buy in the tank here. Hugo do NiP. If they lose this round, sad to say, they're going to be forced buying into the next. A 15-4 scoreline here on overpass. Certainly not the situation you would have dreamed of if you are a Swede. Maybe you would have. Maybe you're a big Astralis fan if you're Swedish. That can happen. That is allowed, I've heard. But, ooh, Rez. Keen Deagler.
Nice shot, though, from Forest. Again, it's like, even when NiP win a gunfight, they can't get out of it with 100 HP. They have to have, like, 10 or less. That's the rule here for Astralis. See, and the Device just mops him up. 2 more kills up on long. He's on 3 right now. Screw it, throw a pop flash over. Not going to peek with it. Dennis isn't there, luckily enough, but he'll move back in, and that's the spot from Zipnix. He has full info there. Dennis going to have to reroute as his position has been gained, and Astralis are going to continue to push up as well. Magisk flanking this connected Device. And an off angle up in the toilets. I mean, this is not an easy round for Dennis. He has so many players nearby. He doesn't know which angles to check. This should be the killer. And there it is from Device. Fantastic 4K from the man himself. And 15 rounds for Astralis, Harry. What an opening game this has been. This is a... wow. Considering how dominant this scoreline is, we've had some cool moments, I think.
Yeah, no, most definitely. No, good start to the day. Astralis just 1 round away from taking our first match here on day 5 of Pro League in total. So here's Device lining up that early Molotov. We saw NiP try and throw this out a few times and miss it. So did Device, in case anyone's wondering. So, you know, might be the HLTV like top ranked player in the world, but everyone makes mistakes. That's what he's here to teach us. I'll tell you who doesn't though. Dennis able to find one with the Deeg onto Dupree. That's a lot of Ds, and now Zipnik's going to try and make a stand over here towards long. Pressured into by Rez. So rifle dropped at the feet of Rez over here towards long, and Device now looking to try and isolate this fight, find the 1v1 while the rest of the guys are aggressing out through mid, but Rez has successfully found a double. Magisk, we've seen him work magic, and oh my goodness, Magisk, not again! Surely you don't do this twice in one game. That is just despicable. He's gone ahead and pulled this back into a 2v1. As Magisk soldiers forward, it's going to be Rez now with so much on his plate. Bomb down over here towards short as well. He's got 50 seconds left to play with an AK in hand. No utility though. He's going to try and sell a bit of a fake down towards a B bomb site. Opens up connector door and now turns his attention back towards A.
I don't think that they've seen the bomb as well. That's why they've gone for this heavy rotate down towards B. And his door opening is only going to confirm their suspicions. Problem is, he doesn't know that they don't know that he doesn't have the bomb. So he's wasting valuable time while this bomb is clearly accessible for him. And the A bomb site is open for the taking. He starts to move up, 25 seconds on the clock. Rez will realize this pretty quickly once he doesn't get early peeked by an Astralis player on this bomb site. But they're going to be held to have a plentiful amount of time to rotate up once they hear this bomb plant, and there it is, coming through. Fake actually to force a peek. Again, not expecting that Astralis were not committed to this A bomb site, and I don't blame him. Here's the dive from Glaive, and there's the death from Rez. He goes flying into the heavens, and that'll be it. 16-4 for Astralis. The defuse comes in. What a fantastic map of Counter-Strike. I almost feel like Astralis won more rounds where they were at a mad disadvantage than ones that they actually had it in the bag.
Yeah, it might not have been the cleanest, most methodical CS, but it certainly had some big moments, especially for the Danes. Magisk with a few rounds there where he picks up 3 or 4 kills. Fantastic stuff from him. Didn't get to see too much of the new SG and org changes, but it was interesting nonetheless. That will be Astralis picking up this first map. And we'll be back with the second and the analyst desk after a break.
Incendiary out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo!
Oh my.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. An Intel Core i7.
been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
It's that time of year again as the fall season of MDL returns. Watch the best teams from all around the world compete for their chance to make it to the Global Challenge. MDL is returning again to give aspiring esports teams the chance to make it to that upper echelon of play. You can catch all of the action on Twitch Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, twitch.tv/ESEA.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, The Road to Odense, Betway, MSI, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Our first map of the night has concluded. In fact, it was a rather one-sided affair. Astralis besting the likes of the Ninjas of Pajamas with a convincing fashion, a 16-4 scoreline over on Overpass. But now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. Of course, we do have Mr. Birchill over here. Chad, you do have something prepared for us, dare I say?
We have a clip that I want to look at here, and this was one of the rounds within the first half of where it looked like NiP actually had a chance. But this might tell the whole story. It's going to be a situation that was a 4-on-2 for the T side of Astralis. They're not looking hot in this round at all. So if we can bust her up on the screen, let's just point out a few of these factors. We can see the double AWP setup coming in right here, Lecro on an AWP, and Dennis, who have both found success in this round already. And there you already have a Zipnix who's bleeding out internally, and a Glaive who's, you know, got a bit of HP, got a bit of utility, but they don't really have positional advantages. You can see they're both quite passive, no map territory. So let's start playing this one out. We're going to put a lot of emphasis on this man right here, which is Lecro. We will be on Glaive's perspective, but you will see him get the kill on Lecro, who makes a missed shot. The AWP bullet will ring out. Here it comes. He's going to miss this shot, and that's him falling. So in this, now they have to rotate. If we can just pause it right here, something I want to point out is the fact that the man we're on board with, Dennis, right here, is in limbo. If you look at the mini-map, we can see he's between a rock and a hard place. Glaive here putting pressure on the bomb site, and Zipnix with the bomb in this position over towards connector. A rotation is coming in, but there is still a player completely isolated. So let's keep playing this one out now. What's going to happen is, stuck between this position, Dennis has to worry about the bathrooms as well as worrying about the player putting pressure on the site until his rotator comes in. The rotator comes in, but in that interim, Dennis goes down. Now, Forrest has made it the truck, but he's low on HP. He's going to fall as well. A round which started as a 4-on-2 is straight into a 1-on-2 situation now in favor of Astralis. They get the bomb down with the nick of time, but this is a round where they should never have lost. They should never have been dropping, and it's going to fall in a scoreline that is 6-1, about to go 7-1. So this is where Astralis mid-rounds playing off of each other, and just one opening kill there from Glaive on towards that A bomb site can have such a huge effect.
Yeah, you know, I think you're onto something here, Chad, and I more importantly want to say that that was very well presented. I think that you absolutely knocked it out of the park, not to, you know, stroke the old ego or anything, but I think that's a really cool element.
It does need some stroking from time to time.
That's not something I can help you with. What I can help you with is here trying to bring a little bit more closure to this overpass game. It was rather one-sided. In fact, NiP, hello? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think they might need another call because they have already had struggles so far in Pro League. We pointed that in the pregame, and that continues here. Now, if this is a situation where they just don't show up online, that's, you know, not such a problem, but it is if you want to get on that road to Avenza and make it to the finals at the end of the year. This has been an abysmal start for them. It's fantastic, though, to see Astralis continuing in this way, right? Continuing when they have, you know, the lulls in time off, they skip events, and they come out and they're still playing such a good brand of CS. That's what makes me excited for these guys and closing out the end of the year in sterling fashion, maybe even get the Intel Grand Slam.
Maybe, and it is going to be a long path for them to get there. But of course, just looking at a little bit of this overpass, I guess it's important to note some things here, huh, Chad?
Yeah, we're going to focus right now on these first 3 rounds because with this change, we want to see how everything is going to be playing out with the economy change. Now, if you've just joined us and you haven't loaded Counter-Strike up, is what I was trying to say, in recent times, then you will know or not know that the bonus has changed from 1,400 after the pistol loss to 1,900. Now, in this scenario here, the Ninjas are going to take the pistol round in a relatively easy fashion, but it's moving on to the next round is where things gets interesting. On that next round, they just went for a light pistol upgrade trace. They didn't really go for anything too crazy. It wasn't a full-on force buy. It was just the low buy with, you know, a little bit of utility. Maybe there was a couple of pistols picked up. Someone grabbed a deagle and armor, but it wasn't a huge investment. Astralis went on to then win that round. This is where the flow-on effect actually is seen more because NiP lose, then their loss bonus is not 1,900, it's only 1,400. This is where I think as a community, as the analysts behind the desk, you know, the players, the casters, everybody involved, we've messed up. We've explained the wrong problem. The real problem with the economy in Counter-Strike is that everything costs more for the CTs. They should have either cheaper weaponry or a higher loss bonus to kick things off all the time.
And that does bring up another point, Chad. The thing is, though, that like we've said in the pre-show, it's going to take some time to get some full grasp on this one because for us to pass judgment this early could bode not as well, given as we haven't seen it in a high-pressured environment quite yet.
Yeah, this has got nothing to do with the change out of pistol round, right? This has got to do with the systemic problem that we do see on the CT sides. We know how important utility can be to locking down choke points, and we already know that the weaponry is a little bit more expensive. So with those two things in mind, we do see a system happen where let's say that the Ts get off to a decent start. Then we're heading into the gun rounds. Even when the CTs win a round, and then you move on to that flow-on round, that second round, if you're unable to convert at least 2 in a row, you're going to find yourself back in that $1,400 loss bonus with nothing in the back pocket, no weaponry unless you're saving, and you just constantly get that hard reset. That's one of the worst places that you can be in a Counter-Strike game.
You know, it could be worse. You could be 16 forward in your first map and then have to play another one against the same team, where in which it's also Astralis again. Let me remind you, because not only will the train be ran in the first map, but it can also be run straight off the rails in the second one. Isn't that right, Chad?
Yeah, and these are 2 maps that, at least in recent times, have been good for Ninjas in Pajamas, so we're kind of expecting more than 4 rounds to come out of them. So I'm just hoping that they're able to show up here and put up more of a fight. You know what I want to know, Trace?
That's where I got this jacket.
Yeah, where'd you get that jacket from?
Well, if you don't mind me saying, it's going to be shop.eslgaming.com, Chad.
I can get those goodies over there?
You can head over there and you can let me know what you find. In fact, you can do the same over there on your home PC. Make sure you don't close this browser. Make sure you Control-T, open another one on the side, and then get you some pretty merch like this right here.
On brand.
The home team, Chad.
Wait till they see the mugs we got later.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not talking about Harry Smile. We're talking about this next matchup. We're talking about Train, Chad.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you know, this is the map that NiP have had relative success on, and I think something to look out for them is we already did see Lecro and Dennis AWPing. They have 4 players on their team who don't mind picking up the AWP. Rez uses it on Inferno from time to time. We've also seen Forrest be the primary AWPer for this team. All we can say is that Ninjas in Pajamas need to step up, and hopefully they have a better showing this time around because Astralis are just doing what Astralis do best.
Well, these next two gentlemen, you might have noticed them on the camera, is in fact the other side of this this quadruple sort of talent desk we're running here. We do have Hellboy and his friend Hugo. Let's talk a little bit about perhaps what do you guys think going into train?
Well, one worry again is that Astralis is just going to absolutely smash NiP out. But one thing I kind of wanted to talk about and get your kind of opinion on as well, Chad, in terms of the money system and the new loss bonuses, is when we see occasionally teams go for 1 AK buys and they drop it over and they send a rifle player into a second round after maybe getting pistol. Do you think we're going to see more of that now? Because the game is getting more and more T-sided anyway as we go on.
I think for teams who already have that in their playstyle, like Navi, they're just going to have more opportunities to do that, right? They're going to be buffed in that regard. You can get electronic and simple and AK a lot more of the time, right? That's something that they may even consider doing. I think something else to potentially consider, though, is, as Harry pointed out, the importance of those second rounds. Converting those are much more important now, because let's say you are the CT side, you get reset, you're down to that $1,400, Trace, and we all like more money than $1,400.
Everybody likes a good bit of money, and we do like the money shot, specifically the ones next to us, mainly just to Harry and, of course, his friend Hugo, that are coming in here to deliver this train action once again. Not the first time when the train is at Harry.
No. Yeah, dude. I'm just excited, Trace. You know me. I'm always excited. Always ready to go. It's become a bit of a signature, but a staple for me, Hugo.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'm over the moon. Astralis versus NiP, a second map. The map is train. And I just love trains. It's such a win-win, You're always happy, Hugo, if you look on the bright side of life. You could learn a lesson or two from me. You can also learn a lesson or two from Dupree and how to tap on heads as he finds the first on a forest. There's absolutely no way to trade that out if you're NiP. So they're going to head over here towards the B-bomb site, where they don't look too comfortable either, because, you've got two players from Astralis there who I can't see because I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, Zipnix and Device, they've already pre-rotated a second player over. We just saw that after the pick came through on that A bomb site, so this is just going to make things easier and easier for Astralis. No smoke to cover off this angle from Device. He's above and beyond, already taking 2 kills. Maybe a third, couple of bullets left in the clip, but it's not going to go his way. That's a magazine round. Either way, it's a nice, clean round from Astralis. They've already been looking very, very fine today, Harry. 16-4 on that first map of Overpass, and now on train. Take into account they got 16-4 and lost both pistols, so now that they've actually won one, it's definitely a big question mark on, okay, how many rounds are NiP actually going to get here? Because we need these ninjas to come out with something fantastic if they want to take this game.
Yeah, you can see those odds on your screen, provided by the wonderful folks over at Betway. They're going to be very much in favour of the Danes, and I can get behind the day train as well, as it looks to try and derail NiP here. On this map, I think... no matter how you conduct yourself here, if you're NiP, it's going to be an uphill battle. You can see they've gone for the full eco. They get that buy in the next round with the extra loss bonus. So that's always something to take into account. You can see Magis going to be going toe-to-toe with the boys down here towards Ivy. Only has a USP and armor. And you can already see, the effect that this has even on the CT side, right? You don't have those SMGs brought up because you don't have as much of a grace period. You can see Magis knowing that they're going to be... well, at least assuming they're going to be on an eco here, only with that USP.
I'd say that's a very dangerous thing to do, considering this economy is yet to be established in what every team likes to do and how they're going to approach it, and case by case. So risky.
I think
but when you're Astralis,
well, just even with a USP, I'm pretty good. So. Still, it's a gamble that looks like it might pay off. Speaking of gambles that might pay off, Glaive maybe gets a bit too big for his boots there, but Device there on the trade. The rest of the boys barreling down into this B-bomb site. They have to try and get past the moors of Zipnix as well, and the bombs dropped at the ramps. This round's all said and done. There should be absolutely no way that NiP find anything here. It's just Forrest left alive. Somehow he snuck by. They don't actually know that he's here, but they do manage to spot him out eventually. Never mind. Didn't really get to build that up too much, Hugo.
It was a Glock round.
It was a Glock round indeed. And now we get to see the buy come on in. There's no AWP out for the T side. Instead, it's just going to be rifles upon rifles here. Do we see an SG board up?
No. Full AKs. I don't think
like if there ever was going to be a map to do it, this is the map.
I really don't think we're going to see that much SG usage. I don't think while of course the money thing is going to make it maybe more common, but it's you know, it's not like teams were ever playing with it anyway, and when they had, you know, huge amounts of money. So what's the point now? It's gone down by a couple $100. Like, it's not gonna be a huge motivating factor, I don't think, for most teams who've learned how to use the AK and the M4 so much. And well, we're seeing that on NiP right now on those AKs. Fast A play, quick into the yard, and they've already taken 3 kills with them. But if we think back to that previous map, Harry, how many disadvantageous situations did Astralis bail themselves out from? It was pretty ridiculous. However, this one's not going to be easy at all. Post plants on train. NiP are going to have a lot of angles covered, and Dupree's walking into one of them. Slow peek to his death. Lekro finds that. And now Zipnik's on the back flank. He is just going to have to hold on to his weapon because NiP, they picked up a round, and they've done it early at least this time.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing as well from NiP. So maybe a sign of things to come here on train as the Swedes fielding an early round here on their T side, keeping 3 players alive as well. Maybe we see a few of them go running into the waiting arms of Zipnik's here outside of the A-bomb site. But even then, a round is a round, and NiP, they have to take comfort in that fact. So already off to a good start here. Take a look over at the Danish economy, and it's still pretty... it's pretty bad, actually. So that's going to be causing them to run into all sorts of issues now here early on. A chance for NiP to find themselves at a 2-2 scoreline. You can see they've cobbled together a bit of a buy here. Device going to have the scout to work with. Rifles up between Zipnik's and Magisk. And this scout has to really do damage, soften up these players so that the pistols can find something. Glaive, how's he stayed alive that long? And now Rez desperately trying to carve a path back into this round. For NiP, there's players all around, and he is able to win the fight out versus Dupree. 2 rifles still up, though, for Astralis. Magisk now caught rotating away. But he's looked fantastic today, so you can't count him out of this one just yet.
I'd love to hear the comms of that round there from Astralis, from NiP, because there's so many players just diving through smokes up close with pistols, repositioning. Everyone's flashed. I mean, I don't speak Swedish, so I don't know what they'd be saying, but I'm sure it would be pretty crazy. 2-2 now, Harry, and Astralis, they are sitting down and taking another eco for now, it seems, because again, you're going to want those rifles. So $3,000 per player, and just a hard, flat USP by 1 HE grenade to try and burst that into T-com potentially, or stop an early B rush. That's going to be Magisk throwing it right into main, and NiP, they haven't set up there just yet, but...
So, what pro was... I think it was Elige tweeted how everyone's going to be using the SG in like a few weeks when they've learnt the spray pattern. It might have been him. It was someone from an NA team. I'm not too sure about that, I'll be honest. I think old habits die hard. I think, you know, people won't really want to switch off the AK. You know, I mean, like, the SG is interesting, right? But I struggle to see where it really fits in. I can't wait for a team to potentially run like a really... Oh, no, hang on a minute. We're talking over this round because normally you're not meant to win these, but Astralis, they're doing a bloody good job. And having a damn good attempt here. It looks like it might all get shut down. They've scavenged a few of these AKs, and now we're back into a 2-on-2. I swear to God, if they manage to pick this up, Hugo, they... love doing the impossible, do the Danes. They've been able to pull this back into a 2v2, but get right now, flanking on round onto Glaive. Might miss the timing. Device gonna find him, and now that's the bomb left on the back of Rez in a 1v2. And a 1v2 that never should have been. They only ran into this round against the pistols on Astralis. Rez with so much on his plate. 1v2 to find they don't have armor, so Aim Punch going to play into this, but they've wrapped around. They've set up a bit of a crossfire, and Rez, he does spot the man out on the ladder. So now just Device to try and deal with, and Rez is going to get the job done in the 1v2. NiP narrowly finding themselves a 3rd round. But that was versus USP.
Yeah, like not a dollar spent past that HE grenade that found nothing in the early rounds. So you can be thankful that Rez wins that clutch, but at the end of the day, you have to be questioning, okay, how the hell do we lose 4 players to that round? A nice play from Glaive as well. He ran through a Molotov in the 2v3 to try and pull things back into a 2v2. And was able to catch out a player pushing down Olaf. That's a really ballsy play to make, but again, it's the kind of play you're going to make on an eco, and that's why we see these eco wins sometimes get really out of control, because you're not going to do that on a buy round. The consequences are massive if you lose it, but on a USP round, you can afford to run through a smoke or a molly, for example. Fast kills coming out here for Astralis. Glaive is bailing them out of this one with 2 in the pop dog, and a Molotov's going to force him up the ladder, but there's no one there from the T side to shut him down. Instead, NiP have both pushed down Olaf. Magisk is holding on to that CT spawn as well, and there's still Device on the bomb site, but Lekro will take him down a notch. 3-on-2 here for Astralis, but they're even rotating back off of B, and that's dropping the bomb from the top of the train. Forrest caught with his knife out, and he's stuck in a very, very awkward spot, jumping, and just going to finish him off. So nice round from Astralis there. Instantly, a couple of ecos go to a rifle round, and they'll pick it up. Now NiP, they've got really nothing to work with. That economy has come back to bite. And that's what happens when you lose 4 players against USPs, Harry.
Yeah, arguably, it's deserved. You know, it is going to be just a partial investment here. Maybe we see Rez go for something. He's got himself a Deeg. There's Deegs out actually across the board almost. So it's nearly a good old-fashioned deco. Get Right and Electro going to be making it so we can't call it that. Which... Okay. But still, if you're NiP at this point, you're looking to try and waste as much utility over on the side of Astralis as you can. Force as much rebuys as possible. Try and keep that economy down low, because you know that a lot of these rounds have been down to the wire for either side. There's still very much a way back into this for NiP. Right now, going to be 3 players set up towards this in a bomb site. Astralis just reading NiP like a book. Even have that fast flank ready to come on in as well from the man in Pop Dog. Ooh. Just going to miss the timing right now. NiP very, very fortunate to not lose anyone down towards the pop position. Now going to be exiting out from Ivy. Forrest somehow able to dispatch of Magisk. That's starting to pull rotations back towards this A bomb site. So the bomb can go down here for NiP. This is shaping up to be what could be a big round from them. Yeah, because of this delayed push out B, Astralis is starting to question whether it is actually B play, and their assumption will be correct. 4v4 now as that plant does come in, and now these players have got to rotate back to this B bomb site, but maybe they don't. In fact, Device and Xyp9x have done all the work here, leaving just Dennis and Forrest, the latter of which is still on that long flank. Dennis missing a crucial shot that would have taken down Xyp9x, who was already low HP, and now he's got to step up against players with their health to play with. Device happy to take that gunfight, and Forrest is just desperately running back towards his bomb site, but there's no way he can stop the defuse. Astralis have 4 players to jump on it, and they're going to be covering off all the exteriors, so no way for Forrest back into the round. The defuse comes in. Not a bad eco from NiP at all. They send that one lurk player, Forrest, down Ivy to try and do one of 2 things. He can either initiate, and if he gets a kill like he does to Magisk, then Astralis start to question whether it is really a B play, and we see those players drawn off of the close positions, like Glaive was playing close on the site, and instead he falls back. Alternatively, Forrest can even go for that long flank through connector if Astralis, you know, fully rotated off of that A bomb site, but that won't be the factor. It's going to be the round going the way of the CT side, and now 4-3. We've still got a buy here for NiP after that bomb plant, but no AWPs to play with for the Ninjas. Aggression early on toward the... it's going to actually net NiP a pretty favorable scenario right now. Forrest even to continue this reign of terror as he picks up Glaive down towards Pop Dog. There's one man watching this A bomb site. That man is Magisk, and he's laying down the pain train right now. He's still got that much more to give. Electro is out from Pop Dog. The bomb looking to go down here for NiP. So a 3v3 with bomb planted. It's looking good for the Swedes. Astralis going to start to creep on in, and they do spot a man crossing into Pop Dog. Dennis at the forefront of their worries, and he drops Magisk. Now Dupree's attention just going to pull away at the wrong time. That nets Dennis's 2nd kill of the round, and suddenly it's Device in a 1v3. He does find that first kill, but this should be it for the Danish AWPer.
Yeah, great flashbang onto Dennis there, but with no one to follow up for it, cannot go for this round. Too focused on that Pop Dog, and in fact, it was Rez that crossed into that earlier on, and they've already taken him down. Nice shot from Device. He is at least making this costly, and that's the problem for NiP. Again, the same as we saw earlier after they lost 4 players to USPs. They still have a rifle round afterwards, but the second they lose that rifle round, they're down to pistols. So, yes, okay, NiP, 4-4. Great scoreline considering this is a very CT-sided map, and they've got Astralis on eco. But if Astralis were to bounce back and win a round, then NiP would have nothing to play with. And that's always a huge worry. That being said, going back to it, 4-4, this is all right for the Ninjas, considering they've now already got the same amount of rounds they got in the entire previous map. Over Astralis, they are force buying this issue. 2 AWPs, a couple of M4s as well, and a very aggressive start. Rez going to get forced out of main. 20 HP left on him. Astralis, they show a lot of presence on A, they throw a lot of utility, and then they double rotate. We've got a triple B stack now, and NiP not walking into that.
Now they're setting up what looks like this A play here in toward this outer bomb site. Magisk with one of these orbs, going to be keeping his eye on Ivy. That's a quick flick to land onto Letcro, so he's going to get deleted from the server early on here. Now NiP a man down. There was the opportunity to trade, and as Forest misses that shot, he will not be given a second one. Will get smoked off by Magisk now. Turning his attention back towards main, where Dennis resides. Smoke's going to start to rain on in. That's thrown over by Rez. Magisk even spots a man on the cross. Dupree able to peek over the top of that smoke. Won't get spotted by the ever watchful Get Right, but Magisk trying to answer back, and he's almost able to land that flick once again. It's Glaive on this wraparound that could make all the difference right now for the Danes.
Yeah, if they're not ready for this one, he is sneaking as well, but a quick check from the back. Forest is going to get the kill. Massive impact now, catching out the IGL of Astralis, leaving now just the 2 CTs left up. Get Right's dropped another, and it's just Device left. The bomb has been found, but can he follow up? It's a no. Get Right saves the day there for Ninjas. 3 kills from him, left on 12 HP. If that kill comes through and Get Right goes down with 15 seconds left and the bomb out in the open, that's probably an Astralis round. So huge final kill there from Get Right. 5-4 for NiP, and they've actually put Astralis back to pistols once again. We had that force in the previous, but Astralis had a lot going into it. 2 AWPs and 2 M4s. However, now, quite the opposite scenario, Harry. They're straight down to some USPs, some CZs, some Deagles. So this is NiP's chance to really start to run away with this half if they haven't already, but Dupree, he wants to deny it. Only losing a little bit of health. Rez even gets shot by his teammate. He's going to get flashed back in, but won't go for this. And again, these pistols are so dangerous up close. So NiP don't want to risk losing already a second man and going 5-on-3 in just the first 30 seconds of the round. Instead, Get Right pushes solo B, but he doesn't realize it's a bit of a bait. Dupree's playing with a ladder to bait Get Right in so the other players can push up the stairs. They've actually gone for the boost, wrap round behind him, and Device gets the kill. This is the 5v3 after all now, and NiP, they might be in a world of hurt.
Oh, Letcro joined up with Rez, going to start to push on in, trying to make something happen of this round, but you're dead on. NiP, significant man disadvantage, and you managed to spot out Glaive. Rez there to pick it up. Letcro going to chain together a second as these two going to be trying to cook up something magical inside of this A bomb. Suddenly only Dupree here, and Rez able to pick him up as well. Now leaves all the pressure onto Device on this wraparound, and Forest, looking like he had the read. Turns his attention away. Device timing this perfectly. Starts to push on forward now. Forest locked in this door with him, and he's going to go ahead and win that. That will be NiP securing themselves a 6th round here on their T side. Already going above and beyond what we saw of them on overpass.
Yeah, that's almost Astralis coming back to bite themselves there, right? They get aggressive, they get those first couple of kills. That's, what you want to see on these eco rounds. But then, after picking up the guns, they settle back into a passive 5-on-3, and they're playing at ranges where NiP are definitely going to be favored in those gunfights. Get no armor on Astralis, even behind those rifled players, so NiP win the duels. Letcro gets a couple on that A bomb site, and it just falls apart from there. So nice 3v5 from NiP, pulling it back from an early disadvantage. And of course, that's a double-edged sword, right? Astralis, I'm not necessarily saying they should play aggressive after they take a 5v3, but the fact that they do play passive gives NiP so much room to work. 6-4 now. Tactical timeout for Astralis. That'll run dry pretty quickly, and now we're back into things. But what have they got to show for us, Harry? Because right now, surprise, surprise, it's more pistols for the Danes.
Well, Forest, cleanup crew is in. He's able to go ahead and open things up in this round for NiP. Quick on the trigger with that AWP to depth them the early man advantage. Dennis even going to dispatch a Dupree. So this time around, the pistol's not getting anything done. His Magisk pushing up through. Forest does actually let Magisk get into position. Instantly able to trade that out, so it doesn't cause them too many problems. Will be the round going the way of NiP once again. They keep it pretty clean as well, Hugo.
Yeah, they've just broken the money time after time after time for Astralis, so This is a great half from NiP. I mean, 7 rounds T-side train. We are not done just yet. Another buy round for the Danes, but even with 2 AWPs here, they're going to need as much as they can surviving forward, because again, we've had them on pistols so many times this half. And while Astralis are usually very good with these force buys, they haven't been converting them too well in this map. Get right. Oh, that's a sick nade. Oh my god, the molly even forces him forward into the open. Glaive's going to get that kill for free. The captain of Astralis with some nice utility usage to start off the round. And they definitely needed that pick as well, because this is already a bit of an awkward situation in terms of the score. Forest spotted on that jump with the AWP. So Glaive going to reposition. He doesn't want to take that fight anymore, because Forest, he's out. And he's out and about, dropping device already. Rez has even traded his death, but Glaive is still up close, and do they realize it?
Yeah, Glaive going to start to edge on forward. Gets that trade onto... or equalizer rather, onto your boy Rez. Now going to start to back away, but this B bomb site is primed and ready and open for business. That's on the back of this frag from Dennis. Rotation from Letcrow looking to try and come on through. You will get there. A lot of this is going to come down to the timing in this Magisk v Dennis duel that we're about to see go down inside of this B bomb site. Dennis holding aggressive right now. You can see Glaive on a very lengthy pilgrimage of his own, going on a journey that to try and find Astralis around, although he's very, very deep in the back line. Dennis spotting out Magisk. That's a free kill all day long, and Glaive now left in this 1v2. He decides he'd rather save. Smoke. There you go.
Big brain.
Big brain, big aim. And something else that rhymes with that. 8-4, Hugo.
That doesn't rhyme at all. NiP bringing the pain, though. Yeah, this is a very dominant T-side half, Harry.
It most certainly is. My one issue is, right, it's NiP. They're looking good. You know, I love a bit of NiP magic. You love to see them rolling back the years and finding success. But I also feel like, in the same vein, you can never count Astralis out.
Yeah, like, can NiP keep this up on that second half? Because we already know Astralis' T-sides on this map are not going to be easy to deal with. That being said, how much T-side will we see, Harry? Because right now, NiP are just looking to get this done in the first 15 rounds. Of 12, they have taken 8. And still a couple more left. Again, all too familiar territory for Astralis. Back to pistols. This one saved AWP from the previous round. Device needs to be a playmaker. He needs to try and open this one up. Magisk, he's pushed down Ivy, and the flashes will rain through, so NiP making it very clear they're here. Magisk maybe going to try and retreat after the spraying has stopped, because this is not a position you want to be in up against 3 Ts. Oh, that's unfortunate. Smoke shot for Forest lands perfectly. But look, Astralis, they're not done with just a bit of aggression, Harry. They want more, and more, and more. But Rez waiting on the other side here in main.
Yeah, that's the issue with always wanting more, Hugo. It's one of the, what, the 7 sins? Greed? Here is a man who just loves to take a little bit more than he's allowed to have. It's Device finding the equalizer now for Astralis. Into the 4-on-4 right now, and Letcrow starting to spearhead this offensive into the A-bomb site. Does have the bomb hot on his tail. That's Forest looking to try and get that down. Device flashed off the angle, allows Letcrow to net himself the second of this round. Bomb plant comes in, and yeah, Letcrow's seeing ghosts. I think he believes he's spotted someone else sat down towards this position. This is going to free up Dupree's flank a little bit. But still spotted by Rez. And dropped now as well. It's going to be a 9th round on the board for NiP. They're looking good here on their T side of train, Hugo.
And we're seeing some great utility usage as well coming out from the Swedes. Some really good flashbangs, some nice smoke walls to cut off any lines of sight that Astralis have, which is of course extremely important on train, especially when you're playing up against I want to say one of the best AWPer in the world, or one of the best AWPers in the world. I don't really know.
If you're going by stats, he is the best AWPer in the world.
There we go then. The numbers don't lie, Harry.
The numbers never lie, Hugo.
And 9-4, this isn't lying as much as it will seem like a fantasy. NiP not just in the lead, but by an extremely confident fashion. Yeah, this is the polar opposite of overpass.
Yeah, the betway odds at the start of this said it was like 5-1.1 in favor of Astralis.
I would have agreed with that.
Yeah, NiP looking to try and upset well, not just the results, but maybe a few bettors right now, as they want to try and defy the odds.
I mean, if you're betting on 1.1 odds, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they're looking to try and make bettors happy. That would be a better way to phrase that. You're dead on, Hugo. You're dead on. You're never wrong.
I disagree with that one.
But,
at least we do have a buy here for Astralis.
Yes, we do indeed. And Forest can be done in the AWP still over on the side of NiP. He's been pretty good with that in these last few rounds, but Dupree holding close towards main. That's where they first look to try and lay down the pain. Sadly, they find everyone's favorite Dane, and that'll be Rez. Securing the man advantage once again. Magisk. Continuing a bit of aggression here. It's down Rez, but not quite enough to find the kill. If only they gave them 94 HP, he'd be golden. There's going to be your boy Device opening things up. He bests Forest there in the AWP duel. Going to continue homing in his sights as now he sees the bomb.
Oh, that's a big kill as well. That's going to shut down the split. Glaive finds 2. And that's completely cut NiP in half. Just Dennis now left up as Device is even going to follow up, dropping the bomb in main. And while Dennis will have the element of surprise that will only lead him enough for 1 kill, he's now got to retrieve that bomb with 38 seconds left up. Not only deal with his flanking CT, but also try and get himself onto the bomb site. Glaive not going to move for the time being, just in case this long wrap does come through. But Dennis being spotted in T-Con is going to mean that Glaive can now activate that flank once again. And there it is, Magisk from the top of the train, finishing off. Glaive not even needed. And that's another round for Astralis. They even saved 2 AWP, so 5-9. Slightly better than that of a moment ago, because again, every time Astralis had taken these rifle rounds, NiP had just pushed them onto pistols instantly, so we kind of do want a full buy for the last round of the half for both teams, and NiP certainly going to have that after this huge T-side streak. Again, as you said, Harry, there's always that question mark. This is certainly not a done deal. This is certainly not a 1 game for NiP, despite the really strong first half, but if there was going to be a game they could win, this is certainly looking good for them.
I'd have to agree with that right now, especially as they win that fight versus Device. On the back of it, they look to charge in towards B. Might be a false sense of security, though, as Zipnix and Glaive send them back down to the depths from which they came, and Forest now pushing on in, homing in his sights with the AWP, has been able to find one. Ooh, a second as well. Forest looking cheeky, will get traded out by Zipnix. Now leaves all the pressure onto Dennis. 1v2, both players for Astralis down inside of this B bomb site. Bomb still to be retrieved as currently lies down towards the ramp. Dennis has been spotted as well, brought down to just 1 HP, and this should be the end of him. That's Dupree locking in a 6th round there at the end of the first half for the Danes.
Yeah, I mean, even with those last couple of rounds grabbed by Astralis, will that be enough to drag them forward? Again, I want to talk about pistol rounds, but honestly, I don't know, because we don't know how these teams are going to approach it. We've seen NiP win both pistols on overpass, and Astralis just go for that standard 2nd round eco and then buy up on the 3rd. And even in this first half, we saw Astralis actually finally pick up a pistol. And did NiP full eco that 2nd round? Pretty sure they did. Either way. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah. Went for those Glocks, but for now, I think the pistol is going to be a big mark on how the second half goes, especially if you can actually lose pistol and win that follow-up. This has been something we were already talking about on overpass. If you can win the second round after losing pistol, it's so much better than before. Really set you up for a strong early start to the half. And I think that's kind of, if we look back to overpass, that's kind of how a lot of it happened. It just got out of control. Astralis got the first few rounds after NiP won their initial pistol round, and then we just had so much money on Astralis' T side that yeah, there's nothing NiP really could have done in terms of getting the economy back in control, and they couldn't win the rounds to follow up with it either. So either way, this map is a bit different. Things are certainly looking positive for the Swedes, but they have to capitalize on it, Harry. They can't just let it slip here with a 9-round T-side lead as they go into their second half.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw these two teams play versus each other on this map, it was a victory for Astralis, and it was a 9-6 half there once again, only this time it was in favor of the Danes. So maybe with the tables swapped on round, we can see NiP look to field a good CT side here and split the series 1-1 versus Astralis. That would be a massive turnaround here for the Ninjas in pajamas. It's going to be early aggression, though, charging on in toward this A bomb site. Zipnix is the man to open up, and now the bomb goes on down for Astralis. Those deadly Danes working their way up close with these pistols. For NiP already looking pretty locked out of this round, but Forrest through the smoke, he's found a quick double, he's made this all possible, and he's going to continue to charge into the waiting guns of Device, who does pick up the trade. But still, Dupree and Glaive left up, left to try and deal with. The bomb going to be planted for Pop Dog, but Glaive now left alone in a 1v3.
Oh, and he's heard the flank as well. He's going to go back. Quick ding to get right. That's a lot of damage, but they are on the bomb and they're sticking it as well. They finally get off that defuse just to finish off the kill, and Rez will do exactly that, but there's plenty of time for this defuse for NiP. Well, not really plenty, but they'll have it. And yeah, a couple of missed shots there from Astralis, and NiP are back in control of this one, keeping things, well, kosher on this CT side. 10-6, and bomb plant for Astralis with that $1,900 loss bonus. So, assuming they do the same as overpass, this will be that eco. A couple of pistols here and there, but let's see if they can, or at least the NiP side can run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, this could be... I mean, take a look at those odds. Look at how much closer this is, but still people favor the Danes. Currently sitting 4 rounds behind NiP. And that just goes to show the Astralis effect. You can never, ever count these guys out. No matter how much NiP magic you spring their way. They're going to be setting up outside of this B-bomb site right now, Hugo. They've gone once again just for this pistol buy, where you pick up a tiny bit, but you're looking for the buy in the next.
NiP magic sounds like a toiletry, like a deodorant, or like a shampoo, like fix baldness with NiP magic. Smell fresh.
How is deodorant on parallel with, like, a spray that fixes baldness?
You know what I mean? Like, it could just make you smell really good.
And that fixes it. No one will notice that you don't have hair if you smell nice. That's basically the real...
Draw attention to your positive features. Not to say that baldness isn't a positive feature.
Yeah, just keep digging this hole, Hugo.
No, I'm not digging any hole, Harry.
Here we go. Look,
Astralis are running into the hole.
We'll get you out from underneath this bus in the same way they managed to get them out from underneath the train inside of this inner bomb site. They find everybody, Hugo. NiP looking good. They keep 5 alive, and that's what you want to see if you're a NiP fan, which we all are at heart. You a big fan of NiPs?
Love them.
Yeah, well. Here's the replay of this, by the way. Nice stuff from Dennis.
Ooh, the reverse 360. I like that. Either way, 11-6, Harry. Things are heating up, and I'm not just talking about T-Con. Astralis, they're starting to go down, and this is their round they need to win. If Astralis let this one slip, there's a very good chance NiP take this map. And what a way that would be after getting 16 forward on overpass. And not even looking close. I mean, the only player who was really alive in that previous map was Get Right, and at least over on this, he's the bottom player in the server, so that doesn't really bode well. But the scoreline does, however. Close main play from Forest. Already a lot of utility has been expended from this NiP side. They've got the incendiaries left up, and that's what's important. Try and delay those fast pushes from Astralis. The likes of which are set up outside of this A bomb site. Glaive just keeping his eyes on B, making sure no one gets aggressive here. Now as the nades are beginning to go over the bomb site, we have 3 players close here for NiP. That smoke may completely cut off this split.
It's a bit of an awkward fight. Still, he's able to win it out, and in the meantime, Forrest and Lekra, they've showed up in spades. Just one man left alive here for the Danes, and he's got 20 HP to his name. Rez is there to shut him down, and that's a 12th round locked in for NiP. Now doubled at the score of Astralis, 12-6, and currently going undefeated on their CT side. It's back to the drawing board here for Astralis. There's no money in those bank accounts, and well, this Danish economy that was once looking so great now called into question.
That's those 60% taxes, Harry.
Yeah, that'll do it. That or the taxis here. Very expensive, but you know, you live a life of luxury out here in Denmark, so you know that's where it's going, Hugo.
Mm.
You wouldn't know about paying taxes, though.
Shh, they're onto me. Get Right's down here on B, and he's going to have a very tough task. That Molotov, well, doesn't land too well, but it will actually cover it, and Dennis has got Get Right's back with 4 kills. Nade forcing Glaive back up the ramp and likely to his death, because look at the flank coming through from the Pop Dog. Won't even matter. Get Right finishes off, steals the ace. That's 2 4Ks on the B side now for Dennis this map. On the CT side, on anti-ecos. He is loving the stat padding.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, last time they played on this map as well, Dennis was kind of the guy stepping up for them. This time, you know, you take a look at it, you got Forest up at the top of the board, Rez showing up as well. Get right, not having the most amazing of games right now, but you think back to Overpass, he was kind of the one dude actually putting up numbers, actually finding some success for NiP. And that was what was missing the last time these guys played. It was all Dennis. No one else was really there to step up alongside him. And this time we have the rest of the squad firing on all cylinders. You know, Dennis getting those eco frags. He's getting some for himself as well. So sharing is caring, and NiP, they are looking fantastic right now.
Nice to see Dennis showing us that you can actually get multi kills with awful weapons like the FAMAS and the A1S. Terrible, terrible guns, but he's going to get it done. NiP already a man up in this round, Harry.
He's a big fan of the unconventional, is Dennis. Here's Get Right. Very unconventional way to hold the bomb site. Just not falling at the first hurdle. So Nick's there to pick that up. But in the meantime, Forest is in with a reply. And that's what NiP have been good at. Keeping these man advantages up. Getting these trades. Now the pressure falls to Glaive to try and go aggressive. Try and seize back a man advantage. And indeed he will. He's at least toppled Let Grow. And now he falls back. NiP have to be very, very wary that someone could be pushed up aggressive. Magisk even going to be donning this SG, so do we finally get to see magic moment? This man was once a Magisk boy, looks to now be the Magisk man inside of this team. No, I was going to say 1v3. I'd love to see him 1v3, but his teammates alongside him, and the SG does nothing. It's pretty useless, but here's the defuse, and Glaive able to find them both, so now just Forest left up, does successfully topple the IGL of Astralis, but there's no time, Hugo. There's no way for him back into this. Astralis picking up a 7th round.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth. 4 HP the difference on that final surviving player. Massive impact from Glaive to get both those kills. And actually, not only find the first, but continue the spray after he heard the tap on the bomb. Aware that there was not just one single man in that smoke. 13-7 here. We're even going to see a tech pause called out from Astralis here, who are obviously down a lot of rounds. But after winning one, they're aware that, okay, NiP have a bit of a bank to play with. If they win this follow-up round, not only do they get 14, but they reset Astralis up against near the end of the game. So very important that Astralis actually convert 2 in a row here. And as you said a couple of rounds ago, flawless CT half for NiP so far. Finally been broken, but I don't think they're going to be too worried. Plenty of money on this CT side. So the rebuys are in, a couple of K left per player as well. You've even got $7,000 on Forest, and he's been having a fantastic game. Top of that server, pulling us back the years, well, rolling back the years rather. Astralis maybe looking to go for a bit of a B attack this time. They send 4 of the 5 players up into the box halls. We've got that Ivy push from Forest. He's looking to get a lot of info, and he does do so, clearing out all of these positions. Magisk is going to be holding back passive, but he's actually setting up utility. I don't think... Can Forest see the back of Magisk's legs there? It almost looks like he can, but clearly not aware of it. Astralis set up utility towards this B bomb site. Let's see if NiP draws some heavy rotates. They've got 2 players down here already, but great shot from Device. Problem is 2 of his teammates are falling and make that a 3rd. Dupree getting decked, and Dennis is showing them how to do it here with the A1S. 3 frags from him up against rifles this time. No more eco frags, and Letgro's even going to clean it up. Harry, that is the reset at round 14 for NiP. Not a worse time to get that.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Dennis is, you know, I've enjoyed watching him with this silenced M4. Usually I just hate seeing it, but he's looked absolutely clinical with it right now. Then again, I always make the switch, and then instantly I'm like, why have I done this?
Yeah, I would never use it, but it's nice to see people can.
Exactly. Here is, Hugo, this buy from Astralis. It's not great if you're an Astralis fan. Probably fantastic if you're an NiP fan, though, because there's really not much for them to work with here. They don't have any utility apart from that 1 smoke on Glaive. So still yet to be seen where they try and use it. And Rez picking up a quick double. That was the smoke dropped as well, so they don't even have that to play with anymore. Dennis going to go and burn out Dupree. Let's just leave Device and Magisk left up with a scout and a deagle between them. 2 now with a taller order than ever to try and get Astralis back into a 2v5. Magisk has managed that 1 kill. There's players still coming his way. Oh, yeah, maybe don't give Device too many of these, but NiP go hunting. They find themselves match point. 15-7 here on Train. Just 1 more round, all that they need to split this series 1-1 tonight. versus, you know, the best team in the world. So that's not too shabby.
Yeah, and like we've seen pretty much this entire game, Astralis back on pistols. Again, not the weaponry to fight back up against a fully equipped NiP. Struggled in the previous. I can't imagine how this will go either. We've got CZs, we've got a lot of utility, which is going to be something boding well for the Astralis camp. But the auto sniper's out, Harry. The Doom Hammer is on get right. And Forrest, he's going aggressive as well. Look at this fast Ivy play, but Magiska's already been cut down through Olaf. The AWP shot missing for Lekra, but Forrest is just bailing his team out, tap after tap, coming through with a third, and he's even going to finish off with 4. That's the round, that's the map, and NiP have taken success and victory over Astralis.
Yeah, they most certainly have. The Ninjas cannot be too disappointed with that one as they split the series tonight versus the Danes. It wasn't the strongest of starts from them, but they're able to pick things up in the very sweet kind of bitter end. That will be that first series, 1-1 as we say. I'm going to throw this one back over to Trace and Chad as they look to try and break this down a bit for us.
Yes. Thank you very, very much, guys. You have nailed it as usual. And I suppose that with this one was just quite a bit of a different showing, huh, Chad?
Well, they showed up, right? We spoke about the fact that the Ninjas in Pajamas needed to be able to actually put in a performance to get the victory here. There's a few things that played into this one. Obviously, Forrest and Dennis having a pretty stellar game. You have to think about this. It was a team effort from the Ninjas in Pajamas on train here. You know where I want to take the conversation. You know what I want to look to talk about here.
I know what's on your mind. I know what's getting at you at this point in time.
I'm just curious if now the whole thing is Valve have realized that they've actually nerfed SMGs. Let's talk about a couple different scenarios that can go on now with this whole economy situation. Here, in that first half, what we saw happen was the guys from Astralis are able to win a pistol. Thumbs up. Fantastic. That was really good. The guys from the Ninjas in Pajamas didn't get a plant. They took a full save, knowing that they're going to get that $2,400 bonus going into the next round. Once we have that $2,400 bonus going into the next round, we're going to see the fact of the matter is they're able to get that gun round up. But Astralis have no need to buy SMGs in the second round. They need to buy FAMASs, they need to buy M4s, and you even saw MagicSpoy hold on to UOSP, right? That means they need to prepare for the first gun round from the second round. We didn't see any SMGs come out from them. So does that mean the flow-on effect now is we're going to see less SMGs in play, less making of money with that, which means the CT economy is going to be hamstrung even more? Because if you can't farm with the SMG, now the influence of the $1,400 hard reset on the CT side plays an even bigger factor. They went on, they lost 3 rounds in a row. They were able to bounce back with the gun round of theirs, which forced Ninjas in Pajamas onto an eco, but that was due to a lot of damage they did with USPs on a full save round, right?
Right. I mean, I guess what we've known of Counter-Strike in terms of the early portions of rounds, or how they considerably play out, at least, is, you know, you win first pistol, you're almost guaranteed that first 3-round stretch. But now, I don't know, it's a weird thing, because I feel like, yes, we still haven't seen enough of it, but if we're going to see a team do it, and how they want to approach it's going to have to be the Astralis team.
Well, there's lots of different ways to paint this, right? And I'm going to disagree with the fact about that 3 in a row. I'm one of the people who thinks that the 3 in a row is by no means, at least in the old version of Counter-Strike, going to be gifted to any team, right? If we look at the flow of rounds from this game right here, like I said, I started with Astralis on the opening the 2 rounds, right? So pistol round, and then they had the upgrade round, which they won. They didn't take much damage at all because the players from NiP were able to, had to go full eco because they wanted to have the 3rd round gun round, right? So then they win the 3rd round gun round. Astralis go for a force buy, because now they're just back in this normal position they'd be in where they have no money. They go for a force buy, they have scouts, they have pistols, whatever. So if they win that round, then they can have that fight for the economy just a few rounds later than what we normally would, right? So they're not able to win that fight for the economy. Then they have to full eco. They do a lot of damage on the full eco. Then they go on, they lose. So now we're talking, we've lost a gun round, we've lost a force buy round, and we've lost an eco round. We'd normally see those 3 things pan out in the first 3 rounds of a game anyway. Yep. Right? Well, first 4 rounds of a game anyway. Now we've seen that happen within the first 5 rounds. Now we flow on to the next gun round. Astralis are able to win, which forces NiP onto an eco. Now, the only reason that they had to eco in that scenario is because they took so much damage to the full USP round. That's the only reason in that regard. So we still have the same problem of the CTs getting the hard reset when they lose a round. That's always going to be there with the the $1,400 loss bonus. It's just the start of these rounds are going to have lots of different formulas going into them, and one of them that could be a common trend is the nerfing of SMGs, because they're not actually coming out. It's not the weapon's getting any worse, it's just taking it away from being an optimal decision to buy the SMG. It doesn't make sense, because you're going to go into that first gun round now with SMGs against AKs and full utility.
Right, and I guess even looking back before the patch, you didn't necessarily see a bunch of people just springing out to buy the AUG and the SG at that point. I mean, there was a little bit more money in their pockets, and perhaps they didn't have to go that route.
Yeah, and that's another thing which I think that's going to take a lot more time. The casters touched on it while that game was here happening, that Alige made a tweet saying once everybody learns the spam patterns of those two guns, that everybody's going to be buying them. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case. Obviously, he's still a current professional, so he must have a feel for it more than I do. But that's only one of the things which is going to happen with time. All these different scenarios that we're breaking down, all this really deep Counter-Strike talk that you're going to hear me going through is because we are still learning. It's going to just be one of these things as I sit here and I monitor and I see what's in vogue, what's popular. It's going to take several months before this settles into a standardized version of Counter-Strike, right? Till we see the best team work out the best formula and be winning with it.
Well, we can talk a little bit about a young player, and dare I say he's not young.
At all. Also married. Has a beard.
Yes, and he has a motorcycle. In fact, take out the young part. Dennis is a man of men. Let's talk about Dennis.
I thought you were talking about Forrest.
No, I mean, he's also one, you should say. But we do have a little bit of a highlight package here of Dennis and what he was able to pull together, string over the tops of Astralis, and move them around like puppets, one might even say.
Yeah, and when we do look at Dennis in recent times, he made some comments that when they had their resurgence at the major, that he did feel that he let the team down individually, but they were still playing better. And that's true. They were playing better, and they were playing as a team, and they had a better brand, they had a better style. One of the better ones from the Ninjas in Pajamas that we've seen in recent years, but he wasn't hitting all those shots which we expect of him, right? He is an impact player.
Right.
I don't think of him as like a carry star. I think of him as definitely an impact player. Whereas, like, you know, you have Rez and Forrest, who I think are the more consistent carry stars for this NiP roster. I think Dennis has a lot of impact, like in like multi-kill rounds. Garrett has impact with clutches and lurking. Lekra, obviously, he's still learning his position as the in-game leader. But for Dennis to have a good game here, that's a good confidence booster for him, and that's a much-needed victory for Ninjas in Pajamas. We spoke about this, how important it is for them to start picking up wins, because if we have a quick look here at the games which they've already lost in Pro League, now this is going to take me some time to get to, Trace.
Well, I mean, you were talking about Forrest, and I will say, don't mind him being old, because he still rocked over 180R across Astralis here. I mean, this isn't a team that you can ever take lightly. These are guys that are usually on the very tip-top of that form and have no problems getting it done. Wherein Train, they couldn't get it done, could they, Chad?
Well, that's going to be very disappointing for them, right? I'm going to be interested. I would love to sit down and have a discussion with Glaive to see what he thinks of the new changes. I think everybody's going to be thinking this is something interesting. I wonder if it factors in, if they have to start coming up with new plans and new strategies, new ways to address this. But I'm still trying to find the Ninjas in Pajamas on this bloody page. I should have gone to the actual ESL website for once.
Why don't you tell people where that is, Chad? ProLeague.com.
Well, you know the site's better than me, man.
Yeah, in fact, head over to ProLeague.com. You can learn a little bit about the road to Odense, which is where all of these teams are trying to go. It's not even far from where we are right now.
3 hours, right?
There's this cool bridge in between. You know, maybe we should take a road trip sometime, Chad.
Yeah, I think we're trying to push that. Do we want a B-stream update while we're at it?
It couldn't hurt, could it?
First game on the secondary stream, G2 versus Wendigo, went to G2 16-14 on Dust2. So they've just got through with the skin of their teeth in that one there, Trace. And the second game should be live right now. If you want to watch that one, you can go to live.proleague.com. All the streams down the left-hand side. You can choose a bunch of different languages, watch whatever you want to watch.
Yeah, and while you're at it, you can head over to esea.net/MDL and give yourself a surefire path to the pros. It's not just about the road to Odense. It's about the pathway to getting this far to begin with. Isn't that right, Chad?
Yeah, and you know, like steps on becoming a pro. Maybe if you're at any of the ESL 1 events around, you can do the Alienware U versus Pro. We've had that happen a couple times. I'm actually one of the voices of the U versus Pro, Trace.
Are you?
Yeah, I think we had a video if you want to check that one out.
I mean, I suppose we could go that route.
When I was told that I'm going to be participating in the 1v1 challenge against Nitro on Saturday night at the Barclays Arena, I told myself, what am I going to do? Like, this is your time. No one cares what you've done before. It's all about what you're about to do. What you need to do now to excel, to show yourself. Basically a good luck charm at this point. Hopefully it just keeps on working. I mean, it was a life size when I bought it, but obviously it's shrunk a little bit. The fact that Nitro is willing to participate in a community event such as this, it really shows his character as a person. I don't think many pro players show themselves as well as Nitro does in the public eye. He's like, all right, I'm here for everyone. I'm here to win. Let's see it at the event. that is something to admire. It's something that everyone should strive to do. Be an impact to your community and bring the better out in everyone.
We're live. This obviously needs to set the pace early. That's it.
His mechanics are absolutely flawless right now. I mean, he jiggle peeked me, he's hitting shots to the boxes. He knows, he's just very good at visualizing where I am and where I will be when I'm peeking box.
That was good stuff.
Yeah, good game, man.
That's not a bad effort.
Nah, I can do better. Always can do better. Playing against Nitro was probably the hardest thing I've done so far in my Counter-Strike, I guess you'd call it career. And it was a great experience. I enjoyed it, and I'd love to do it again.
Man, what an experience that must be, losing handedly to Nitro, but also he did get a few rounds in there. I think one person that might be just in awe at this time would happen to be that you're wearing the same shirt.
I'm actually wearing the same shirt that I had on that day. It's been washed. It has been washed.
It's not always the little things, Chad, but, you know, attention to detail is very pivotal here.
It's like I just teleported. My beard's maybe a little bit longer and the hair hasn't been cut. But the cool thing about that whole you versus pro situation is the players actually, the public get an appreciation when they go up against one of these guys of how good they are. You know, the thing is, the practice of aim map, it's not really in the repertoire of pros, right? Trace, you're a manager of a team, you know this. But you can just see how they apply themselves, how good their aim is, their awareness, the fact that they are always, you know, jiggle peeking, always spamming the corners. These little details they show in all facets of Counter-Strike, and that's what separates the best of the best from people just playing at home in their bedrooms.
Yeah, you know, Chad, as a reigning, you know, highest HSP champion and show match champion, but the accolades are really starting to stack up.
You've really got a few in your back pocket now.
You really got to feel for yourself when you have that much success. Tremendous, tremendous success. Isn't that right, Chad?
This is a humble brag, or?
In a roundabout sort of way, yes.
Yeah, I think the thing that I can just brag about is one of us can actually grow a beard and the other one of us can just throw some facial hair on their face like it looks like they have a bit of glue.
Now,
you've been down to a barber and you've picked up loose hair from the ground, put glue on your face and just gone whacked it on. How
did you know that that's what I did? I woke up early, went and scooped it up out of the barber shop, maybe sprinkled a little bit of tape, and then before you know it, we're jumping right into a VTR. Isn't that right, Chad?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, let's do just that. Enough of Chad talking, because boy, do we hear enough of that. Let's go ahead and hear what is going on next.
Incendiary out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo. Oh my.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. I'm Intel Core i7.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, The Road to Odense, Betway, MSI, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
You saw some young gentlemen there, and don't worry, they're speechless, some might even say. Chad, what do you think about those dashing young faces?
Rolling back the years, mate, I used to watch those Navi guys when they were coming up through the ranks, right? You have to remember that back in that Ukrainian-Russian region, there were already teams who were standing out, right? You know, you had the likes of Dozia, where Dren was playing with Kazakhstani-Russian mix for some time. The Navi bust onto the scene. You've got Senya, you've got Zeus, you've got Starix, you've got Edward. You've got Markelov, the greatest AWPer in 1.6 history. And now we've still got Zeus. Now we've still got Edward in the same Counter-Strike team. We're talking almost 10 years later, if not 10 years later, playing the grand final of Majors.
Markelov.
Markelov's gone.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, you know, greatest AWPers in CS history.
Yeah.
Chad, you have any more of those up your sleeve?
You're pretty good. You tag him and you bag him.
I was thinking Danny Montana himself. But nonetheless, let's get out with the old, which is exactly what we're doing now, and get in with the new. We saw an update here with CSGO. We've been harping on it all day. But in fact, they did bring in some new maps. So perhaps we just begin to take a look at one map I find myself very familiar with as of yesterday, now that I'm undefeated on Austria. Me and my crew put down some serious fire, Chad. And I can tell you about this map all day long if you let me.
Well, tell me about this, man, because I wasn't watching. I was busy doing some business.
Right. Don't know what business exactly that Chad was doing. That's up for your own interpretation. But this map is very beautiful. Honestly, you've got the snowy effect. You've got the,
how does it
crystal
play?
clean look to the game development. Okay, how it plays, yes, it's very small. So when you think compact, you think, you know, there's a lot of quick hallway access to a lot of different areas within the map. In fact, I believe it's the B-bomb site that is just so accessible over on the T side. To me, it just feels like it's a much more uphill battle if you're on the CT side of this map.
Okay, so an actual T-sided map in the pool. We don't have many of them. Just for people at home who are like, what are these guys talking about? We're going to see these maps. This is for competitive matchmaking, right? These are the new maps that Valve have introduced very recently with the updates, with the economy, with the with the Krieg update, with the Org update, with the Tech 9 and the CZ updates. Obviously brought into it as well. We've got by FM Pwn, we've got Sub-Zero, right?
We do have some other maps.
Is also one of the guys who was involved in the creation of Cache alongside with Volcano. So this is going to be interesting to see how these play. This is another one that's set, you know, in quite a snowy region. Maybe they've got a theme going on because winter is coming.
Yeah, winter is coming, and we're not talking about White Walkers here. In fact, the winter maps are here, which is, to me, it just kind of brings it in full circle. Now we just need to get these chickens in some sort of like fur coat type stuff.
Did you see that? FM Pwn is actually designing the penguin model to be used. So I don't know if that's planning on coming out anytime soon. But the interesting thing here, and the reason that there needs to be a talking point around these maps, is if they ever do work out statistically to look like maps that maybe Valve want to bring in to competitive Counter-Strike, we might be seeing one of the current 7 maps that we have that we love getting taken out of the pool and introduced with one of these bad boys. And this could be on a competitive circuit sometime near us.
Which, to me, it's interesting, right? Because, yes, here's the 3rd map introduced into the pool now. To me, it's interesting because, yes, these are brand new maps for what it's worth. These are maps that haven't been exactly exposed to the public. You at home haven't spent a lot of time playing this just yet. Neither have we. So I think this whole sentiment of just immediate pushback on new maps kind of has to go away in some ways. Well, yes, we can't necessarily stick to the same 6, 7 maps we keep in the pool consistently. But perhaps we're open to new things, Chad.
Yeah, so in an FPS game, especially one like Counter-Strike, the meta of the way the game is approached, you know, with the buy rounds, the economy, well, we've shaken up the economy this time around. But normally it doesn't, you don't want to tinker with those things too much, right? You want to leave them as is because the gameplay changes actually come through the introduction of new maps, new strategies, new ideas, new ways to approach the game. Where actually that economy change is one of the first times basically since the iteration of CSGO where we had not dynamic weapon pricing, that was from Source, but in CSGO, different kill reward bonuses for different things. Changing in prices of certain weapons, changing in prices of certain utility, that's all affected the economy. This time around with the bonuses, this is the first time this has been changed around other than the TK bonus for some time. So maps in the pool, that's another way to shake up and spice up the meta. So it's going to be interesting to see how does this change after the next major, because I'm sure Valve would have announced it by now if we were going to be seeing any of these three bad boys in the IEM Katowice major going down next year.
And it is an even longer road to Katowice than it is to Odense. You did it
like the American pronouncer.
Odense. Odense. Well, you know what? Let's talk about that path to Odense. In fact, the road to Odense does start with week 1. We have the top 5 plays brought to you by PaySafeCard of the first week of play here for ESL Pro League Season 8. Let's check it out.
Stewie lucky to be standing, 16 HP for him. And he got the kill. That's like the most spins. Linear entry to the site, but Semphis' kill is crucial. Twists, he's got himself a second. Could actually just continue and tear through these T's. Envy down to a single man. The ace could be his. The taps are out. The frag is there. Beautiful hold from Twist. 3 of which now stagnate within the site. Coldzera with a highway robbery. A third. No way. Beautiful shots from Coldzera.
Oh god, does he even check the left corner here, or does he wrap CT? Oh my god.
That's just great. 2 players present themselves at the exact same time, so Sick from the corner with a multi-frag already. Not the 4th, no way. He just shuts it right down.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Now, if you would have told me about a small little town out there outside of Copenhagen, roughly 3 hours away, I would have said I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. But the city of Odense has been definitely put on the map. It's more than just a small town. In fact, there's a lot of stuff going on over there, Chad.
There's an Irish pub we know very intimately, as well as a couple of tapas joints I'm going to be heading back to when we get there at the end of the year. But, Trace, before we jump on in to talking about this match for the Vodafone pre-match, we're going to give you a B-Stream update. And this one's a big one. This one here, we can't be sneezing at. Windigo destroyed G2 16-3 on overpass, starting on that T side, 12-3 first half, actually converting the CT side 4-0. That's a big win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge win over the name of G2 for sure. Now, this is a team that I'm understanding has a lot of matches to play today, but definitely a team that we should be holding in that high regard.
Yeah, and just for those people who don't know the name Windigo, they're actually from Bulgaria, which is where Cirque, the player from NRG, is from. And actually the player who got the most done is the most recent addition to that team. His first name is actually Yanko. And his last name is very similar to our boy YNK, but it's Blocker. And he's put up a massive performance, 26 kills. He went plus 16. He had a 2.28 rating. He had an 89.5% kill assist. The guy absolutely destroyed the Frenchman, who, you know, we think is a team who can compete with some of the best in the world.
And it would only make sense, I believe, Chad. In fact, some of the other teams that we can think do compete with the best in the world would be our next 2 teams tonight, one of which has fought off and gotten very close to some titles in the very recent past. And then you have the Space Soldiers. It's Navi, of course, in case you wanted some clarification. Not a Sphinxeer, my goodness.
And the ex-Space Soldiers. They either don't fight as soldiers in space anymore, or now they're just space mercenaries. That's what they should change the name to, something like that. Either just soldiers or space mercenaries. Or if you have a better name than that, maybe tweet at me.
Now, I think there was also that one team that was like Wicked Masterminds. It was a play on another team.
That was like, what was that one on?
Something about a bunch of smart people.
Yeah,
and,
like
evil
like geniuses or something.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about these ex-Space Soldiers. Let's talk about some of the things that they've got going on, Chad. Burchill.
Yeah, okay, so let's just get this out of the way. Let's get the elephant out of the room. Space Soldiers, for some time, I think, have actually had a bit of a quarrel going on within the realms of their organization. Now, that was kind of shown to me by them all getting rid of their avatars and banners on Twitter, which seems like childish in a way, but if your organization isn't living up to their end of the bargain, then the little bits and pieces are the ones that hurt the most. Now, they've actually, if you're reading the HLTV.org article, it was led to believe that they were still, Space Soldiers organization was saying these players were still under contract. The record's been set straight. The contract has been rescinded, I believe is the word that was used in this, so the players are free up for grabs to go to a better organization. Now, these guys, in my opinion, are a team who their only issue is visa issues. Right? That's the only problem that ever is really an issue with these guys, because these guys have Xantares. These guys have Calix. These guys have Paz, who was absolutely lighting up the scoreboard. Madra, a fantastic in-game leader, a guy who I've watched throughout the realms of 1.6, and now he's leading this Turkish team. And you can't forget the final member, Trace, who is Engine. He actually lives in Cologne. Anyway, cool story about these guys. They're playing Dust2 against Navi.
Cool story, Chad. Anything else you'd like to bring to the pre-show here? I'm kind of enjoying this little lax time I have.
Nah. Oh, you now.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Dust2 then, because this is a new map. In fact, not so new anymore. It's new. What do they call it? Not new Dust2. It's new 2. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, we're going to Dust2 between the X-Space Soldiers and the likes of Natus Vincere. Now, I guess talking about Navi, this is a team that opted out of your Star Series. They've had just a little bit of time. Actually, caught up with Simple before we came here to Copenhagen. And he seemed to be enjoying this little bit of downtime that they're having over there.
Yeah, and you definitely need a bit of a break. Like, they actually spent a little bit of extra time within North America after ESL 1 New York. And when you just come off of the loss of a major grand final, that's going to sting. It is going to take time to work past that. And now coming in against Space Soldiers for their opening game of the ESL Pro League Season 8, it will be on Dust2, which we've mentioned several times. The reason that comes out of my mouth is a bit of surprise is Navi aren't great on Dust2, or they haven't shown great things to this point. That could change. They could definitely turn it around. They've got the pieces of the puzzle to make themselves a good Dust2 team, but at least so far they haven't been able to show anything. They had to hedge bets over towards that B-bomb site quite a lot. They're sending 3 players over there and actually turtling up, not playing for a lot of mid-control. So this one starting off for Navi, I actually think could be a shaky one. Off the break and versus Space Soldiers on a map which I would definitely lean towards Space Soldiers being the favorites. Sorry, X-Space Soldiers. I'm going to say X-Space Soldiers.
And you can't say like retired Space Soldiers either, because then that would also throw a spanner in the confusion works, which is not what we're here to do. We're here to paint you a clear and concise picture of what this matchup will be. Now, we do know what Space Soldiers can do online and on LAN. More preferably, I like to note that, yes, they play quite a bit online, and they do a considerable amount of damage. It's almost as if they're more comfortable.
Just say it, man.
I'm not calling them onliners. They can do it on LAN.
Don't skirt around what you want to say. You know, you have to be honest with people.
And I'm just saying.
Honesty is the best policy.
Just saying.
What are you saying?
That they're very comfortable playing online. It's pretty obvious.
Okay, well, that is true that they do tend to have a better performance online than they do on LAN, but at the same time, they've had a couple of LAN options taken away from them. The Major is one that we can cite.
Super awkward.
Yeah, it sucks, right? They had to play with their coach, right? Hardstyle had to stand in for Engine because he couldn't get his visa back in time. And that's not fun for anybody. Now, if we do want to take a quick look at these guys' history on... I'm looking at Navi's now on Dust2 because I was talking about the fact that they have been relatively strugglesome. They've played them at 4 times in the last 3 months on LAN, right? This is not a fantastic move at all, but we actually have some breaking news,
Breaking news, and I'm coming in hot off the presses with this one. You might want to get my ISO shot production, because I'm telling you right now, this one hits hard, and for me, it hits close to home. There's some breaking news. Skadoodle has stepped down from Cloud9. Unfortunately, that does kind of break my heart. But truthfully told, good luck to him and wherever he's going in his future endeavors. I think that is truly the end of what was at least our legacy within Cloud9, you know?
Yeah, and you were definitely part of that legacy. Here in the announcement, it has that he has retired from the competitive scene of Counter-Strike. This has been discussed, and the rumors have been floated around with this for the better part of a year now. You know, it has been on the cusp of him potentially retiring, and the fact that he can go out after being, you know, the definite staple of the North American scene and winning a major, respect to Skadoodle.
Yeah, respect to Skadoodle. In fact, you don't have to press F into chat or anything. Don't be weird like that. But the reality is this. Skadoodle is a gamer. He's a genius-level gamer. And for as long as I've known Skadoodle, any game that he picks up, doesn't matter the developer, doesn't matter where it's created, when it's created, he will look to master that game. So where does he go from here? Competitive Overwatch? Whatever. Who knows where he goes from here? But I can tell you he won't have any problem playing any of those games. And that is why Skadoodle, you're #1 on the heart of me, at least. Let's talk about the Space Soldiers and Natus Vincere, though. Not to bring it to a sombering moment, but that's, of course, unfortunately, what we were stuck with going in here with this matchup. Dust2 will be the camping grounds, and Chad, who will be winning this game?
Yeah, the camping grounds is probably a good way to put it. If you've ever played Counter-Strike, you've probably stepped foot on Dust2 somewhere along this. Now, I already pointed out a few issues that Navi can have, especially on their CT side, having to bolster their B defense, which has been a weakness from at least the few of the games that I've seen for them. I think Space Soldiers, this plays into their wheelhouse when you have such good players like Calix and Xantares who are able to take over games. they can basically just get it all done. I would be looking at them as the two highlight players going up against Simple and Electronic. There's basically 4 Titans in the server right now, at least within the realms of online Counter-Strike.
Online Counter-Strike is where we are, isn't it, Chad?
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to play games online, sometimes you have to play games on LAN, and you know what? Online Counter-Strike, I think, actually serves a purpose within the scene, and here's the reason. It allows these guys who travel the world on a non-stop basis to actually have some time at home. I know what, actually I was gonna say I know what that feels like, but I was gonna say, you and I know what the opposite side of that feels like, and it sucks.
It is unfortunate, but I do think that that is the silver lining, the solace that these guys can find within competing in online leagues. Yes, there's a huge road here, and it's very narrow for you to try to get to the end of the road, and perhaps even all the way to Odense.
You've forgotten how to pronounce it after the first week. Ready?
Like
with me.
Odense. Some commentators coming in hot right now, and I don't mean that because Harry has that hair of head. I'm talking about Hugo as well. Guys, we're going into Space Soldiers, ex-Space Soldiers versus Navi Map on Dust2. Who's going to be powering through?
Well, for me, it's going to be Navi. You know, I think they look.
Sorry, Harry. I don't want to interrupt you before you say the game's going to be exciting. Who's older of the two of you?
Me.
Okay. Well, next time Trace does that, just be like, oh, it's better for hit. Yeah, you go age before beauty. So you should go first. So just jump in and do that next time, because I don't want to hear how excited Harry is for this game. I want to hear a key point from you about this game.
Well, I mean, Dust2, bit of an aimless match. You're kind of already talking about it a bit there, but obviously you're going to be looking to the stars of both sides to step up in the form of, you know, Calyx, Antares, Flamey, Simple Electronic. I mean, even Flamey to some extent as well. He's been playing really good recently. What are you doing, Trace? You're trying to cut me off.
Yeah, because I want to tell you two to step up and sit down and take this game where we need to go. Let's get into the action here. Dust2 versus Navi and the ex-Space Soldiers. Take it away, Hugo.
Thank you very much. Here we go, Dust2. Third map of the day, Harry. We have some X's in the server. Major, recently married, but the rest of Space Soldiers, they are kind of on a lonely one at the moment. And looking to bounce back from that with a nice win in Pro League up against a team that has yet to play any matches. This is Navi, of course, on that CT side. So let's see if Space Soldiers can do, I don't want to say the impossible, but the not easy we'll go with.
Yeah, well, they already be out through along here. You can take a look at those odds on the screen, and they might have been a little bit too fast for you. They were certainly too fast for me, but I imagine Navi were the favourites, so that's all well and good. Electronic going to be here behind the car, but this man, he's driving on by as him and Simple.
Oh my God.
Actually, just Simple. Oh my goodness. This is, that's a bit of a slaughter early on. Navi to be finding themselves a pistol over here along Hugo. I think, you know, maybe we should address the ex-Space Soldiers. It feels a bit weird calling them that.
Yeah, right.
Been with this org now for so long, and obviously recently that decision to separate came on in. I think we can already see a technical pause being called on in. Hopefully that gets resolved quickly. I think, you know, shout out to our boy Tommy, to our boy Lurpus. We should call them, instead of ex-Space Soldiers, SpaceX Soldiers. You know, he loves a bit of Elon.
Big fan.
Yeah, he is. But yeah, I mean, you know, we speak a lot about, you know, momentum as well when it comes to this map, Hugo. I think, you know, it's going to be crucial for either one of these teams, both very momentum-based, and it's Dust. Getting off to a good start here is very, very important. I think especially over on this CT side now with these economy changes that we've seen come in, how easy it can be to kind of get stuck in that rut of falling behind and then getting reset time and time again. It's going to be key that Navi get off to a strong start here, and they've already done that by finding the pistol, now looking for the anti-eco as well.
Space Soldiers opting not to force in this round. And I think that's going to probably be at least for the short term, the go-to for many teams after losing that pistol round, especially on this T side, knowing you can get that early rifle round in with pretty much everything you need. So until teams start working out how to maybe play this economy game, yeah, there's no real reason to heavily invest here, especially when Navi had a flawless pistol, so they had lots of money going forward. And that's the same case here. 4 players surviving in the second round. Space Soldiers coming in hot with the buy, though, Harry. We're full AKs into round number 3. Navi aren't even going to have the same weaponry. Being said, we're already seeing the stars shining through. Simple in that previous round. 3 kills from him. What was that? 4 in the pistol? 3 in the pistol? He's definitely on a bit of a tear right now. And that is not what you want if you're Space Soldiers. So see if they can bounce back going into their first rifle round. It's an early default outside of B, holding the back of long, just making sure Navi don't show any early aggression. and trying to at least wait out this utility. The initial Molotovs, the initial smokes going down from the CT side. They'll be continued. Long covered once again. Zeus is alone in the pit as well, so Space Soldiers set up ready to burst onto this A bomb site through long. Maybe a bit of a problem. Zeus has no support at all. There's not an AWP up on this side of the map. That is instead down in middle for Simple. Electronic committed very aggro up short, and this is good because it gets him a lot of information that maybe this A split isn't quite coming through. And that seems to be the case with these two players on long being very, very slow to walk out. Now we're going to start to see smokes down middle, and that may force a bit of a move from Navi. Nades going through, Simple spots it, and he'll take down Xantares. A big kill to start off. Zeus going to have to try and delay them as much as he can in the pit. As his teammate comes in for the rotation, he'll get overwhelmed, and nice double trade back from Space Soldiers.
Yeah, they're going to mop up both the players over here towards long. Simple now comes rotating in and has to try and hold his own. And oh my goodness, Simple gonna manage his third kill of the round. That will be it for him. Notice he's shut down, now leaving Flamey in this 1v2. Calyx brought down very, very low. Gonna get spotted, and Flamey would have loved to have found that kill, but he's just missed the mark. Spotting out the man at car. That's Major brought down to his knees as well. The molly might be enough to deal with him here. Things heat up. They're gonna line up for Flamey, but not quite. Calyx, and with the trade, grabs the AWP as well. Space Soldiers, or ex-Space Soldiers rather, will be finding themselves their first round on the board here in round number 3. And I mean, that shot, God, I don't even know which one of them he killed.
The guy on the
just
right,
so quick.
The one guy he couldn't even see. That's nutty. I think 9 kills on Simple right now in just 3 rounds played. Now got 2-1 for Navi. They've already been crippled when it comes down to cash after Space Soldiers winning 1 rifle round. And that's another big change as well of this economy. Because Space Soldiers are able to build up this money for the 3rd round buy, by that point, Navi have only run 1 anti-eco. So not only are SMGs more difficult to run on the CT side in the sense that you're going to see bonus rounds far more often, but also if you buy up those M4s and even lose any of them, it forces rebuys, and you lose that first rifle round and boom, this is the state your economy's in. It is a mess. So not only does it help the Ts in getting early buys, but it can cripple the CTs in not giving them the chance to build up funds. All in all, making this game far more T-sided, and Space Soldiers are certainly going to be happy with that as they charge their players up on short towards this A bomb site. Zeus going to have to fall back, and he does have Electronic close on the site as well, but just playing that goose corner. Simple getting aggressive on long as well, playing close to that barrel. If he can cut down this split, that will make things slightly easier as well. Could even have the option to flank into middle, but here's the push-up short. Spaz already dropping Zeus. That Molotov going to keep Electronic in the corner, maybe burn him to death, and he walks out to it. Major takes him down, and Engine has even found Simple on that flank. So right now, this round is done for Navi. Saving weapons wouldn't even be a bad idea.
Yeah, you can already see they look to try and meet up here and hold on to these 2 M4s. Now, there is already a man hunting deep within the depths of T spawn. That man going to be Engine, and he's well, he'd love to try and find 1 or 2 of these rifles. Anything that Navi can hold on to gives them that much more to work with into the next round. They've already lost Flamey, and now just Edward left up. He is going to get discovered here. They know exactly where he is now, and they want to try and take this M4 off of him.
He's actually running to his death. Little does he know it. Ooh. No, Paz is going to find him, gets the angle at the end, even though that flank was coming through from Calyx. So Edward was kind of screwed in that position. 2-2 now, and 1 more eco for Navi before the buy comes back in for that CT side. And you won't actually have the AWP unless someone drops it over, because right now we've got Simple on just under 2k rather. Navi with that full USP round. Space Soldiers pretty well armed. They've even got that SMG just to build up some money on the T side. Calyx will be spotted there. Flamey getting a bit of information, but can he follow up to Paz, who's got that Mach 10? It can be so difficult to fight this. And Calyx, he's going to drop 1 man up on short, but there's plenty more where that came from. So Paz swoops in to clean up some damage. 2 of the 3 players of Navi have been spotted, and Paz has no fear in going back in for more. Again, little risk, high reward. Even if he goes down here, all he drops is an SMG, so he gets all 3 kills, dropping into the spawn with his back turn. Flamey does get 1, but that'll be about it.
Yeah, and it's a convincing start here from the ex-Space Soldiers. They're going to be up 3-2, but now we can start to see Navi putting a buy together. Still not going to have that AWP out and in play just yet. Over on the side of Space Soldiers, Major going to be donning it. And this means it's Antares. He's free to just go barreling down through mid. Major does get naded down to 50 HP at the very least. But Antares already given so much room to play around with, so much room to try and find these openers for Space Soldiers, and no one keeping an eye on things over in middle for Navi. Edward surely goes down here. They've got no clue that Antares is so pushed up, and okay, Edward's going to stay alive. Now he just has to try and buy time and hold back the coming tide of the Space Soldiers, and he's going to manage himself a second now, trading up onto the AK, going to give him that much more room to work with here. There is already a man out. And that man's Paz. It's actually Engine to go ahead and drop this lone defender, but 3v2, this bomb about to go down.
Yeah, the lack of AWP this round for Navi meant they had no mid control, and Xantara is able to just play around that, get that flank into the bomb site. That plant can finally come in now that it's shielded by a Molotov. And with that, we might even just see the straight up save. Harry, Simple and Electronic, the two dastardly dangerous players here for the Navi side. They're going to have to fall out of this one. That bomb's yet to go down, so this is why, you know, Navi could certainly consider going for something here. But the lack of kit is going to be the overwhelming issue. Space Soldiers burning down the clock. The only problem with this is, you know, they're using more and more utility, so they're not actually going to have any for the post plant. Now, this won't be an issue because Navi aren't retaking, but that could have definitely come back to haunt Space Soldiers if maybe it was a 3-on-3, but I doubt they would have waited that long. So plant comes in, Navi saving in the T spawn, and Space Soldiers likely going to exit at least one player through the tunnels here. It's a very easy position to exit. You're not very exposed. You can just hide in the tunnels and only lose about 20-30 HP, but no, they group up and go middle instead, knowing that Navi don't have this area of the map after just probing it. And all guns saved here for Space Soldiers. 3 players kept alive. Navi, though, they're still going to be on an eco, Harry, despite these saved weapons.
And this is what I'm wondering with this change. You know, we're just going to see maps become very, very T-sided by nature. Just because, you know, that economic boost early on is one that really, you know, like it allows you to get that buy to come in that much sooner. It means you can get the CT side on the back foot that much faster as well. You know, usually CT side winning the pistol, right? You think about what that means. You kind of get to go 3-0 up early on if that bomb doesn't go down, or, you know, 2-0, then the buy comes in. But you're still given more of a chance to build up that buffer in your economy, so that if you lose that one round, you're not instantly reset, right? And you kind of imagine Space Soldiers here, as we kind of saw, you know, they just took that flat eco, they had AKs in round 3. And as a result, they've been able to get this Navi economy on the back foot very, very quickly. In this round already, Calix is the man to open up. Edward answers back though, so Navi maintaining a 4-on-4 for the time being, and now going to start to aggress down through Catwalk as well. And that gets punished almost immediately by Calix. He's there, he's going to go ahead and shut down these aggressors. Space Soldiers, though, looking like they might walk into the stack as they continue this current trajectory over here towards A.
Yeah, nice shot from Engine through the smoke, though, and they'll just filter out through mid, one by one. Xantares with another, and Calix has even got his back covered. 3 kills from him. Nice round for the Space Soldiers, not running into that stack after even killing the mid-rotate, so while all of Navi drop down into the CT spawn, certainly not going to be a favourable place to take gunfights when you have pistols. Space Soldiers, quite a lead so far on the T side, but that's kind of been the case of today already, Harry. As you said, you know, maps maybe getting more T-sided, especially while teams adjust to this new meta change in terms of money and figure out how to approach the early game. And obviously, as you mentioned, momentum, a big factor. I mean, look back to that Astralis NiP game earlier. That really was just momentum falling apart for NiP.
Yeah, a part of me wonders, so, you know, like, how viable would it be if you're a CT side and you win the pistol to just go USP and armor into round 2? Maybe like get 1 SMG or 2 SMGs or whatever?
In most cases, you'll be up against Glocks, assuming that they're
right.
bomb plant. So yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. The problem is, like, you can't consistently do that because one day a team will just force buy and win the round.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. But so it's going to be interesting to see kind of the ways in which teams adjust to this new economy that we have right now. Obviously, there's still time as well for Valve to tweak things, make some adjustments here and there. Here's the aggression over here towards short, though, Hugo, from Space Soldiers. They're going to be running into a bit of resistance here. There you can see Simple has the AWP out as well for Navi in this round. Right now, it's Electronic and Co. up on short. Usually we see the AWPer play this position. Great one just to go ahead and take one shot, then you drop down into CT. Now Electronic not going to have that luxury, being on the M4, but he does have Simple just behind him inside of that bomb site. So Space Soldiers, as they back away from Catwalk, it looks like it's going to be a B play, Hugo. I don't really think we're going to see this AD get tested all too much, especially not as they pick up 2 frags here on the Catwalk.
I mean, if they even got those short players dead, they might have been able to force some kind of rotation, but this is so obviously if you play Navi, are going to be ready on that quick flank. Zeus is pushed up on short to find his 3rd kill of the round, and the captain of Navi is making this all happen. It's got to be Engine to save the day here for Space Soldiers, but Molotov's coming in. Already a player flanking up his window. Engine close to the door, and they're going to wallbang this. They're going to hear those tags as well. This should be very, very clear to Zeus, and 4 kills for the captain. He gets away with it. Navi find 3 rounds on the CT side. A very difficult clutch to pull out as well, considering the amount of positions that Navi can retake from, but yeah, not going to go too well. Great round from Zeus, and that short split from Space Soldiers, that completely hung them out to dry, right? Because they still got the B side, they still got themselves into a good position. Say you get 1 kill there up on short, even if you get traded, or even if you just lose 1 player, that's fine. But because they lost the first player, they repeat back in, try and get the trade. Zeus finds both kills. And there we go, it just falls apart for Space Soldiers. They only have the B splitting players left, not the distraction players up on short. So a new round, a new attempt here for Space Soldiers, but so far not working out too well.
Yeah, already that double AWP setup netting Navi an early man advantage here. Space Soldiers going to be trying to take control this short. They have 3 players down in mid. They've been very, very proficient at taking this portion of the map. Calyx, in the meantime, sneaking on over here towards this B-bomb site, and spots out Edward, but now he's open to both players. Calyx, only 1 bullet left, has to make it count. He's going to go in with the Glock, and as a result, Flamey finishes things off, extinguishing that man from B. But they're going to try and go onto this regardless. Luckily enough for them, Engine gets discovered by Electronic down here in middle, leaving just Major and Paz. A missed shot from Flamey might represent a potential way back into this round, especially as Major's going to spray them both down. So now a real chance for Space Soldiers to be onto something here in the 2v2.
What's up with 6 spray transfers today? Everyone's hitting them. The low HP can be a big factor though for Space Soldiers, and Navi are double rotating tunnels, which certainly won't be expected. 2 Molotovs up as well for the CT side. That makes things very, very difficult. If Space Soldiers realize this, they can push out into middle. That's a great Molotov because it cuts off this push back in for Navi, and they have to go through. They have to wait until that is at least faded before they push into this bomb site. Major's on the angle from the window. They pre-fire the site. They spot Major, but do they see the man on the car trying to drive in? Major's found himself a 3rd, and it is just Zeus left. He's got to run for the hills. Space Soldiers have won the round. It's a massive 2v4 coming out from, well, the likes of Major. And nothing Navi can do to stop that.
He's just single-handedly able to get them into that bomb site there. You say about amazing spray transfers. That's another one that we've seen today. Space Soldier's going to soldier ahead and find themselves a 6th round. Look at that. Just, you know, what can you do if you're Flamey? Get completely wrecked. And now it is just going to be the reset coming in for Navi. No money here for this CT side. That's going to make things that much more awkward for them.
Heavy long stack with the pistols here for Navi. Solo USP on that B bomb site, which is not the right time to have that because Space Soldiers are about to walk right into this one, and because of the passive angle that Edward's playing, while he may catch a player off guard, he has no information, and before he knows it, the round is at this point done because Space Soldiers have overtaken the B bomb site. That plant can come through pretty quickly. Navi are too far away to even think about contesting this. So split up, look for clues, try and take guns away here from the Turkish, but you're not winning the round here if you're Navi.
As you say, best you can really hope for is a couple of weapons, perhaps, as the Space Soldiers do come hunting. It's going to be a 7th round for them. Guaranteed. So building up a decent lead here early on versus Navi. And yeah, one of the things I was really kind of looking forward to is seeing, you know, the potential of having Simple on the AWP, and then you have someone else, like we've seen Flamey do, pick it up alongside him. They've never really had the money to support that double AWP buy. We've seen it have decent success for them in the rounds where they have boarded out. And it looks like we might get to see it again. No, it's just a 1-AWP right now. We thrown over onto Simple. So I think that's enough to make all the difference. Just rifles across the board here for Space Soldiers. And once again, they're going to try and take control of mid, but this time there's Simple here, keeping an eye on things, trying to hold the fort. He's actually going to pull away at just the wrong time, so Space Soldiers still able to take control of Catwalk within the opening segments of this round.
Yeah, no utility expended to get this position as well. This is such a valuable one for Space Soldiers. No Xbox smoke, and because of, as you said, that rotation from Simple, Navi have no idea that Space Soldiers are this far up. They can guess, yes, but not a single bit of information to actually give them an idea. This utility, however, will start to make things very, very clear. Flamey's going to begin to rotate. They've got to be careful of long as well, because it's so common to see a split up through long and short with these smokes going down. Electronic jumps into the CT spawn, and he finds both kills. Space Soldiers getting guillotined in this round. We may have a deep site position for Major, but he's hung out to dry with a bomb, and Navi have taken control back of the site. The Molotov's back down on short. Major's stuck here alone. And again with a bomb, that just makes things even worse, because he can't even play like a lurk role and have the rest of his team walk into B. He has got to get out of this position alive.
They don't know he's here, and as he starts around the corner, Zeus does spot him. That's the two IGLs going to be clashing horns, and the bomb drops over here at the feet of Zeus. In the meantime, they go ahead and find Engine. Ooh, wow. Zantares, that was... Okay, that's a good start to build into this round. We need to see a little bit more, and he's going to go and get shut down almost immediately by Flamey. It was nice, a little flick as that was.
Man, I like how Zantares clears every angle. When he's shuffling on that long peak to try and take the final gunfight, he's walking one step and then standing still to enable his accuracy to be at its full potential. And so he's never caught running out of position. He's always checking every possible pixel that last player can be in on long, but unfortunately not going to win the fight. Still very methodical way of clearing out that position. Space Soldiers still off to a good lead, Harry. This is 7-4 on the T side of Dust. Not a bad start by any means up against the likes of Navi, but look at this aggression. Navi are feeling confident, and Electronic is taking a kill, but in the meantime, Edward is pushed all the way into T spawn.
Yeah, this is absolutely unreal for Navi. They get so much information on the back of this, and you can already see the effect this has had. Everyone's grouped up over here to defend this A bomb site. Almost as soon as Space Soldiers go for this play, they're going to have to worry about the man in the back as well, and that's if they survive long enough to have that even plague their mind, which they will not. So they're never even made aware of that lone flanking player for Navi. That now actually kind of leaves the option open for Navi to try and go for a similar sort of aggression once again. 5-7 though. Navi slowly but surely starting to make their way back into this and keep it very competitive. Still a chance for them to win at the half as well.
And again, we've not really seen much AWPing from Space Soldiers on this T side. A team that doesn't really like to pull up the T side AWP anyway, unless they need to. Like on maps like Inferno, they just won't ever buy it. So this isn't really a big surprise, but that's something that Navi certainly has the edge on, having the best player in the world. At least right now. Nice nade. Bit of damage. Oh, that's a better shot though. Zantares flashed into middle. He's going to get away with the kill. Simple still keeps things intact here for Navi with a nice trade frag back off the AWP, and the Molotov will even cut off this push from Space Soldiers. They can't chase him down and catch him retreating to the bomb site. In the meantime, that's allowed Electronic to rotate into the CT spawn as well, so Navi now have a crossfire over middle. Simple's focused up on the B tunnels, and Edward is going to be joining Electronic here, taking this control. With Zeus, he gets just wrecked up on short.
Electronic going to try and step up to the plate now, but he gets silenced as well. Engine on the entry, that bomb looking to go down, and Space Soldiers going to find themselves in a 4v2 with bomb planted.
Ooh. He's typed half the numbers in, but he forgot the code.
Ooh.
This is not a bug I've seen. Is this purpose? Yeah, I think he was just holding on to it. I think
he was just waiting to hunt down
it just like looked on the model like it was broken in the animation. I was like, I'd never seen that.
Yeah, I do love the idea that Major didn't know the numbers.
And imagine if you had to know every single number.
Do you know off by heart?
Huh? Oh, no. Not gonna lie. 7, 6, 8, 2. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Something
either.
like
I don't know if we're going to pretend like I do either. It's got 7 and a 5 in it at some point.
Ooh.
But here we go. Space Soldiers hunting down the remaining Navi players. Just Simple left alive. He's going to find one, but he will get beheaded by Xantares. So an 8th round up on the board for Space Soldiers. And 3-round advantage going their way. On the back of that win, you can see there's still money here for Navi, but it's going to be their last investment in this first half if they lose this round. And they're going to be moving back to the comfort of that double AWP setup between Flamey and Simple.
Let's see if now we can bounce back, because this is certainly looking like a very strong half for the Turkish. Fast B play. Edwards ready for it, though. The nade's perfect. The spray is better. 2 kills and a half onto Xantares, down to 40 HP. That is going to completely cut down this push into the B bomb site. And just as they go back, Zeus is already watching the behind. He's found himself a double as well. And Calyx all that left up for Space Soldiers. Wow, this round has fallen apart. At the perfect point for Navi. They needed this one. Oh, Zeus gets spotted though. He's here in the corner and Calyx is ready for 2. Electronic dead as well, but they pushed into the tunnels. As Calyx expected, that's a yes, but knowing is half the battle, Harry. And Simple, he's going to finish off that round. 6 to 8 here. Last round of the half, and that's actually the perfect time to break Space Soldiers' money.
Yes, indeed. And now we can see Navi chomping at the bit of, kind of very evenly closing out this first half, as even as it comes. There is still, this kind of really cobbled together buy from Space Soldiers they have to try and go against. A couple of Mac 10s leading the charge out here towards long. It's going to be another spray down, this time from Electronic, as he finds 2. There's just Engine, Calyx, and Major left to stand in the way of Navi finding a 7th round. Calyx down here in the pit, currently the top-rated player for Space Soldiers in this matchup. But having a good time of things thus far. He's got that Deke to try and work with. But yet to be given anything by Navi.
They've just given up long. They know that Space Soldiers have the pit and probably have the weaponry to take a fight, so Navi just don't peek it, they just don't challenge. Flamey finally going in for a little bit more, and Simple's here as well, so actually the double AWP potential is pretty massive here for Navi. The Space Soldiers may have Deagles and AK, but it's got nothing on these 2 scoped rifles. Engine getting tagged as well. He's down to 20. Calyx gets finished off in the midst of things, and Flamey's not done just with that. He takes 2, almost the 3rd, but Engine's in such a difficult spot. He cannot save that day. Zeus going to finish him off, and that's 7 rounds and a half for Navi, but the ex-Space Soldiers certainly giving it to them in the first few. Close half, as you say, as close as you can get, but I don't even know who's favoured moving forward here.
No, me either. I mean, it's been a very, very back and forth game, Hugo. We've seen, some real highlight clips coming out from this man on your screen. Simple, he had a good start, but actually kind of didn't see too much from him as the game continued. Instead, really over on the side of Navi. I mean, it has still been Simple leading the way, but then we have the accompanying cast of Flamey and Zeus just behind him. For the ex-Space Soldiers boys, it's Calyx leading the charge, as we mentioned. And the usual suspect is Xantares just in tow. Still, I think we need to see a little bit more from kind of these star players on either one of these teams if we want to try and find ourselves a clear winner. And that's why it feels like it's still so 50-50 right now, right?
Yeah.
Haven't seen anything crazy from Xantares or Calyx, and haven't really seen too much insane stuff from Simple just yet. So it remains to be seen who's going to hit the ground running here in the second half.
And while, especially at this kind of scoreline, the pistol could certainly define the half in such a huge way, now with this money change, I mean, not only could the pistol maybe not be that important, even with a conversion, but also the chances of winning that force buy round, right? I mean, Navi, they are so good at winning force buys on the T side especially, right? Even in the normal economy, when you get $1,400 at loss bonus after losing pistol and then actually coming back and breaking, they're one of the, I mean, I'd say they're the maybe second best team in the world at winning those second round force buys, maybe to Astralis. So there's certainly that to worry about. And I really hope that Space Soldiers win this pistol just so we can see if Navi decide to force in the second round. Because right now, every game that we've seen tonight, on the T side, if they lose a pistol, they've gone for that eco, bomb plant or not. So I want to see if Navi will switch things up, knowing how explosive this team can be.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me even wonders, maybe we see Navi throw something wild in there, like don't even bother investing on everyone in this pistol round, something You're shaking your head, Hugo.
I think that's like it's a good argument to talk about the theory of CS and go like, oh, you could eco pistol, but anyone ecoing pistol is just not. It's just not a good decision. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It's obviously
I mean, you got to believe you can win every round, right?
Right.
So
it's good that you can break the second round and lose pistol and then win second and still end up better than the other team. But you can never account for that, right? You can never play to the idea of, oh, we'll just lose pistol on purpose and then we'll go and win second round. Like, you can't consistently do that ever. You can never guarantee a round, so you should always be aiming to win every single round you play of Counter-Strike. And the pistol round, maybe it's reduced in value, but it's still important, and there's no reason to ever give up full armor. Like, maybe a cheese strat once, but this is the first week of the second week of Pro League, the first week that we've seen this economy change. If Navi are going to be throwing in stupid stuff like that now, I would be very confused. So let's see. Space Soldiers on that CT side now as we head into the pistol round. Navi, what have they got up their sleeve? They've got a bit of utility on Zeus, nothing too special here. P250 on Simple, as per usual here for Navi, and a bit of a faster B play as well.
Well, they're going to be running in to Calyx if they continue over here toward this B-bomb site. And he's been pretty tough nuts to crack. This time, though, they're going to find him almost immediately. It's Flamey there to open things up for Navi. Meanwhile, Zintares, the other name inside of this squad that we so often look to rack up a big kill count. He's over here in the tunnels. He's been cut off from the rest of his squad for the time being. He's going to have to wait for these rotations to come in. And he has tagged up Simple, but he's still going to lose the fight to Flamey. Just Engine and Major left alive. Make that just Major, and he's really kind of screwed, so he's going to fall as well. Navi 8-8, they win themselves the pistol here in this second half.
2 flawless pistol rounds now under Navi's belt, and still the scoreline is so close, so you've got to give the props to Space Soldiers for actually being able to put up so much of a fight despite this factor. However, this is where things could certainly get a bit difficult, and the props could be going the way of Navi, because full eco for Space Soldiers, and Navi well bought up here with 3 AKs and the SMG. I like that knife that Flamey has. It's like the fake Karambit, the budget one that you buy on eBay.
Oh yeah, the new knives. I always forget they're a thing.
Yeah, not many pros even have them. Config has like the big one. I like that one. He always pulls
I've
that
seen
out.
a few of them. I haven't actually really seen them in game. I'm convinced no one even owns them at this point. They can't have been very good. I've heard people didn't like the animations.
Some of them are horrible. Some of them are nice. But that's just the way with anything now, right?
I'm a fan anyway, though. Just more skins equals more wins, Hugo.
Is that how it works?
That's the age-old saying. And, well, Electronic, he's using a Fire Serpent, so you know he's just a straight-up baller. He's over here towards short, and his skin costs more than my outfit, so let's see what he can get done with. It doesn't find anything just yet. They're only up against pistols, Hugo. Well, I shouldn't be putting too much emphasis on this round. There should be Navis all day long. It's a chance then to keep the economy clean.
Ooh.
Little cheeky boost up from Paz. Maybe he gets 1 from here, but you don't imagine he's going to get too much more. Nope, I'm wondering where they're getting shot from. He does get spotted. They know that he's there, and now Zeus goes running in to try and mop up these players. That's a bit much. My voice just completely out of this world. Kind of sounded like a Zeus.
Well, this is still costly for Navi, considering they came into this round with three AKs. They're looking to save every single one, but Electronic, he's going to get pressured in the middle. Does have some support from the window. Engine, all that remains here for the CT side. We need to see Flamey grab this 3rd AK wherever it was dropped. Get that big old upgrade instead of the Scout, and he does exactly that. So Navi save all the important guns so far. Engine's still alive to inflict some pain, but yeah, not from this position. If they push onto A, maybe, but there's no way he can drop into the CT spawn and get away with a kill. Navi would have to be sleeping at the wheel. He'll probably drop with the bomb noise just to cover up it. Oh, there we go. That's not too bad. That'll do, yeah. 3 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, just vanilla pistols in that one. So you cannot be too disappointed, can you, Hugo?
Always better than strawberry pistols or any other flavour of pistols, Harry. You big fan of vanilla pistols?
Hey, there we go. I didn't get the joke at first, but now, man, you explained it. It was pretty good. I can't see what that's. Does that say technical?
Yeah.
Okay. So Hugo, man, you love a good technical pause.
Big fan.
It's already over. I didn't even get to ask you the big question.
What was the big question?
Nah, man, we'll save the gold. We'll sit on that one. I didn't really have one planned yet, so I'll be honest, you know me. Talking without thinking.
Yep.
A phrase rolls off the tongue for me. And tell you what rolls off the tongue for Flamey. That's going to be a quick double out from Long. He's found Zantares and Major. Leaving Engine here at the car. There's a lot of jokes. He's just lining them all up for us right now. Engine at car. You know, he's got to have if Matt was here, he'd really nail this. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Something about horsepower. Look at him go. Engine finds one.
Yeah, he's looking to drive by onto these Navi players, pushing that A-bomb site. That smoke will make Engine move out of position, try and take control towards Long, because it leaves him very isolated. They would have a position to look down on him from short. And instead, it's Flamey looking down into the CT spawn while getting his head just removed from Calyx. Electronic has dropped in the meantime, but Paz communication errors. He watches his backline, does not expect that position, and Simple even chimes in with the final kill. So 3 from Flamey in that round. Some huge entries up on A-Long. Navi, 10-8. They break the cash once again. Yet to drop a T-side round, although we've only seen 3, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is how T's can easily get very, well, not out of control, but very built up in terms of money. And CTs have such a hard job of actually coming back into this game, because not only do they have to eventually win a rifle round versus a very on-form Navi, but they have to win multiple of them in a row while keeping players alive. You know, that's not an easy recipe. Oh.
Oh, they've jumbled that gun across up onto Zantares, but the men down in mid going to be left. Defend for themselves. In comes the hero of the X-Space Soldiers side. He's able to go to mop up Electronic. Still a real chance here for Space Soldiers in this round. Engine going to be sat once again at the car, and as the Engine tries to roar to life, he's going to go ahead and instead he's one for the chopping block. That will be Paz in a 1v3, Deagle in hand. He'd love to try and find something here, but do not fancy his odds, especially with the man at short. That's going to be Edward here to shut him down. So Navi 11-8. As they continue to storm ahead here on Dust. There is going to be the buy on the board for Space Soldiers. Orp going to be bought out as well over for Major. He's now going to try and go toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world in the form of Simple.
Yeah, not an easy fight to take by any means. Especially when you won't really see Major as that proactive AWPer for the Space Soldiers side. He's more of an anchor, likes to just play passive, set his team up. Very different play style to that of Simple. And so for now, Major sits up on short, just holding down this part of the map and can kind of clear it out. His teammate don't need to help him at all. He's got a great position to just go for a shot, drop off, throw a bit of utility up that way. Not that he has much of it. Now Navi going to be gifted short control for free, because Space Soldiers have no one here in the middle portion of the map. So not only does this allow for a very dangerous mid to be split, but it also gives Navi the control up towards short without too much fight from Space Soldiers. Major's here with the AWP. He sits in the Molotov and has to fall off as a flashbang comes in. It's double nade up for CT side, and that will do a hell of a lot of damage to Zeus, but not resulting in a kill. This AWP will go back towards the car instead, and now Navi definitely looking like they still want to commit to this A play. But again, with the nature of Dust2, it's so easy just to change your plan in a split second and send that bomb packing into tunnels, drop Zeus and Simple off of short down towards mid, and go for a B split, for example. But it doesn't look like that will be the case for today. 35 seconds on the clock, and A is Navi's target. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe they've even tricked you, Hugo. You've got the gift of the X-ray as well, and even then they're in your head. So out here through mid they go. Paz and a Calyx left to try and defend this B bomb site, and Paz does manage one kill. It all is on the shoulders of Calyx. He's dropped the bomb up in the window, but he can't quite hold his own. But it's going to go down in just the nick of time for Navi. Maybe 3. Zeus going to be donning that AWP and trying to take this peek in towards middle, but he is on 33 HP, in danger of being caught out. Indeed he is, and in the meantime, Flamey's been discovered as well. So Edward suddenly Big boots left to fill. He lost his teammates and now sits inside of the back of this B bomb site alone. Does find the double down into tunnel, and now Zantares, double trouble, has to try and flush out Edward, and Edward's going to get the job done in the 1v3. Absolutely fantastic stuff from that man on your screen right now. 12-8 in favor of Navi here on Dust2. And if you're Space Soldiers, you're going to be left kicking yourself on the end of that one.
And that is such an unfortunate retake from Space Soldiers, because Edward just has the perfect position to counter that retake, right? It's a double-edged sword playing at the back of the box in the post plant, because while you're giving a headshot angle to the players in tunnels, you're receiving a headshot angle from anyone peeking you on the site. So that's why I'm so surprised the last CT jumped up in the air to allow Edward to get that kill, because you're just exposing so much of your body when you could just take that headshot angle instead and be far less susceptible to getting caught out. So great work from Edward. Now again another B play for Navi, and this one even more successful. They will open it up like a can of worms. And Zantares, he's going to go down as well. So Navi 13-8. Starting to look like this game could be theirs, Harry, unless Space Soldiers have something to say on this rifle round.
Yeah, we need to see the Space Soldiers guys start to put up some resistance, and quickly at that. It was 8-7 scoreline in their favor at the end of this first half. Still yet to manage a single round on their CT side. Well, Electronic flashed that in towards middle. Going to get the all clear here. No one's holding close. You can see the movement that's freed up for these guys to have down towards Catwalk, where now they look to go toe-to-toe with Major, who's playing this one-and-done position. He can take a shot and then just fall back down into CT. He does have Zantares here, but he looks to be down in CT as well. So maybe not the ideal scenario, both players there. It's going to be key that Major gets back into that A-bomb site, and indeed he does.
Navi been doing such a great job of pressuring short the entire time. It's something that Space Soldiers struggled with on their T side, because Navi was playing such an aggressive CT double short setup. Instead, it's only Major here with the AWP this time once again, and he's not going to be able to hold it off, so it just gives Navi this map control. And even if they don't do anything with it, even if they, like we saw in the past, go back towards that B play, the Space Soldiers still have to keep a couple of players on this A site just in case. Major may find Zeus there. Zeus getting caught out. Nice high flashbang. Major doesn't catch it. He's so blind. Zeus is going to get the kill. And that's the orb going down to an SMG as the B-split comes through, but it's not successful because Paz and Calyx have locked it in. 20 seconds left on the clock. Calyx defends his teammate as he changes weapon, And Flamey, well, he's crept himself into the B-bomb site. This bomb is so far away. They're going to have to get this kill to Calyx if they want to get the plants in. But I don't even know if there's time. Flamey's dead. And it's only Simple. What a fantastic shot, but he's not going to be able to win the round. 21 kills on Simple this map. But unfortunately, 9 rounds for Space Soldiers, and Simple's not getting away with that one.
Man, he's very good at killing people without you even really fully seeing him.
Yeah, how? How did he get that frag?
I mean, I remember watching some clip. It was like players' POVs who have been killed by Simple.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's like you don't even see him half the time. It's like, okay, well, he's just unreasonably quick.
He loves his angles, Harry.
He does. You know, protractor in hand. He was one with maths back in the day. One with maths. One just good at it, maybe. But you know, it's not. Not numbers he's crunching now. It's heads in the server. Electronic going to get flashed out in towards mid once again. Tries to clear these close angles, and that's freed up the aggression for Zeus down here towards short, as he does make the call that no one's there to keep an eye on it for Space Soldiers.
Major has been having a rough time this game. Bottom in the server right now. I'm playing, again, a very hard position to hold on your own. Pressured with holding this A-bomb site. One incendiary is all that's left on his utility belt. And Navi just keeping up the pressure on all sides of the map. Getting rid of these nades from Space Soldiers that can always be a problem, especially when it comes down to the last 20-30 seconds of a round. But it's looking like the B play. Calyx has a Molotov for exactly this, and Paz the same as well. So Space Soldiers should be somewhat ready for this push. in terms of being able to shut it down with their utility. There's an incendiary going down, and that's such good timing because that was right as Navi was throwing their own, so that's going to get completely cancelled out. And look at the push up on long. Space Soldiers have taken 2 players in through the T-spawn. They know this is going to be a B push.
The issue is reinforcements are still a long way out, so we have to see the guys inside of B hold their own here, and Calyx and Paz both going to get decapitated almost in an instant. Zentares wrapping round, dropped as well at the hands of Electronic. Engine doesn't last much longer, and they might have had all the information in the world, and while information is power, they've still been out-muscled here by Navi. 14-9 here on Dust2, and only Major surviving. Even then, it's dubious at best, because now they know where he is, and he's going to get deleted, so Space Soldiers not able to hold anything forward into this crucial round. Navi 1 away from match point here on Dust2.
Yeah, hard reset, right? After Space Soldiers win their first CT round, they just instantly get bodied back by Navi. And there you go, it shows, Harry. 1 M4, 4 pistols. Best of luck, Space Soldiers, that's all I can say. Because Navi armed to the teeth and willing to take this map away on Dust2. Have that 1 rifle up on short, the position that's been so difficult to hold down for Space Soldiers this entire map. Flamey, be careful here in B. He's going to get away with 1. No way he gets 2. That's ridiculous. Taps onto Paz, opens up the B bomb site. With that, the round might even be done if the bomb was there, but it's still stuck in middle. And Zentares is actually getting aggressive, dropping players. Meanwhile, Electronic has been killed. Simple tries to hold the short push, and he will spot that 1 M4, but won't be able to get the frag. And now this bomb goes back towards A, where Space Soldiers have 3 players set up.
You still have Flamey, though, down towards B. He's just dissecting this CT side, and he's pushed all the way down. He's going to hear these footsteps down in lower tunnels as well. So once again, Space Soldiers, they might have all the information they need, but they've only got 1 man here to actually put up the defense, trying to erect these walls and keep Space Soldiers in this match. Flashes raining on in, a Major now effectively in a 1v3 as he stands here alone, and he's going to fall at the first hurdle. Zeus is able to dispatch of him, and now the rest just get mopped on up. Zentares left in a 1v3, and this is such a big ask of the man that Space Soldiers already asked so much of. It's not meant to be. 15-9 here on Dust2, Hugo. Navi going to be reaching match point.
And Zeus, while he may not be like high on the scoreboard, he's been having a great game in terms of impact fragging as well, coming through with a lot of crucial, kills in situations where Navi really need him to step up. We've had a couple of 3-4Ks from him as well along the map. So nice to see that as well. But of course, he's not really needed. Flamey's on 24, Simple's on 22. The stars are shining here for Navi, and there's only 1 more round that's needed before a victory comes through here on Dust. And again, for Space Soldiers, even less than the previous. Not even an M4 this time. They've got Zentares on an SMG. Everyone else pistoled up. Can afford to play a little bit more risky CS, and they will push up into the tunnels early on, but with risk comes reward, and this reward is Navi's, because they're gifted short for free. There's no CTs in position. Calyx does take down Flamey, meanwhile in B. There's something here for Space Soldiers if they can try and pick up that weapon, and Calyx will run forward to do so. But the rest of Navi are about to hit this A bomb site when there's only 2 players on defense. That smoke will really cut things off and make it very difficult for these Ts to push out. They should probably reconsider the speed of this push they're going for. And as a result, they will actually back off.
Yeah, applying the brakes. For the first time in a long time, we're having to see Navi play this at a man disadvantage. Going to throw this smoke down in towards mids, and Zentares still sat there. Zeus going to have players pressure him on short, and timing is everything here. Engine, believe in the angles, clear. Zeus able to find a double. You mentioned how he's been having impact frags, and there's 2 of them right there as he single-handedly cracked this A-bomb site wide open here. Space Soldiers going to be on for a retake, 3v3, and you still have Simple, Edward, and Electronic left to overcome. This is no easy feat by any stretch of the imaginations, and Zentares looking to try and lead the charge here up on short.
Oh, and Simple's already made it difficult. He's taking down Calyx in the spawn. Only bit of utility over. Nice shot from Paz. He's going to get flashed out into it, looking for a little bit more. Xantares found another shot. It's all onto Electronic at the back of the site, and Xantares is on a two-piece right now, but it's not enough. Electronic will close out that map for Navi. They are going to be taking it here on Dust2. Can't say I'm super surprised, but the way they did that T side was absolutely dirty, Harry. Remember, that was an 8-7 half in favor of Space Soldiers, and Navi ended it 16-9.
Yeah, on their T side, they completely mopped the floor with the ex-Space Soldiers boys. Sadly, map 1 not going their way. There's still a second map yet to come, though. We'll be back with that and the desk after a break.
Incendiary out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo.
Oh my.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. An Intel Core i7.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
It's that time of year again as the fall season of MDL returns. Watch the best teams from all around the world compete for their chance to make it to the global challenge. MDL is returning again to give aspiring esports teams the chance to make it to that upper echelon of play. You can catch all of the action on Twitch Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, twitch.tv/ESEA.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, The Road to Odense, Betway, MSI, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
After nearly a flawless T-half, Navi have dusted off the likes of the X-Space Soldiers as we take a look at Dust2 in a little bit more depth here. With me, of course, is the Spud himself, hailing all the way from that one continent that's seemingly out there by themselves, Australia.
Also not real.
Yeah, that's on your own accord. In fact, I have also watched the sci-fi specials that say that Australia is not real. But what is real is the score. Wow, the scoreline, Chad. This was not necessarily a beautiful showing from the Space Soldiers.
Well, here's the thing, right? We painted, or at least I did, the fact that Navi on their CT side, that they're not necessarily known for putting up too many rounds. Here, well and truly par for the course of that first half, man. 7 on the board. You have to be pretty happy with that. I think within the streak they had towards the end there, something that's really important to know is Electronic had impact in, I think it was 3 out of the 4 rounds they're able to string together towards the end of the first half. So big props to Electronic, who we know can be a star. And then we flipped on over. There was a couple of rounds that I really wanted to highlight here, but this is the situation. I'm going to keep talking about it, Trace, because we've opened that can of worms now.
Wow.
Is this money situation for the CT side. If people want a real talk about what the problem with the economy game is, it's the CT sides getting reset time and time again. I'm going to deep dive. I'm going to go hard on this, bro. This is not even related to this game, but I'm going to sit there and do a bunch of statistic research so I can prove a point, because I'm fed up of us finding ourselves in a position where we're complaining about the wrong things.
Chad, it's only human to complain about everything, if not the wrong things.
Everybody loves to complain, that is true. But look, I think in this one, you know, obviously, if you have a quick look at the statistics, we did have all 3 of that star trio, Flamey, Simple, and Electronic towards the top. That is the best formula for Navi. That is a title-winning Natus Vincere right there. As long as that trio are being set up by the supportive players of Edward and Zeus, they're doing the right stuff. Even on their T side, man, they were getting it done. You have to think about the approach to the rounds. They were getting map control. They were forcing utility usage out. Even in this round, right, it wasn't this round here. There was a round that Edward had to clutch 1v3. It did come down to that 1-on-3 situation, but the way that they played it before we got to that point was hugely, I wanted to say integral, but that's the wrong word. I think they played it perfectly, right? They were able to keep 3 players on us over towards A, do a B split, and trade out over there. They just played the post plan a little bit lazily.
Well, would have been a totally different ballgame if you look at the first half. I mean, it wasn't necessarily that Navi grabbed a tremendous starting in this game. I believe it ended some 8-7 half, right? So,
yeah.
What happened in the first half that kept them on their toes?
Kept Navi on their toes in the first half. Well, look, I think that we do need to keep talking about the way that the economy can be snowballed here. We saw Navi win the pistol, right? I'm going to talk about this again. It's not obviously just on the money situation, but this is how the scenario unfolded. They won the pistol, right? They had to invest heavily in M4s in that second round. They lost 2 guns in that second round. Then they move into the third against full AKs and utility where the buy is actually better. From there, they go into the next. They get reset down to $1,400, and then they have to start all over again. This is really just delaying what we'd normally see. Normally within the first 4 rounds of a Counter-Strike match, Trace, this has been par for the course on what's been happening recently. Let's say, for example, the CTs lose pistol. I would say in probably about 75% of occasions, we're going to see one of 2 options happen. The CTs are either going, actually more than 75, in 80-90% of occasions, we're going to see the CTs either go for a full invest on everything that they have and force buy out, or they're going to go for a light pistol upgrade, maybe a deagle on someone who got some kills, maybe P250s for everybody else. They have a relatively competitive round, right? They spread across the board. They try and be competitive, keep that economy down. Then they're either going to take just a light pistol upgrade in the third or a full eco in the third, and then we're going to get the 4th round as a full gun round, right? So you can potentially get, in a game of Counter-Strike before this change, 4 competitive rounds of Counter-Strike. Now, you're getting, if you do that, you're getting the first one, yeah, pretty competitive. The second one can be a rough ride because the T's are going to full eco. And then the third one, you know, if the T's win in this same scenario, it resets the CTs and they have to go for a full eco force buy again. So it's just changing the order of the way that these rounds are played out. It isn't actually affecting and making the game any better.
Well, we could talk about rough rides, and I think to do that, we have to have the 2 rough riders themselves, and Harry and Hugo in here to join us. Of course, we're going into a second map here, so there's just a little bit of a story of redemption for the X-Space Soldiers as they look to take Mirage now in their hands, and hopefully it isn't necessarily the flattest of showings in the second half like we just saw.
Man, hold up, sorry, I just got some breaking news coming in. This is for everybody here, just so everyone can hear this one out. Did you guys hear in the news about the kidnapping at the school around the corner?
Oh, here we go.
No.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it's all fine. The kid was just sleeping.
Is this a dad joke or
was it a dad joke? Because it, I don't know.
A kidnapping.
Let's get an official weigh-in here.
Oh God!
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
a kidnapping.
Harry, out of 10, what do you give this one?
Like a 3.
When you have to
Nice.
explain the joke, it's not good.
I screwed up the punchline. It should have been, it's okay, the kid woke up.
Yeah, I think no matter how you point that one, you couldn't have. You have to like hit a little more wordsmithy stuff there. It's kind of like, why couldn't the bicycle stand by itself? Because it was too tired, Chad. Obviously, that one didn't need much explanation. Now, was that better than a 3, Harry?
It's all about the delivery.
Yeah, that was like a 6.
Here's the
like a
thing.
double.
They're
How about
scared of
this?
you because you punch harder than me.
That's not true. And enough of this nonsense, enough of the tomfoolery, which is Chad's dad jokes.com. You can head over there on your own time. Let's talk about Mirage, guys. That's what we have here. And let's kick it off here with something of serious analytical quality. Tell me how this map's going to go, Chad.
This one's going to be a closer affair. I think you're going to get more out of both teams. It can be a lot scrappier. Force buys in certain scenarios going to pay dividends, and I don't see teams getting reset. Trace, Stunner, Saranthus, the third.
We're going to reset it here, and you almost nailed that name. Let's just leave it where it is, Chad. You know the line. Let's not walk it together. Let's walk it right over here to these two, Hugo and Harry, who will be taking over this entire broadcast right now as I exit the room.
Like, he's literally walking out.
Yeah.
While he's saying that.
He's unhinged.
Oh,
but,
he's forgot something.
We're ready to head into this one, Hugo. I'm certainly ready. And you know what I'm feeling, Hugo? I'm not feeling excited.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to put a downer on it right before
Well,
the
you
game.
know, I didn't want to go. I'm feeling, I don't know, something else. What's like a, I don't know. I've really nailed this, haven't I? But I'm looking forward to this, Hugo. Space Soldiers, they're going to be kicking things off over on this CT side. And a shot of redemption after that comeback from Navi on Dust2. And we're going to see early on at Navi stacking all 5 players over here towards ramp. Ready to go, pushing on in towards this A bomb site where, Engine's there. He's got ahead and landed a keen shot downrange. They're not ready for major. He's currently behind triple. He's going to find a quick, oh, baby, a triple. Never mind, he's got ahead and lived up to the name. Gets himself 3. It is just Electronic left alive. 1v5. Does manage the first, but the bomb's down and out in the open. He's still got so much left to do.
Tall order for Electronic, and well, he's kind of going to be sold short by Calyx. Finished off there. I think one important factor, like kind of Chad just mentioned before they abruptly walked out the room, was these force buys, these pistol rounds, for example. Because, again, when we look at that previous map, when we look at Dust2, very, very difficult to win pistol rounds, especially on that T side where, you know, you can't necessarily choose the range of engagements, lots of long hallways, lots of long positions. There's a position literally called long, just to add to that. So force buys and pistol rounds on Mirage, far more successful. However, not when you go for full Glocks. Navi not deciding to force buy, and that was one of our questions. Will we see this from this team? And no, they've decided for that full eco. The 3rd round buy. And that really just does seem like the go-to at the moment. I don't blame them. You want to get that buy in a round earlier. Most of these teams are used to the 4th round buy. Now they get gifted with a 3rd. That's like a Christmas comes early here, but instead it's Halloween because Antares is painting blood on the halls of the middle area. He's got out with a pistol and finished it off. Wow, that's a great sentence. 3 kills for him, 2 for Major, and a double round on the board for Space Soldiers.
Deck those halls with the bowels of Navi. That's going to be Space Soldiers picking up their second round. Figured I'd run with your kind of Christmas Halloween crossover episode.
I like that.
You know, that's the holiday I think we should all be celebrating.
Which one? Christmas, Halloween?
Yeah,
everyone's favourite combination.
It is the best one. It's like spooky but festive. That's the best way I can describe it. But here's Navi trying to take control of the mid. This is spooky but festive. They're throwing in a bit of a gift for us, but also a bit of a jump scare as well as they're rushing in through lower tunnels. Going to try and surprise your man Antares over here in Connector.
Oh, bit boost up on short as well. We've got a nice angle. Calyx is going to get a frag from it. And Antares, lots of damage in mid, but he gets traded straight away. So Navi keeping things equal. Problem is they have 3 players on 50 HP or lower, so that's going to make things very, very difficult, as well as the fact that Electronic has just crept through that smoke. Major's on the other side, and while that may fade, leaving Electronic open, he is really deep in the jungle. Looking to join Tarzan in the ranks. He's going to be able to find Major as that smoke fades. And now the A site looking very vulnerable. There's only Engine here with the MP5, but Calyx, alone on the back of the B bomb site, is about to meet his maker or makers, because Navi, 2 players pushing in through this B apartment. And he's got a call for this rotate. It's got to come soon as well. Zeus spots it. There's a kill for Calyx. He can at least delay this push back in. And he knows the Simple's here as well, but Simple will get the kill. Now only just Engine alive. And while he's got a kit to work with, he's also got a 1v2.
Yeah, it's a very, very tall order here for Engine. He's going to get flashed. Oh, that's an awkward fight. Somehow he's won it versus Simple. We don't see Simple miss shots very often. No. And certainly not in that fashion. Engine's very, very lucky there to get anything done. But regardless, Navi still finding themselves that first buy round. They're going to go ahead and now reset the economy of Space Soldiers. And this is one thing like I'm still unsure about now with, okay, they're going to go for the buy. I can respect it. They managed to get a pretty decent one in. But this is one thing that concerns me, Hugo, about this economy update, right? You look at this, Navi have had that buy. And Space Soldiers, if you recall, they keep 4 players alive in that first anti-eco. And they're only anti-eco, right? That's, you know, almost as flawless as you can get. And they're still brought down to this sort of buy the second that they lose that first rifle round. Yeah. So,
I mean, it's back to Train. We saw this earlier where the CTs got a lot of damage. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was Train where the CTs were down to 1 player surviving one of the rounds they won on the second. And then, boom, instantly were crippled the second the T's won that first buy round. It is really proving to be a bit of a problem. And I'm sure we'll have teams work out how to work around this potentially as time goes on and people, you know, realize what is the correct buy now. Can we default to the second round M4? Should we be playing bonus? Is that going to be more of a meta, like just running a lot of early CT aggressive SMG rounds? Mirage is a map that does allow a lot of aggression on in terms of, you know, early pushes down mid. We've started to see Astralis utilize those top mid smokes as well. Try and cut T's out of taking initial mid control and setting up a CT behind the boxes. Or even if you don't, just delaying the T's enough that they start questioning other points of the map. But for now, as you say, this buy is far from perfect for Space Soldiers. Xantara's the only man with an M4 that's not Paz, well, because he's still alive. Xantara's going to go down, and there we go. 2 M4s are gone within seconds. There's still a man under balcony here, but he's going to have a lot to do and not a lot of life to do it with. Only Calyx left. He's coming up from short. We'll have the element of surprise for 1, but there's still 2 players left in the bomb down.
He's got the element of surprise, but Simple has the element of fire. That's what he's spitting right now as he goes ahead and picks that up. 2-2, all tied up here in the server, Hugo. And now there's no money left for the ex-Space Soldiers over on this CT side. This is a chance for Navi to start to pull ahead early on here.
Big old full eco. And that's the thing, we're again, day 1, right, of this new economy, well, at least in Pro League, new economy system. And we are seeing a lot of full ecos, even not on necessarily rounds where teams would always full eco. I just feel like everyone's always on the edge of reset. Even look at Navi here. They're on the edge of reset. This is it's changed quite a lot. So, again, flat USPs, literally no investment here from Space Soldiers. Navi, a 3rd round on the horizon as long as they play their cards right, and Navi have plenty of tricks, so it shouldn't be a problem. Xantara is going to be alone on the connector. He just moves at the worst timing possible because now they're inside the connector and also up on short. They could walk into this B stack, but with Xantara's herd rotating, Navi going to get gifted a lot of control up towards A. Engine's here in the deep CT spawn as well, but they're going to start to push onto his position. Electronic should be able to spot this pretty quickly, and just like that, this bomb's going down, and any chance of Space Soldiers winning the round has been removed.
Yeah, we did only have those vanilla pistols heading into it, but we've seen these rounds get a little bit close with just the USPs. This time around, it's not meant to be. A Navi picking up their 3rd. Looking to try and keep things flawless as well. Hoping to be able to build up some of that economy. Something that we kind of talk about these teams lacking right now. Looks like they're going to be allowed to get away with exactly that. Space Soldiers can at least take solace in the fact that they have a buy coming in this next round. A chance to start to turn things back around here on Mirage.
Hey, despite Navi running AKs there with only one SMG, Space Soldier's not wanting to give any kill bonus, kill reward money the way of Navi, keeping those USPs intact. And here we go. Here's the first AUG of the day, Harry. Zantares pulling it out into this buy round for Space Soldiers. We've seen a couple of SGs here and there, but the AUG is a whole different beast, and Zantares is going to be putting that aggressively into middle. This is not the kind of gun that you should be rushing up top mid with. If he can post himself up behind this box, maybe it'll be useful, and that smoke is going to allow for him to just set up here on short. Kept Navi out of this position, and may just even dropped one player down on that B bomb site as well. Electronic is still pushed up, but Navi were looking for the fast split up through short. That smoke, however, has denied them complete control towards middle, and as a result, while they had these players pushed down into the B apartments ready to dive into this site, the other players up on mid, they weren't able to get into position. So nice work from Space Soldiers, directly countering there the setup from Navi. And now back into a 4-on-4. Navi just going to opt to burst this B bomb site with sheer aggression, power in numbers here. But look at Zantares. I really want to keep my eyes on him this round in the market.
Yeah, he's got the bullpup, the old AUG. He's going to be looking to try and hold down the fort. That said, they've left B. They could feel the immense pressure of running in to the AUG. Ooh, Major's not expecting that second man boosted, and there's that trade for Zeus. Now he's got to go toe-to-toe with Zantares. Tries to sneak on out, but Engine's there. Will instantly be traded, courtesy of Flamey. The bomb now looking to go down from CT. Zantares trying to be the savior with the AUG in hand. And we get to see, is this worth it? Sadly not, as he gets decapitated by Electronic. There's only Paz left up. We saw Calyx come close to a 1v2 earlier, but it didn't quite happen. Maybe Paz is able to pick up the pieces where his teammate left off and continue this legacy into the 1v1. Very little time left, and Electronic going to keep his cool in the clutch. A 3k for him in that scenario, and Navi picking up a 4th round.
Electronic is styling right now. Look at that scoreboard. 10-3 on him. Everyone else is on 1 or 2 kills, apart from Simple on 4. The Electronic show today, even though he wasn't necessarily the player that stepped up in the previous map, it was Simple and Flamey up that top of the board, 20+ kills per player. Kind of what you would expect. Here for Pistols now for Space Soldiers. Not the flat USPs, thank God. They've actually got some chance of doing damage in this round, but Navi are not fearful of any kind of investment. Fast short play will not work out, as Paz has found himself 2 deegs down middle. That's completely cut off this push from Navi. They still want to go for the short split, and they might just find the timing as well, because Paz has moved back as Electronic has shuffled into position. That is such good timing, and he's even going to get the kill from it as well. No risk, big reward. Electronic has opened up this B site, and he's even found himself a 2nd kill. This is looking fantastic here for Navi.
Major, actually Zantares, the man to go ahead and pick that up. Electronic falls, and there's Major chiming in with another. Simple is able to go ahead and find one, but he still has Zantares left to contend with. He's been brought down to 22 HP, so the AK going to be worth its weight in gold here. Simple spotting out Engine over at short, now picks up Zantares through that smoke, and they might be Simple, but this round's been anything but thus far. Down to the 1v1, and Engine still yet to be spotted. Simple does manage to find him, sprays him down over towards short, and that will be the 6th round up on the board for Navi, or the 5th round rather, maybe getting a bit too ahead of myself there.
He just makes it look so easy. Just nice work. Like, he forces the peek up on short. Once he knows that there's a player on short, he knows that Zantares is going to push the market, goes back towards a position that he saw him in the cross earlier, gets him as he exits that smoke. You can see by the spray, he wasn't even ready for Zantares to be there. But hey, a free kill for Simple. He won't turn that down. Winning the 1v3, and Space Soldiers, again, that was a round with Pistols, so not the end of the world that they lost it. They can still buy up, but they'll certainly be kicking themselves. That could have been a 3-4 scoreline, which would have been very good considering they would have had a lot of money into this round. For now, though, they have the AWP, and that's what matters. On both sides, in fact. Taurus is below that connector smoke as well, so he's got to be very cautious with Simple up on short. We'll just escape, minus the free haircut. And a nice little nade there from Paz to do some slight damage. That makes Edward and Electronic now susceptible to the M4 dinks. That one-shot potential coming through for the Space Soldiers. In fact, this is the slowest round we've seen from Navi yet.
Yeah, an Engine maybe getting a bit antsy, tries to push down through ramp and is going to go ahead and give up that man advantage. Navi now sitting in the driver's seat here in this round. The bomb going to be retrieved and picked up. Now heads on over into middle to rejoin the likes of Edward and the gang. As we saw his Deeg work magic over here towards short in the round prior. Now he's going to try and do all that and more with an M4. And Navi sneaking on into connector. He's just going to miss the timing, and all 4 players have made their way in. This A bomb sites come crumbling down around Space Soldiers, and the bomb plant can look to come through. All this misinformation from the Space Soldiers side, and only now has that penny dropped. The rotation's coming back towards A. Might be too little too late. Major up in the Palace. The difference still yet to be seen, but he could be the difference maker here for Space Soldiers.
They're not even going for this one, though. It's just too risky. They've not got any money left in the bank. They've already been down a man. Navi have that bomb plant down, and Space Soldiers had to go for the full rotate. I mean, this bomb's already half ticked, and Major's just got into the Palace. So, yeah, it's not a winnable round for Space Soldiers, and Navi realise it. They're going to begin the hunt as they start to smell blood in the apartments. Something's cooking here, and it's not too good for the soldiers because Navi are on this chase, and I don't think they're going to get any kills out of this one. They're not playing too aggressive. But that's still such an awkward round for Space Soldiers. As you said, just misinformation, early rotate off the back of it, and then obviously Navi just sneak 5 players in through the connector to make matters worse. That's like one of those rounds where everything just lines up for Navi, because if they walked into that site with 15 seconds left like they did, but Space Soldiers had 2 players there, they lose that round every time. So fantastic work from Navi. Bit of a tactical timeout here from the Turkish.
Yeah, no, I think, justifiably so, right? We see them find those stray 2 rounds, and other than that, it's, all been coming up the way of Navi. Quick B stream update for you guys. It's going to be big. Closing out their first map on Train versus AGO 16-9. So that's always good. A win that really these guys would look to be picking up versus the Poles over on the B stream. So there's still a second map coming there. This one, though, is well and truly underway still. And let's see the fruits of that tactical pause. Are we going to get to see them now from this Space Soldiers CT side, which has looked a little flat thus far? Aggression early on from Edward as Navi look to try and switch up the pace, barreling on in toward this B bomb site. It's Paz looking to try and help Calix out, but he gets flashed and caught falling back in towards the relative safety of that bomb site. Paz tries to flash himself through, but doesn't even make it to the other side of that smoke, and now it is just Centares here. He's such a difficult hurdle to overcome, but Navi wrapping onto him. They're going to go ahead and behead the beast. Now just leaving Major and Engine up, and they're both so far away. It looks like it's going to have to be another save from Space Soldiers.
Yeah, that's such a Navi round, right? Space Soldiers, they call in a tactical pause. They save 4 guns in the AWP. They have this huge buy. They're clearly a game plan. We see early mid taken as well from Space Soldiers. They send a player jumping out through that window, and then Navi just go, screw it, rush B. I mean, if you have a game plan, if you're Space Soldiers, everything gets uprooted within the first 20 seconds of that round when Navi are already in the B bomb site, and the plant's now coming through just to seal that deal. Navi got to be careful here. If they start chasing, they could easily lose this round, but that tag onto Major will send him packing, and he's got a long holiday away with no holiday pay, so Navi going to be up to 7, and Space Soldiers have really run dry when it comes to this cash. Every save will be worth. In fact, loss bonus is going to kick in, so we could see a buy somewhat around this here for the rest of the Space Soldiers. Has, Calix, Centares, these players all have money, luckily enough. So as long as these 2 guns get held onto, then things should be all fine and dandy for Space Soldiers. Apart from the scoreline. 7-2 here, Harry. Navi running away with things. Even with this max loss bonus kicking in for Space Soldiers, they've got to actually do something with it.
Yeah, we saw them get the pistol, we saw them get that 1 anti-eco round, and since then everything has come up Navi. I think, even when you take a look at kind of the amount of kills across this Navi squad, that speaks volumes, right? Because really there hasn't been all too many. There's Electronic top of the board, Simple just behind him, but the rest of the guys really yet to field anything significant. And that to me, just suggests there's been a lot of saves, right, from Space Soldiers. We've always seen these scenarios where it's like, no, the 2 guys in B are dead and everyone else is very far away. So we just have to hold on to what we can.
And look at it again. They're doing the same thing, except this time a little bit slower. They allow Edward to keep some control towards middle, try and make Space Soldiers second guess this, but now with the utility raining in, look at this flank from Edward. He's hearing all the footsteps rotate through jungle. The problem is for Navi, his character's found 2 kills and dropped the bomb. That's just going to mean that they're more aware of this flank for Space Soldiers. That's a team kill with a Molotov. Not sure how that comes through for Major, why there was a molly on the site. It must have been a fail. Edward's going to catch this rotate from the back, but Major, oh no, he gets away with a kill in through the wall. And Edward, so much potential, so much wastage, because Space Soldiers are back into this round with a, well, I was about to say 4-on-2, 3-on-2 now. Navi cannot be counted out, especially not with Electronic and Simple left standing.
Oh, maybe this wrap from Engine is enough to secure their fate. Indeed it is. He roars to life, and that will be Space Soldiers finally finding themselves a rifle round here, Hugo. They managed themselves a third. Keep the AWP forward as well. That's going to be Major still donning that. Not opting to move into a double AWP setup on this CT side. That has to be expected with this Space Soldiers squad. They're not the biggest fans of having one AWP most of the time, so 2 is asking for a bit much from them. There is still money here for Simple to don his, and he's going to go ahead and win out that early fight. The Major, luckily enough, Engine catches a good timing to find the 4-on-4 once again.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for Flame. He switched weapon right as the peak came through. Should have definitely won that fight alternatively. Zeus comes back towards the ramp, and Navi could always fall back into this A play. We've not really seen many A attacks so far, but this is such a good push from Engine. Not only does it get information, but it gets a position that Navi might not expect if they eventually settled into an A play. It even allows him to flank that T spawn. In fact, he'll do exactly that. Will he catch Zeus? Probably not. Zeus has walked into the A site right now, and Simple killing the window player only opens up more control towards this side of the map. Engine needs to double back in through the palace if he wants to try and stop this A bomb plant from going down, as it should be coming in through the connector. Simple spots another player on the B side of the map, and this is only more confirmation bias here for Navi. This is a empty and open A bomb site. Zeus will make it so. Paz is dead. That bomb's going down, and Engine, he committed to a long wrap that was not the right play to make. Because now with the bomb down, Navi are almost guaranteed 8.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Hugo, it's going to be another save coming in from the Space Soldiers, boys. No real way for them back in it to this round. Navi picking themselves up an 8.
I'd love to see the scoreboard to see how many bomb plants have happened this map, because I feel like almost every round Navi have had that bomb down. Quite a lot, yeah. I mean, most of them they win via... Oh yeah, it doesn't say it anymore. Panorama, by the way. I mean, most of these rounds Navi have been winning from kills anyway, or like saving players from Space Soldiers. But yeah, we've seen a lot of bomb plants. We see 3 go off this map. Sorry, 4 go off now, including that round, this map. Out of the 8 rounds that Navi have won, 4 of them have been bomb explosions. I imagine, you know, there's been more bomb plants around that, and you know, kills coming through to finish off the rounds. Space Soldiers have yet to win a retake.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the bigger problem is, you know, you think back to Dust2 as well. Navi managed to go 9-1 there on their T side. It's only forfeiting 1 round the way of Space Soldiers. This is looking to be a bit... I mean, maybe it's also a sign that the economy changes do benefit the T side. You never know.
I think we already knew that. And just from the way it's been played today, all it's done is benefit the T side. Because CTs have been winning pistols, T's have been ecoing 1 round, and they've been buying up 3rd and then winning it, and by that point crushing the CT economy. And then we've just seen a stomp. Almost every map that has happened today, it's been CT pistol, single eco for T, win a rifle round for T, boom, there's all the money gone for the CT side, all of it. Yeah. And they're down to SMGs or pistols.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, Hugo. But Navi... They don't. They're taking this round very, very slowly. They have Zeus up here in the palace. The Lightning Prince. I mean, he was a god, but it's good enough.
The Lightning Prince. It's quite the same ring to it.
It doesn't, no. But, you know, let's wait and see if he lives up to his nickname.
Oh, that's such an annoying nade. Who nades there? Who nades top balcony?
The Lightning Prince does, mate.
The Lightning Prince. Well, let's see if he can shine to life in this round, because Navi are bringing that bomb back through the A-bomb site. well, in through the T-spawn to the A-bomb site. We've got 4 players here almost, if you include Paz, who's in the CT spawn, and that means he's going to have a very quick rotation. And I think they've started to realize this probably isn't a B play. That Molotov does not work. That's going to bounce right back in his face, and that cuts off Zeus's play, but they already knew he was in Palace regardless. Rest of Navi creeping their way out onto the bomb site. Zeus is dead, the Lightning Prince gets struck down, and Major's upgraded to a big old AK. Engine even firing off as well from the triple box, and now things are starting to get very, very hairy.
But your savior resides in Electronic time and time again. He's been bailing out Navi, and now he's secured this B bomb site, and he's just going to wait. He hears the rotations. He does manage to drop Zintara as Calix. Oh, no. That would have been the turning point if he's able to find that last man in, but he's not. So now we're into the 3-on-3. Engine and Major might have started off this round with frags for Space Soldiers. Now they have to try and close it out with kills as well. And already Simple and Edward between them. They've left this all on the back of Engine. And right now, the little Engine that could in a 1v3 over here in the shop, going to start to edge on through that smoke. At this point, he's so hesitant, doesn't even really want to try and go for it. You know, you're on 21 HP, dead in one shot. There's no money left for this CT side. Is he going to try and... Yeah, he doesn't have a kit, so he can't even go for the ninja. So that will be the round. It's going to be a 9th for Navi. Engine does at least manage to hold on to the M4.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for Space Soldiers. As you said, 9-1 was their T-side score for Navi on Dust2, which again looks very, very worrying, but taking into account their CT side, well, it wasn't bad by any means, only 7 rounds. Space Soldiers were able to do damage on their T-side is essentially what that's saying. So maybe at the halftime, Space Soldiers can give it a go, pull things back, but even then, Harry, even then, they need something to fall back on, and a 12-3, which is how it's starting to look now for Navi, is not enough. And with the 10th round on the very, very likely horizon here for Navi, because look at the buy that we have actually, 4 Space Soldiers, 1 M4. Things are looking rough, and rougher by the second.
Yeah, right now, this Space Soldiers defense is falling flatter than the earth. They are not looking too great, and that's going to be another round for Navi. Up 10-3. It was just, you know, the 1 M4 and the pistols, so to be expected. Now this buy comes in the following round from the Space Soldiers, but they haven't really shown us too much with it just yet. They have just kind of been getting run over by Navi thus far. I definitely anticipated this game being closer, though, than this. So I would like to see, you know, Space Soldiers, can they dig deep? Can they find that resilience? Obviously, you know, I wonder if them kind of, you know, this is their first game since leaving the Space Soldiers organization. All right, Major.
What on earth is that shot? That's filth. I'd love a replay.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's wow. I mean, it still doesn't matter, Harry.
Yeah, right. That's like the bittersweet thing. Yeah. It's like, nice, dude. Well, cool.
You're getting absolutely dominated right now. We need someone to turn the tide. Maybe Major can be that man. He is, I think, top of the board for his team right now as well, which not to shame Major, but if he's top of the board, then where's Xantares? Where's Calix? Where's Engine? Where are these guys? Xantares on 5 kills, Paz on 4 kills. Some lacking performances from that as Space Soldiers, and it is shining through. Electronic deep in the connector already, deep in middle. Got Flamey up in the Palace this time, and Zeus is going to be lurking underpass. Navi at no rush for this round, because if we look, we're just 30 seconds in, and where is the utility from Space Soldiers? 1 incendiary and 3 flashbangs is all that remains. Add in the fact that we don't have a kit, and retaking is now taken off the cards. Obviously, we kind of knew that considering how many rounds Space Soldiers have saved in this entire half. Probably most of them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, whenever you look at a side having to save so much like that, it just means that you're constantly getting bested in these opening fights, and there's no trades coming through, right? And that's one thing that we've seen over and over again, even with how Navi were initially poisoning themselves to hit that B bomb site there. You had players trapped alone inside of the bomb site with no means of having those trades come in. Now this time at least, as Navi changed their sights back here towards A, they've gone ahead and they've left 1 man to try and hold the fort. That's Engine. But you look at this, and while they do have the crossfire set up between jungle, when these smokes rain on in, that should be Engine left to his own devices. They're going to try and go into this try, and as a result, Major gets caught out. Now the trade attempts to come through from Zentares. Engine and Paz manage 2 quick kills back as well. So we're into a 2-on-2. Potentially, Space Soldiers find themselves a 4th round here. They still have a little bit more work left to do, though, and no kits, no utility, nothing to make it happen with.
And Simple's already on this angle. Calyx walks right into his own extinction. And Paz is going to be all that stands here for this Soldiers from space. But Navi are looking to send them back to orbit because this one is undoable. The time is already pretty much ticked and Simple's just not peeking. No one's taking any of these fights anymore for Navi. So Paz, you can make them go down with the bomb buddy, but they've got almost max money. So Navi don't give a damn and they're just wasting your time. Simple's running round and round and round and Navi 11-3. This is the most dominant game we've had today so far. I mean, we had the Astralis NiP 16-4, but that, even that felt closer.
Yeah, I mean, that's
because NiP had so many advantageous situations that they lost.
Not only that as well, right? It's just like Space Soldiers have 3 rounds, right? But you got to bear in mind they win the pistol, then they win the anti-eco as well. When it comes down to rifle rounds,
did they forget? Major didn't buy this round. It's last round and a half. He didn't have armor, and he had $2,000 left. And he just ran into middle and died.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at this point, Space Soldiers, their hearts, their minds, maybe not in it too much. You never know. Or maybe just a simple mistake. Who knows? Can't read into stuff like that too much, but still a blunder nonetheless. As the great Henry Greer would say.
Why has he gone and done that?
You sound just like him, mate.
Oh, wow.
Could be a soundboard. Imagine that. Your whole life chalks up to being a Henry G soundboard. Oh. Well, here's Edward, edging his way forward. He's going to go ahead and drop engine, continuing his reign of terror. And Edward, well, how's he got to done that? He's managed 3 quick kills in the A-bomb site, and it is just Paz left alive in a 1v2. We've seen him try and clutch in this exact same scenario before. This time he's got a Molotov and a nade. Try and make it happen with bombs planted out for CT, and he does spot a couple of players there. I think he gets the information that both of them back in this position. The Molotov is perfect.
Okay. Edward gets flashed by his teammate, and Paz actually will win a duel. The problem is, again, lack of kit. The second he taps that bomb, Simple can instantly peek in, and there it is. There's Simple peeking. You don't want to fight that. Paz barely gets a second on this earth. Navi have 12-3'd that first half. That is a reckoning, Harry. That is a statement from Navi. Considering this should be a good map for Space Soldiers.
Simple and Electronic is occupying, what, 31 of the kill, well, 32 actually, as that kill comes in at the very end for Simple. So yeah, they make up 32 of the kills within this Navi side. The rest of the guys, if you add up all of them, is what, 15? So yeah, they're doing an absolutely stellar job right now.
And the entirety of Space Soldiers have 43 kills. Whereas 2 players on Navi have 31. That's pretty crazy. 32, sorry. Dear oh dear.
The numbers seem to be against the Soldiers from outer space, but there's still the Counter-Strike could go their way, Hugo, because these guys, you know, they're good at digging deep. They've shown us time and time again. They can certainly make magic happen. Can the Space Soldiers side? They're big fans. How you doing, mate?
I'm great. I'm better than Space Soldiers. However, not as good as the Org wiping their brow right now. No, that's a joke. I feel like I need to clarify. It's only one map, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
this happens.
You know, you do have to wonder right now that these Space Soldiers guys have left the Org. Are they going to be sticking together? What's the plan?
Oh yeah, surely, right?
I mean, you know, you say surely, right? But like,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised now that they're out of the Org if some offers came in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not questioning. Like, I'm not going to comment on the Org thing because I don't know enough about that. So I feel like it's a waste of time. But now that Space Soldiers aren't with an organization, they don't have buyouts. So anyone hypothetically offering enough money could certainly attract some of these players. Now, obviously, there's that big question of, okay, Zentares in his English, how good is it? Is it good enough to play on an international team like a FaZe, like a Mouse Sports example, obviously? or even an NA team. That would be even more difficult, especially with everyone being native English speakers over there, or mostly so. Maybe the idea for someone like Calix, for example, even over on an NA team, I could see that being a fantastic addition. If we saw him on a North American team, you know, because as far as I'm aware, Calix is good English, but someone will need to confirm that. Either way,
I think he was normally one of the 2 people they got to do interviews along with like Major, right?
Yeah, Major. I mean, Major speaks like 8 languages.
Yeah, no, he's like more fluent in English than I am.
Yeah,
I think, which is just terrifying. But yeah, I don't know how people can do that. Be bilingual.
Trilingual for Major. I think he speaks French as well, or he is partly French. Lives in France.
Yeah, there's just a lot. There's a lot of layers to this, Hugo. But you know where else there's a lot of layers? Those odds. There's about 6 layers built up for Space Soldiers and 1.06 for Navi. So it's pretty one-sided from the wonderful folks over at Betway. They're anticipating this is going to be a Navi victory. Here comes this push. Electronic. He's down beneath the balcony right now. He's able to get 1, but that'll be it for him. The trades go left and right. Ultimately, though, it's going to be Navi winning those out. And just Major, the man in question. He might speak multiple languages. That's not going to be enough to deflect that bullet from Simple. Sadly, it will be a 13th round for Navi. And now I'm curious, how do we see the Space Soldiers side opt to approach this one?
I mean, anything but an eco is, in my opinion, the wrong call. They're already in a very, very dire spot in terms of actually not having many rifle rounds. But, like, here is the positive, right? In terms of comebacks now with this new loss bonus change, typically, this would be a double eco for Space Soldiers or a force buy, then an eco. And then by that point, Navi are up to 15 rounds. Now, instead, Navi get 14 rounds, and then Space Soldiers actually have a buy. So, you got to look at on the plus side, comebacks are now far more possible. That's even more worrying for teams like Mouse Sports, who love throwing away leads. But yeah, Space Soldier's going to get a buy around here. Nice clean one from Navi to, I was going to say build up confidence, but if you're not confident in a 14-3, I don't know what you are. So here's the buy for Space Soldiers, their last attempt in this map, Harry. Without this, we are probably going to be going on to our next series.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see with bated breath, Hugo. The Space Soldiers, boys, can they make this comeback happen? The flash over here into the top of mid as they try and take the fight to Navi. The only issue being right now is that one sneaky boy indeed has snuck by the Space Soldiers down in mid. Well, Edward going to get spotted out, but look down towards lower tunnels. There's a man there right now. Edward flashed into position over here at short. Does actually fall prey to Major. Lurking through lower tunnels is going to allow them to grab this information that there's no one over in the apartments, and now they can look to try and continue on that flank and get that much more. Zeus now securing that frag, that late trade onto Major down in mid. Might even spot the man and connect it. Surely saw his little feet. He's given a few opportunities there. I do think he saw him. Continuing to push on in towards this bomb site. Space Soldiers here knocking on the door of Navi. There's Zentaras. He's certainly not knocking. He's bashed the door down and dropped Flamey in the process. The man advantage gained here for the Turks as that bomb plant does come in. Still in with a shot. Electronic going to go and wipe out Zentaras as he's flanked around into the back. 3v3 now.
Oh, that smoke gives him a bit of a chance to dive out to the bomb site as well. Simple's going to flash him out from the CT spawn. But that bomb plant's very, very closed in. Navi could have stuck that defuse and maybe even won the round, but Simple's now going to get overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of Space Soldiers. And now that number reaches 4 on the scoreboard here as they do find their first buy into the half. That was, I mean, so important. Without that, this game is done. So Space Soldiers are giving themselves a lifeline, a leeway, an opportunity, Harry. And considering Navi don't have full money coming into this 19th round, they might have to eco one more. Space Soldiers, they're going to get a chance to get some anti-eco frags, get a bit of a warm-up going. Start feeling this T-side. Make this one a reality. Smoke in the window actually allows Electronic to get boosted up as well. Flamey in the connector, and very close mid positions from Navi, but Space Soldiers more than ready for it.
Yeah, they're looking to keep this round quick and clean and everything in between. Just Electronic and Simple left up. Now, these are not two easy players by any means to try and overcome, but only Arm with a Deeg between them. Simple still on the USP. You really don't fancy their odds into this round. It is going to be Space Soldiers finding themselves a 5th. The Simples rang the dinner bell. They know exactly where he is. Not going to let him get back into this game in any way. Or into this round, rather. So the comeback is well and truly on, Hugo. 5-14.
Oh, wow. There's no way that angle ever works, I don't think. Ooh. Oh, no, he jumped. Now they know where he is. I wanted to see if they would... like, I wonder if you can see through that from the other side enough that you can tell there's a player there. I actually don't know. I've never seen anyone do that, but... That's simple for you. Gives it a go. Optimistic at the very least. 14-5 now, Harry. Again, the problem is, again, when you're up against this kind of scoreline, if you're Space Soldiers, one mistake can cost you the map. And so that's why it's important to keep players alive in the rounds that you are winning, so you at least have money to fall back on if Navi do find 15. So another 11 needed here for Space Soldiers if they want to win it in regulation. Again, those OT points here in Pro League don't exactly account for as many. And Simple, he doesn't want to let them get that far. He's already shut down that first on the B bomb site. This smoke has kind of covered him up and allowed them to get close, but they can barely get out the apartments. Edward cuts down one more. Major will hit his shot, but Simple's dropped the bomb. And that's a big opportunity now for Simple to try and find a little bit more damage, but he is eventually overwhelmed. And Major on the angle can win his duel. Zeus last alive, and he spotted Xantares on just 20 to make that 30 points of health. But Zeus does the dirty. And that'll be the round for Navi. 15-5. The IGL coming in clutch.
Yeah, there's still money, though, for Space Soldiers to try and keep the ball rolling here. They get rifles across the board, and they're going to be feeling comfortable. You look at this buy on Navi. You have 2 MP9s. AWP out for Simple. Still not the best of buys to get the job done, but faster play from the Space Soldiers as they go charging engine up here into the connector. Electronic on the other side of that smoke. Ooh. Timing. Flash on through. Engine gets caught. Now that's Electronic upgraded onto a rifle as well. This push continuing from the Space Soldiers side, and Paz leading the charge does decapitate Flamey, but Electronic instantly able to trade, and Major and Calyx left in this 2v3. Calyx still emerging from the connector, does get spotted by Simple. An uncharacteristic miss, and Calyx won't be so lucky that second time around. So now just Major 1v3.
Does have the bomb on his back, though. That's one positive, because Navi, they've yet to send the player down towards this B site. Zeus is on that hot flank through the underpass, so he's going to hear all these footsteps, which allows for the full rotate. But Major still has the opportunity to bomb plant here. Not going to take it because he's got all the time in the world. And Simple's going to spot him. That'll be 12 rounds there for sorry, 2 kills for Simple and 16 rounds there for Navi. They take the victory in this second map of these 2 best of ones. And yeah, Space Soldiers not able to get it back on the T side. They had a bit of a beginning after winning that rifle round, but it only took them so far, Harry.
Yeah, and a good opening couple of games for Navi as they initially go 2-0 in their first few matches here at the Pro League, so they can't be too disappointed with that one. We're going to go ahead and start to throw this one back over there to Chad and Trace as they hope to break this one down.
And that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you a lot, gentlemen. You're always on your game. I don't know about the A game, but they're doing some game.
Some kind of game.
Definitely on the A stream, I can tell you that. Yes, Navi and Space Soldiers have wrapped this up. Of course, 2 maps, both of which kind of a landslide affair.
Definitely so, and you know what we learned? The SMGs aren't dead. We did see them come out from Navi after they won the pistol round on that CT side. They brought in the SMGs, and they really farmed up that cash. I think that puts more emphasis or amplifies the importance of those weapons on that round, because if they don't get the kills, and say the M4s do, the kill bonus won't trickle across, and you won't be able to upgrade. That's why we saw the AWP come in so early, because Simple was able to farm a bit of money there. But, Trace, turns out a groundbreaking invention is taking a break and then playing Counter-Strike, a little bit like the shovel.
Yeah,
but
that wasn't bad.
You didn't like that one?
Great.
That one was
Honestly,
better. I'm
Chad,
working on my dad jokes still.
You can do much better than that. I wish you would
Groundbreaking
try.
invention, like the shovel. Do you get it?
Listen, Chad, let's just let that one kind of go away where you got it from. Either way, yes, it's 100% confirmed that Navi are, in fact, undefeated tonight. But again, there are some more matches for them coming up. I think we do have them versus NiP.
Well, it's surprising, right, that Space Soldiers were considering you basically called them onliners without calling them onliners.
I never said that.
Not putting up a fight against Navi, who looked
words.
very good. They looked clean. It didn't look like a flustered Navi in the sense of they were relying a lot on individual plays. You know, we did have individuals stepping up in key rounds, but that's Counter-Strike. This wasn't just a carry performance by the Stars. It was them playing some very well-rounded Counter-Strike. So when you take a break and you come back into it, it gives you a chance to step back and reflect. And that's like Mouse Sports wish they did before they picked up Snacks for $290,000.
Is that it? Just a small 290 grand?
That's rumored to me.
Yikes, is what I think the young Harry would say in the situation. Yeah, that's a pretty rough one, a pretty rough pill to swallow if you are a Mouse Sports fan. But I guess within this lineup, within the teams that we have been talking about, Navi, right now looking pretty much like cruise control.
It's great to kick off the road tour then, so with 2 big victories, right? They do have to play again against NiP very soon. But we did see NiP lose a map to that of Astralis, and they were able to pick up the secondary map of Train. So that's maybe one solace there for the Ninjas. But Navi are looking very good right now, and I think the 2 warm-up games flowing into the next matchup, their form will carry through, and at least their discipline should as well, because I hate pushing this point so much, but when you are in the early stages of the season, sometimes I think that these games matter more, because these are the ones that come back to haunt you if you drop the ball. Now, to be fair, the Ninjas in Pajamas versus the Navi game, at least these are 2 teams who are put on closer, I guess in the pecking order, they'd be closer to one another than we would with, say, like a Windigo or an Ago. And we do have Ago going on that B stream, I believe, Trace. I'm not quite sure what that score was, but they were playing big, and I know you're a big fan of that German squad.
I'm a huge fan. Let's take a look at those numbers, Chad. What are you thinking?
Well, here we go. They've just popped on up. And you can see on the secondary stream that Big did take the first map of Train 16-9 and the second map of Dust2. That's starting to get a little bit more play. I was a bit worried that it wasn't going to be as, I guess, as played as much, because it's down towards the bottom of most of the team maps kind of records of playing, right? You know, it's taking a long time to get established in the meta. I thought it would happen quicker considering Dust2 was so popular in the past, but at least we're getting there in the online scenes. We're seeing it a bit more.
Which is kind of nice. But of course, I think Dust2 is always going to be one of those maps where in which these teams can kind of rely on it having been there for so long. They have so much experience on what is Dust2 overall in the terms of competitive Counter-Strike. It's kind of a staple.
It felt like teams forgot when I first saw it getting played. Like all the protocols that you'd have in place, the contingencies for rotation, the theory side of Counter-Strike, it didn't seem like it was there. They're starting to get, you know, maybe teething issues. That is 7 maps in the pool. That is a lot to remember. And with the new one coming in, it doesn't really matter what map it is. It could have been, you know, anything. They're still going to have to relearn the intricacies, especially with the new players coming up the ranks. There's some players that maybe didn't even get a chance to play too much Dust2 in the competitive realms, considering how many pure CSGO players we're getting nowadays, Trace.
Pure CSGO players, which is a kind of a weird thought, isn't it, Chad?
Zywoo. Who are the other young guns? Brolan, he's now apparently going to get signed for Fnatic.
And even some of the not-so-new players, we're talking major champions, you could even go and say the stretches of a Stu2K is a pure CSGO player.
Yeah, you know, I think that these kind of guys, they don't have any predisposition to the old parts of CS. People may not really understand what I'm saying, but let's just look at a small version of the game called 1.6. If you were to jiggle pick a corner like you do in CSGO, what would happen in 1.6 is you would get spammed through the wall because you actually wall bang a lot more. There's a lot more penetration with the rifles. You have to think about Source. Okay, the one-waying of smoke grenades, you know, using those and running and gunning a lot more than you can in CSGO. Those meta changes, those mechanical changes, the same which gets stuck in your head. And me as a player who's been playing now for 15 years, I still have little things that I remember that used to work for me in other games that kind of trickle into my play nowadays.
Yeah, and your play being that of 4 stars on matchmaking, you know, it's kind of what we expect for you to have there. Either way, we're not going to be talking about that one game where in which Chad found successes in the likes of, I believe it would have been ESL 1 Cologne. Is that right?
2015 against Titan on Mirage.
Does it ever die, Chad?
Nah. It's my living legacy.
In fact, the legacy that we're going to continue with here is ESL Pro League Season number 8. We're going to continue down the stretches of day number 5. We got some more matches here for you as we go further into the evening. We got Natus Vincere taking on the likes of the Ninjas in Pajamas, and they're not hiding it anymore. They're here to play, and today could be their day. This could be a clash of titans across 2 maps of Mirage Inferno, but we're going to be seeing it when we come back from this break. So make sure you don't go anywhere, because we'll be right here with you.
Theory out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. I'm Intel Core i7.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, The Road to Odense, Betway, MSI, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We have only 2 maps remaining here tonight, and day number 5 of the ESL Pro League, coming at you live from the Intel Esports Arena, livelihood of Copenhagen, of course. But I should tell you, earlier, we teased you. We toyed around with you. We brought you right to the edge, and then we didn't pull through. But now, we are privy enough to have a little bit of a map quiz with the likes of Not As Sincere and 2 other players. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hello guys, this is Zeus and Edward.
This is
We're
Zeus.
from Navi, from Ukraine. Hello people, come on. We have many questions.
We're gonna play the game.
Oh, come on, go play, bro.
Map quiz for all this.
Oh, 1.6. I remember this game.
The first question
Good
is
game.
Dust 2.1.6 version.
Dust
What
2.
is spray painted on the wall on Goose on A-bomb side on the old Dust 2?
Who better?
Не, что было нарисовано на старом Дасте, на Апленте, где Гусь
You
был.
remember, my friend?
Yes, I remember. Actually, it's like lit 1337
Maybe dog?
graffiti.
No.
I'm right? I'm right? I'm right?
Dog or cat? Dog or cat?
Lit. Yes, I am right.
Because you, old guy, you remember. Yes.
Good memory.
First level.
What object can be found on the table in T-spawn and all that stack? Radio. Maybe it's radio. It's bones. Corpse. What is it? Труп, скелет. Это же скелет, дай посмотреть.
This old guy,
Дай сюда.
old map, old guy. Kill him.
How many book shelves are there in the library on the old Inferno? How many books? You guys serious? How many books?
I'm very serious today.
Shelves. Oh. 4. 2. The right answer is 2. What is the weather like on the old stack? It's thunder, rainy. It's thunder, rainy. Yeah, I know the right question. Right
My
answer.
boy, my guy. Oh my God.
What color is ladder leading up a tower in old Inferno? Какого цвета была лестница на Инферно, когда ты с террасского респа из ямы выходил? It was like...
Wait, little, give me time. Spawn.
Это
orange?
Yeah, no.
Может быть,
It was like dark white, more gray. It's yellow, блин.
Я хотел сказать yellow. Orange, yellow.
That's it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Play in Counter-Strike and with Navi together. Let's go. Kiss you guys.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Never a dull moment when you bring the cameras into the nursing home, and in that case, of course, we did see the likes of both Zeus and Edward trying to bring back the years there. There was a whole other part of that video that you should be thankful you didn't see, but you should also be thankful that we have Chad Birchill here, now standing next to this machine, who's going to run you through Mirage and how it should be approached.
Oh, we're not dealing with any 1.6 maps here, but we are dealing with Mirage. That's the next game that we're going to go into for Navi taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, we've got the map overview up here. There's a couple of things I want to point out. If the CTs lose the pistol and they opt to go for that 3rd round buy, or even in the old version, the 4th round buy after 4 spies, they're low on economy. So you have to actually approach the rounds differently. Let's quickly run this through. Your A defense with utility would normally smoke or Molotov off towards a ramp. You over towards middle, you would be using smokes over towards connector to take fights towards top mid, and you'd be using utility over towards the B bomb site to stop the rushes. That's about, your protocols, making sure you can't be rushed and caught with your pants down. In this regard, when you're going into a first gun round now, you're only going to be looking at about 4,300. So you have to prioritize what utility you want to buy. You're not going to have enough to stop rushes. This is where you have to make a few decisions. What's in vogue at the moment is the teams from CT spawn, a smoke is being thrown to land top middle. That smoke is going to land there to allow players to jump out the window and play aggressively, holding on to one of the key parts of the map. There's a couple of other gambles that you can really opt to go for, which we may see from teams where they hedge their bets and they stack more numbers over towards the A bomb site, putting more emphasis on shutting down an A attack. Or if they want to play full retake, which I wouldn't really recommend being low on utility, you might see teams hopping all the way back, playing CT spawn, playing passive from jungle, maybe connector, being more members on catwalk so they can take the fights from middle from this position while leaving the anchor over towards B. But these are all things you need to consider, Trace, as you're playing Mirage on the CT side while you're low on utility.
Thank you, Chad, for painting that picture. I never said you were an artist, and I'm not going to say it now, so perhaps we just don't even start down that path.
Good at pointing at things.
What I am going to point out is breaking news from the camps of Gambit, who have announced that Adren is going on the move. Adren is out, and we do have the tweet loaded up here. You can take a look for yourself. Announces an opening of transfer negotiations concerning Adren of Gambit CSGO. Now, what do we know about Adren?
Adren has been a player who's played Counter-Strike for as long as the first two in that video we had on the map, right? This is a 1.6 player. He's from Kazakhstan. He's obviously part of the Gambit roster, which won the major with Zeus, the in-game leader of Navi now, back in Krakow PGL last year. You have to think about this. Hobbit has already said he wants up for transfer, and now that Adren has also done the same, there has to be some massive changes, or maybe even Gambit moving away from Counter-Strike, or maybe even grabbing a whole new roster, because at this point, this team feels like it's done.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a talking point, right? You have one guy trying to skate out, and then now let's just add on to that list. Let's get another guy trying to get out of there. Plus, there was a lot of speculations behind the scenes as to what would happen within this team. And dare I say, I've heard rumors myself, again, rumors and speculation, asterisk, all that stuff around the top, that perhaps that this team was almost sold at one point.
That doesn't seem too surprising for me, considering their struggles, Trace, in the Mountain Dew League.
Yep, the Mountain Dew League, of course, the surefire path to the Pro League, the EPL. But yeah, head over to MDL.com. Or is it .net? MDL.net, oh, CSEA.net/MDL. I was almost there. I was getting really close.
Try one of those three. You might get there.
Yeah.
Or Google it.
Yeah, just Google it. Mountain Dew League, the surefire path to the Pro Leagues. And that is where we are right now. ESL Pro League, day number 5. And we're about to get a close on these matches. We've got 2 more maps remaining. We've got Navi and NiP scoring off on both Mirage and Inferno. So perhaps we start talking about a little bit of this game itself. Chad.
Yeah, normally I look at win conditions, I look pros and cons from all the teams, things that players are doing good, things that players are doing bad. Here's one, as Tom, the producer, walked into our little green room there as we were having the lull between the maps. He said,
our office.
Yeah, our office. Yeah. Sorry, he said that the T-sides, man, they're so damn strong. So I went back and I looked at all 7 matches which have so far been completed in tonight's night of Pro League, right? And this is since the update. This is the first Pro League matches we've had since this new economy update. 6 out of the 7 games have been won by the team who started on the T side first. This is a game with a lot of maps which are usually favored towards that CT side. And right now, the 8th game, which is Ago versus Big, Ago started on the T side. They won the T side, and now they're only 2 rounds away from taking the victory over Big. Is this the economy change?
It could be.
Time will tell.
Time will tell, just like our storylines will continue to tell themselves. Now, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Not As Sincere. We just saw both teams play. In fact, NiP playing the likes of Astralis earlier on today. Not really where you want to start any day. It's like waking up and being out of sugar for your coffee. And then we just saw Navi take on the Space Soldiers, winning in a pretty convincing fashion. Now, earlier we saw Force come alive here within this NiP lineup, but perhaps we could give just a little bit more backstory to why this team is in the position they're in, Chad.
Yeah, look, NiP have definitely been trending up on the LAN environment in recent times. To grab that victory tonight, it really bolstered their hopes within the EPL. They started last week, or the week before, the first week of Pro League, very flat. They only won 1 game, I believe, and they were getting, you know, against teams who are not as good as an Astralis or a Navi, who are both within the top 3 in the world right now. You have to consider that one map win they're able to get tonight on Train, it must have filled them with some confidence. But seeing what Navi just did to Space Soldiers, seeing the fact that Simple, Electronic, and Flamey are all online, has to be a worrying factor here if you're a fan of Swedish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, just outside of the normal worries, am I right? Because Swedish Counter-Strike isn't quite the drug that Danish Counter-Strike is.
No, and it's just across the water, actually. We've got Malmo if you just cross the bridge. But
Malmo, to make sure you say it right.
Sweden has actually been in an awkward place for some time, right? The Ninjas in Pajamas took a very long time before they started making roster changes. Then when they did, they were only changing one piece of the puzzle.
Yep.
We now have a completely new iteration. It's still the legendary name with 2 legendary players, but it's a whole new iteration. It's under the in-game leadership of Lekro, someone who really only splashed onto the scene within the last 2 years. Obviously, Dennis was a staple of the Fnatic household when they went on to win those 6 trophies in a row or whatever it was. And then the last piece of the puzzle was Rez, who was actually the MVP of IEM Oakland last year. And he's been pretty, not up and down, but he can definitely be a carry player, but he's been trending slowly upwards to now he's looking much more well-rounded.
Well, perhaps the Ninjas in Pajamas are undefeated in Oakland. It's weird how that works out. Now they'll never
they can carry that legacy.
Yeah, they can never go away from that. Perhaps now we start talking about Navi, who got so close at the major. We're talking they could taste it, Chad.
Look, these guys went straight into that event as one of the hot favorites. They played a fantastic brand of Counter-Strike. Not only did they continue with their Force-Bar style, getting those AKs and weapons in the hands of Simple, the best player in Counter-Strike, we saw Electronic finally consistently hit that demigod form. However, in that grand final, they just dipped off. They got beaten down. You know, they were unable to be the team to stand up to Astralis. Going straight on from that to ESL 1 New York, they fell flat. Their hearts were broken. They were definitely not in a position where they were ready to compete at that level again, and they were unable to go through and potentially grab a title, which may have been bittersweet after the major loss. But they went and decided to take a break after that. They took that week off. It's been almost 2 weeks, actually. They skipped Star Ladder as well. They knew that they needed that mental reset, and so far, so good. Coming out of the gates, absolutely on form against Space Soldiers, Trace. I think they'll be able to carry that through right now.
Can they carry it over to Mirage, or are we going to have a little bit of twa following that? Let's talk about some win conditions here. We know that both teams have already played today, so you can eliminate the whole starting slow factor.
Yes.
But will that be a negative side effect?
I think a lot of the moves that NiP used in the openings are to get mid-control, get players up cat, get them into the window room and vent room, try and find the picks from there. So if they're getting shut down before they could even grab that territory, that is going to be a problem. But let's see who starts on the T side. I want to see if this trend continues. Right now, looking at Counter-Strike in broader strokes, seeing how the meta really adapts. So we just want a good game of CS and just to see those trends. That's where my analytical brain is at.
Well, I've got a trend of strokes, and it goes by 2s. In fact, it would be Hugo and Harry, who we brought in here off of their own will. They are and now actually bringing us this game. And I guess I need to ask you guys what you're thinking, too, as we go into Mirage.
I think it depends which NiP shows up, right? We saw that first game where obviously Astralis were on form, but NiP just got bodied. No one was hitting their shots. No one was looking good. They were throwing away a lot of man advantage situations, and then they bounced back at least in the second map and played some good CS. So we're hoping that's what they can bring to the table, because after watching Navi just decimate Space Soldiers, we already know they're feeling it.
Chad, count of 3. Who's going to win? 1, 2, 3.
Navi.
Okay, that was as easy as I could have possibly made it, and as painless as possible. Other than that, we will be getting over to Harry, who will be bringing you the pain train on Mirage. Harry, now, I know you're excited. I know you're ready for this, but Harry, give me something good.
Come on, Harry.
This is Murphy, man.
Look, dude, okay. Yeah, I'm excited. Navi versus NiP. It's the iconic layout, Trace. You know, you're a big fan of it, as am I. We're about to head on. Yeah, look, man, he's still listening as he walks away.
They've already left the room.
Here he is, NiP versus Navi. Hugo, I know I'm excited. Are you, buddy?
I'm always excited, Harry. Not as much as you. That's impossible, but this is going to be a great game.
I know, if you're excited all the time, and that just becomes your new baseline level of excitement, are you really excited at all?
Asking the big questions here, Harry. The ones that we really want to know the answer to. Either way, we're into this pistol. NiP starting up on the team.
Yeah, they're going to be heading over here towards the apartments early on. They're actually backing away, so they've given up their train of thought in this direction for the time being. You can see Navi with Edward already being dinked up early on.
But with the bomb down here on ramp, the end game is going to be an A play for NiP. They may be setting up for early apartments control, but that's only going to be just to gain the map control, to make Navi question before they actually commit. Because, again, with the bomb on ramp, A is their destination. So Rez waits in the wings as teams start to reunite. And NiP, they're going to get ready for the execute here. One set of utility, and that'll go straight over.
Yeah, that's going to go ahead and get thrown in now. Courtesy of your boy Rez. Now the rest of the NiP guys starting to push on in behind it. Flamey underneath the scaffolding. Going to get silenced by Dennis, who has opened things up. Lecro chiming in with another, and suddenly this is looking like a very, very dominant pistol around here for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Just Simple and Electronic left up, and TV5 going to instead turn their attention towards staying alive here at the very end of this pistol round. Now, important thing to note, NiP, we saw them pick up a win, splitting a series versus Astralis just a couple of hours ago. If we see that same team show up now, I think this can be a very interesting fight indeed. They're over 16-7 Astralis over on Train, let's not forget.
Yeah, and that's a crazy win, right? Because not only a win versus Astralis, who have been looking great online and on land, but also a dominant win. 16-7 is not a close game by any means, so hey, maybe we can have that NiP show up. But Simple certainly feeling it. 4 kills on the exit there in the pistol round.
Yeah.
That's not a bad start. I mean, he had some sick pistol rounds earlier as well back on Dust2. Navi kept both pistols on Dust2 flawless. They even won one of them on Mirage. So, yeah, actually finally seeing Navi give up a pistol here into the hands of the Swedes. And second round buy, lots of rifles for NiP, that is the norm. And here we go, Harry. Here's where we have a bit of a buy from Navi themselves. We're seeing a force on the CT side in the second round, that $1,900 loss bonus that we are playing with here in the Pro League. They're going to be making good use of that, because we've seen mainly ecos today in that second round. Now what Navi shows, Zeus is playing up close. Great. Nade is going to do a lot of damage. Electronic, same story with his M4. 1 rifle brought up on the team. He's going to look to do a lot of damage with it. He's getting sprayed through the smoke. Electro diving in, but Simple's going to take down Rez in the meantime, and Edwards already wrapped the back lines to try and do more and more damage, and it is all coming through today. Forest is all that stands for NiP. Huge task ahead of it.
But he has managed that first kill onto Edward. Forest going to clutch this out in the 1v2. As he is just an absolute birch to have to try and deal with. He's looking unhinged right now. Nice little tree joke. Don't get enough of them, Hugo.
Since when are trees unhinged, or did you mean the birch joke?
The birch joke, mate.
Okay.
That's a tree, right?
Birch is a tree, yeah.
Yeah, I was getting a bit nervous there. I was like, I haven't
questioning your tree knowledge.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't have the most in-depth knowledge on them. I'm not like you, a professional tree surgeon.
I do know someone who became a professional tree surgeon. They studied that, and then they moved to New Zealand. And I lost contact with them. Well, either way, NiP up against very limited pistols here. Navi got very close in the previous round, but that was with a whole lot more than this. Just Eagles, the full deco. And they are getting dickoed because Navi are already forced out of the site. 3 players left up, and they're not going for this one, Harry. NiP have run over the B-bomb site.
Yeah, no, they sure thing. They are getting decoded indeed, Hugo. You're right.
Nice.
Electronic going to go ahead and deforest that. That'll do. I'm just trying to salvage it from the dark depths that you took us to, Hugo. You know, man, I don't know. We're down there without a flashlight right now. It's not a fun time. But as we continue the descent into darkness, NiP going to be finding a third round if you're looking for glimmering signs of hope. I'll tell you what, there's another one here. Electronic finding a couple of nice shots in this round. Simple was looking good early on, and now we get to see this first buy come on in. So, yeah, let's see how that transpires. Simple with enough money to don the orb. That's going to get thrown over to him by Electronic.
Take into account lots of damage on these ecos, right, from Navi. And NiP don't have a lot of money to fall back on. So that means Navi, well, if they win this round, it won't necessarily force NiP to an instant eco because they will have potential for a bomb plant here as well. But they're certainly going to be in rough waters, in troubled tides. They don't win this round, and Electronic wants to make that so, but he's so blind. Get right out of the ramp with the first kill. A side's going to be conceded by Navi. Rez even follows up with another frag from the Palace, so things are just getting fantastic for NiP right now. Simple cannot find a gap through this smoke to contact a player on. And as it starts to fade, he can't continue to double scope and leave himself so zoned out. Instead, he zones in and takes down Lecro. That bomb's down, though, and this is not an easy retake for Navi.
It almost certainly is not, but they're going to look to try and go for at least early on, but now backing away. Simple leaves CT. He does go ahead and regroup with Zeus here in jungle, but yeah, it looks like the save calls come on in, so a 4th round going to be picked up here by Navi. Trends looking to be set as to how this new meta looks as well. It's something Chad said he was keeping an eye on. Right now, it does seem like teams are having a real wild time over on their T sides.
It's so weird how the pacing just, like, even casting the CS today, the pacing has just felt so different. the game has felt so much faster. Yeah. I know we've had a lot of stomps, but like taking that away from it, you know, we're so quick to go into these rifle rounds. It's kind of exciting. Doesn't give us a lot of time to set up any narratives, but I'm enjoying the pace at which we're getting into these maps.
Yeah, it's you know, it's like how cinema's transformed in the real world. You know, it used to be all about storyline and then a bit of action, and right now it's just action, action, action. Hugo, 24/7. Is that good? Is that bad? Only time will tell. Right now it seems pretty fun, but early on over here in mid, gonna have NiP taking control aggressively. There's a gap in that smoke though, and that's Electronic, engineered by design. He oh my goodness, Legro beheading Zeus. Dennis gonna go and drop Flame Eat down towards CT. That's opened up this A-bomb site, and there is a man here. Electronic actually gonna dart into connector to try and find something. NiP just so spread out right now, not giving anything up, but they have allowed Electronic to worm his way down into the lower tunnels. So maybe this leads to something now.
Ooh. Good old lurking.
Yeah, vintage get right.
Yeah, he's in the B-bomb site. Look at this. This bomb's going to wrap back, but that's the problem. Letcro doesn't realize that Electronic has pushed so far. And there's the kill from Electronic that may make this round what was very easy to now very difficult. Get right should still be able to get at least one in this position to catch out a rotation, maybe more. But again, if they can't get the bomb into the bomb site, that doesn't matter at all. So if Electronic can cut down this bomb here, he wins the round alone. He's got a great angle, but he moves off it as they round the corner. This timing is going to get the worst of him, and he goes down to Dennis. Now that's opened up B. Edwards run in, but what's Get Right doing? He's got his knife out. Doesn't expect Navi to be so pushed into the site. It's back into a 2-on-2 with the time ticking against the side of NiP, but Forrest with a crucial shot. Going to take down Edward, leaving it just on Simple.
Simple almost spotting out Forrest as well. Isn't going to be given another shot to find an opener. Instead, going to have to try and create the space himself. And for Simple, that might be asking a little too much. He's going to go ahead and back away. Looking like they might concede yet another round. Navi. He's repositioned onto short. Still has time to go for this if he'd like. You understand the play, but it has cost him a lot of time. He's got to move swiftly. And that timer now already ticked down too low. Simple, more than aware of that fact. NiP will be picking up a 5th round here as he looks to try and make it expensive at the very least. Here's the footsteps coming his way. Looking to try and hightail it out of there. It's Simple. Going to go down after the time. One thing it seems interesting as well is you notice a lot more CT side saving.
Yeah. Well, that's because economy is
exactly,
so easy
right. That is because it's been snowballing a lot more in the advantage of the T side. So as a result, you know, you kind of see you're a lot more scared to go for the retakes. Also, I think, you know, just has been a lot faster CS played by these T sides. So I don't know. I think maybe the bigger reason is it always feels like the CT side are lacking that full buy, right?
Yeah.
They never have all the utility. So it's always like you just get caught off guard with like some guys rushing into a bomb site. Suddenly the other 3 are nowhere nearby. You can't even go for the retake because you never have kits. You never have, you know, everything you need. So I don't know, it's interesting.
Especially when it's easy to get off to these T-side starts, right? And if you get off to this T-side start, it's hard for the CTs to get back in with money. But now, what's changed is that even if the CTs get the pistol and get that early start that should set them up for success, it's so commonly broken by that first T-buy round after 2, because, again, the rebuys happen, and the full buy happens in the 2nd round for the CT side after winning pistol, and that's not necessarily 5 rifles, so you're going to be playing bonus into 5 AKs, and that's, you know, to have that every single round, you always know the T's have an advantage on their first buy, so that's why the CTs can't really get their head in the game, but Simple has. He's opened up this round, taking down Rez. The problem is he's conceded the A bomb site all at the same time. That plant's coming for NiP. With a man in the apartments as well, that's going to make things even more difficult because Letcro can backstab.
He most certainly can. That doesn't matter as Dennis is front stabbing, I guess, but it's going to get silenced by Edward.
Front stabbing is just called stabbing.
Yeah, no, I know. It's a bit unnecessary, isn't it? But Letcro's bided his time well. He's lined up 2 kills. That flank does come in. It's a backstab and a half. As he's dropped 2, they're going to smoke him off. This leaves a lot of pressure onto Forrest, who's going to get discovered by Simple. But in through the smoke, Letcro's denied the defuse, and now we're down to a 1v1. Letcro just spraying through, buying time. Simple, no time left for him as he once again backs away to save this AWP. It's going to be a 6th round on the board for NiP in spite of strong starts from Simple. 6-0 now for the Swedes.
And a big factor again, Flamey and Zeus, not even on the scoreboard yet. Zeus had a lot of crucial frags in the games they've played today. Flamey, I mean, his second top frag was Simple back on Dust. So these are players that we need to step up here for Navi. 6-0, Harry. Again, Simple trying his hardest. He's 10-2, giving his best to carry the scoreboard, but with him getting tagged early on, that's not going to be easy. Already forced off as Lekra takes that gunfight. Should be very, very lucky that he's still alive. Navi, well, they give up control on A, they take some control towards mid with that top mid push.
Yeah, plus, I don't know about you, Hugo, but I'm curious to hear the public's thoughts on this. The guys watching at home, you know, if you guys want to go ahead and get at us using the hashtag ESL Pro League and let us know your opinion on these economy changes, we'll gladly continue the discussion. But, Edward, it was looking so good for Navi just then, and then that one nade rains on in, and what a man to find. Simple, who currently sits 10-2, top of the board for Navi, going to be eliminated on the back of a good nade from Dennis. And now back towards this A bomb site where Flamey, deep within the depths of CT, is going to really be the lone defender. He does have Zeus over in the connector, who's still yet to post a frag. Actually, both of the pacifist players here for Navi. Well, now they're going to get tested. Zeus down in the sandwich. Flamey getting on the other side of the smoke. They go running into the gauntlet. Zeus able to open up, and now they know where he is. Team Flash rains on in, and that's going to help him out, but Forest still able to re-secure this man advantage for NiP, and now Flamey caught out in the open. Electronic going to try and do what he can. 15 seconds. He's dropped the bomb. He's found himself 3, and oh my goodness, Electronic with the UMP. Showing that the old gun still has what it takes. Navi going to be finding their first round here in round number 7.
Yeah, a bit of a long haul for them to finally get on the board, but hey, late is better than never, Harry. We know that. So 6-1 here. Again, we reach the problem now of, okay, Navi have won a round, but what have they got to spare for it? If NiP bounce back with this rifle round, if you can call it that, because they've got 2 players who can't even afford rifles, then Navi are going to be back to eco. But on the flip side, with neither team having built up an economy yet, this is so up in the air. Skating on thin ice, and Zeus, he's going to run back into some dance moves at the fence, but Get Right's already dropped onto him. 6 HP left on the man himself, but he still gets away with a kill, and Dennis, shooting through the smoke, will find Electronic, and just like that, that's the round. Done and dusted. Navi, as we've already said, need every single penny they can get, and talk about saving. I mean, they can't even consider going for this one, so we need to have these guns held on to. They want to have any chance of buying in that upcoming round. And this is a 7-1 scoreline, Harry. What on earth is happening?
I know, we got a 7-1 score. We got an 0-7 or 007 on Flamey. Plenty of memes. If you're into that, Hugo, if you're that way inclined.
Not really.
Yeah, no, me either. Oh. Well. Ooh, Flamey, they know you're here now. A chance for him to break his sacred vow of pacifism, though. He's almost done it. So nearly. Flamey.
Poor guy. 0-8.
Well, that's certainly not where you want to be. But don't want to be highlighting one man all too much. Right now, it's kind of a combination of problems for this Navi side. You do feel like Simple and Electronic being hamstrung a bit to, you know, it's always like them 2 plus 1 other left in these impossible retake scenarios. Maybe when we see them move on to the T side, we'll continue this this trend of strong T side performances on the back of those 2 alone.
Market smoke coming through. That window gets covered. Does allow for CTs to dive through that smoke very, very easily, but that actually went inside of the market, so you kind of get less of a chance if you are a CT. And in fact, Edward does the reverse. He backs out of B because he thinks it's a fake, and that's because Rez is actually up on this A bomb site. Simple's found him, and this rotate off B could come back to haunt Navi, because look at this site. It's only Zeus with a 5-7, and he's about to be overwhelmed. Forest is in with the frag, and Simple's mollied out as well. He has to fall on back. And just like that, are we seeing another save? Surely Navi, who have utility, who have kits, they have to give it some consideration, but no. They've already backed out, Harry. That is crazy to see them not even consider the opportunity of going in for a retake. And they'll find Forest trying to hunt for the kills, but that's a small consolation. 8-1 up Navi getting smacked with the money. Second round loss bonus coming in here because NiP did find that reset in the previous. I think we need a tactical timeout for Navi here.
I mean, this has just been so dominant. You look at how many kills have come in as well for NiP. It's not like a crazy amount considering we're 10 rounds in. There have been so many saves here on the Navi side. I would love to see them as well. Like, I know you're 8-1 down, but at some point, just take an eco. Like, work on having like a genuine full buy, because we still have yet to see one. Like even this round, right, where they save guns forward. You've got Flamey on a Deagle. No one really has the full utility belt, and then they keep leaving themselves so open to these rushes from NiP, who have all the utility in the world, might I add. There's another slower round here from NiP to kickstart this, but they're already all the way through mid. Navi have no one here to keep an eye on this, and that's going to be largely on the back of this utility dominance. On the NiP side, they've already smoked the top of connector and moved Rez into this position. Players down short as well, so much map control gained off the back. Now Edward's going to hear some of these rotations fall away. Zeus is aggressive up in the apartments as well. Maybe Navi starting to anticipate this A hit.
They rotate Edward off. Seems like Navi have got the perfect read to this round. I mean, everything, apart from the weaponry, falling into their hands. And NiP, look at the amount of Molotovs they have. Only one smoke left up. That's surely going to be for the jungle here. That's probably the best call to make to cut off not only that short peak. Oh, it's a CT smoke. The short peak, but also the actual window peak. And it's getting mollied as the smoke goes over, but that will extinguish before the smoke actually blooms fully. So there it is, popping in the CT spawn. Simple, he's pushed ahead of it, and he can afford to do that because there are 3 players on this bomb site for Navi. They are fully set up and ready and waiting. 30 seconds left as this push comes through. Forest does find first blood, but there's the Deagle coming to life. Flamey and Electronic combining with a kill apiece, and all Flamey finds his second of the map. Electro's all that stands now for NiP, and Navi were just too ready for that one.
Oh, here he is. Oh no, Electro, only 7 seconds left. Surely doesn't get back into this round now. 2 bodies yet to find. Oh, he might do it. 2 seconds, he's got the read. Electro with 1 second left. My goodness, look at him go. He's going to lock in that round for NiP. And how did he do that to Navi, Hugo? How has he managed that?
If Navi weren't broken, that will break them. That breaks a team, any team. And then you can see, after they lose the second player, they go, oh, there's no time. He's not going to find us. He's not going to find us. So after he gets this kill, there should be an instant repeat. But because they assume that, oh, he's not going to check sandwich for 2 seconds left, well, yes, he is. It's not even a misplay from Navi. Like, the second peak that comes through is like, okay, you don't need to do that, but it's not necessarily a bad play because you're trying to trade your teammate. Like, that wasn't even a misplay. That's just a fantastic round from that guy.
Yeah, he's just a bit nuts, isn't he?
Oh
I'm like, nah, there's no way back into this.
That's insane.
Yeah, no, that is just unreal.
A 1v4, 10 seconds up.
Well, you know, NiP, what have I told you? Best team in the world. They're,
you know what they used, Harry? They used some of that NiP Magic deodorant.
They damn well did.
They forgot it for the first game of the day where they got 16 forward, but they sprayed it right after, and it's been effective ever since.
In that little thing that they made. It was definitely a shampoo, not a deodorant.
A shampoo, a deodorant, whatever. Oh, I don't know, dude.
They're very different. You can put shampoo where deodorant goes, but you can't put deodorant where shampoo goes. So just like think about that.
To live by, Harry.
Yeah. You know, if you ever were looking for some sound life advice, there it is.
Do you shampoo your armpits?
Sometimes. If there's like no body wash, you know, you got to make a sacrifice.
Is that a sacrifice? What are you sacrificing?
Is shampoo more luxurious? I don't know. What do you want me to say? I'm just trying to appeal to you, mate.
I don't want you to sacrifice.
Anyway, look, NiP, you know, regardless of whatever.
10-1.
Yeah, this isn't the scoreline you would have thought, you know, looking at this matchup on paper. Now, what I'm curious is, are we just going to see like the complete reverse sweep from Navi when they move on to the T side? You know, are we going to see this comeback? Is it going to be a long grind of a game? Or are NiP going to close this out? Because the pistol rounds now mean that much less, but also that much more. I can't even decide how I feel about them, Hugo. It's above my pay grade, it feels like.
When NiP are 10-1 up, Harry, I don't know what to think anymore. Like, not meaning to say NiP can't do this, but like, Navi looked so good earlier. NiP were off for the first map, And yeah, okay, they followed up, but it's not like Navi have you know, cooled off by any means. And then NiP just come out of the gates 10-1 up against, I mean, without a doubt, being the underdogs. Considering some of their recent performance, think back to that first week in Pro League, they're quite the weak. And I mean that in a very, very bad way. They struggled. I think they went 1-5 or something. So this is a turnaround and a half. Everyone is warmed up. Dennis, well, he's so hot, he's taken down Flamey, and now NiP are looking to converge on this A bomb site. Electronic has had enough. He wants to manhandle these ninjas, but only gets enough of one. Get right, we'll trade things back. Still man up for NiP, make that a double, but Simple pulls it back and does drop the bomb in the open as well. Simple could save this round if he finds a follow-up shot, but he's been flashed off the angle and the bomb's been retrieved. Dennis has even dunked him down, and Edwards all that stands here for Navi. Winnable. I mean, maybe the best odds Navi have had, apart from that 1-on-4, but that's not a good thing.
Still one man to try and get this done, and it's Edward. Wrapping in through CTs, just missed the timing as Rez and Dennis both taking up position between Connector and Jungle. There should be absolutely no way back into the CT. Oh, I was going to say as a smoke. Oh, okay, now there's a chance for young Edward here. He's been able to go ahead and get one. I say young, but that's not true. Oh, never mind. Rez going to go ahead and shut him down. 11-1, Hugo.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. What are you tapping for a reason?
No.
I thought you wanted me to throw to you.
Thinking in depth right now.
Yeah, I think you need to. I think Navi need a long couple of tactical pauses. Where have they been? It's now round number 13, and we have yet to see a pause. I definitely question that. Again, like one factor is, of course, you do have your coach on online matches. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to speak the entire time. You can't really regulate that, so that's one factor, and Kane is in the server, but yeah, even a pause just to kind of slow down. Let's work out how we're setting up. Let's work out exactly what we're doing, because Navi need that right now. It's about to be 12-1 for NiP.
Yeah, I think, you know, at this point, maybe you've even left it too late if you're Navi. I don't think any amount of pauses at this point in time are going to get you back into this. We just never saw them with a full buy on their CT side, which, you know, we can put down to the new way the economy's been set up as much as we like. Navi also, you know, maybe being very overzealous with their force buys.
They like a buy. We can say that much.
They do like a buy. And, you know, we all like to spend our money, Hugo. Some more than others, you know. Like, you know me, I love a good spend. But, you know, also, we have to be responsible sometimes. You got to put money aside for taxes or for, you know, if you inexplicably get 12-1'd on Mirage, for example. So, you know, these are all great times where having some of that rainy day money would come in handy, apart from, you know, for Navi, it's been raining on their parade all day long. 12-1 down right now. As we approach the latter stages around 13, there's going to be 2 more left in this half. Still a chance at 3-12. But you're really kind of clutching at straws there if you're Navi.
That's the optimist in you, Harry. Oh, it's okay, you can get 3 rounds CT side Mirage. That's fine, guys, don't worry. Well, at least they have a buy here. One of the few we've seen this entire game from Navi, of course. Surprise, surprise, NiP have had all the money in the world because they are 12-1 up. What's this smoke? I don't know that one. That's a deep B apartment smoke, I can only assume from Zeus. Yeah, that's oh wow, that's a real smokeroo right there. Goes through the gap. I like that. It stops any kind of fast B plays, and considering how aggressive and instant NiP have been in converting onto these bomb sites, that's a good decision from Navi. Definitely want to cut off any early pushes, but in fact it won't be B, Harry. It'll be that A bomb site. Nice tag from the AWP of Flame. He does put Get Right down to 30, and he can follow up. That's Get Right dead. The bomb's still up, and Dennis has traded. He's been so good at finding these opening kills, and that bomb plant can even come in. Simple flashed off to try and stop it. I'm going to be unable to do so. It's Zeus actually killing that late lurk in middle from Dennis, cutting off the connector split, and now the retake on with a man advantage. Navi need this round.
Yeah, they almost certainly do. Here's Simple coming to life. He's able to go ahead and find one. Let Crow left up. They almost line up for him. He's almost a hero once again, but now it falls to Forest. In the 1v2, he's tagged them both down. He's hit the shots with the AWP, but now he's got to do it again. Baits the peek on in as they tap on it, but Zeus just able to find the angle, picks up that frag. Navi going to be securing their second round, so still a chance at a 3-12 half. But you take a look at their buy here, you're going to have to see Flamey and Zeus both drop for the rest of the team. It's going to be reasonably decent. Probably one of the best buys we've seen Navi have. I mean, that's kind of saying something, because it still isn't picture perfect.
And it's round 15 as well. That is far from perfect. No utility after that smoke on Electronic and Simple. They do have the top mid smoke, but Dennis is the only man there, and he's just going to be cut off straight away. Flamey does stop this fast ramp play. It seems like NiP have just gone full pug, but Flamey is on fire on the site. 3 kills. Does get the tag to Forest as well, and this should be Navi's round every single day.
Yeah, it's just Dennis. 1v4. So much to do here. We saw Lecro with an impossible 1v4 just rounds ago. 10 seconds left. Now, Dennis, he's got all the time in the world. He's spoilt with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to play with here. But emerging from the stairs, bit of a jump scare. It's your boy Zeus. He does go down, but he tags Dennis up to 26 HP. And there's that wrap round from Edward. Navi will manage a 3-12 half. They were 12-1 down at one point in time, so they chained together the last 2. They can at least maybe take some solace in that fact. Moving into their T side now, this is where you're going to be looking at Simple and Electronic to continue this good form, keep finding these openers, keep building the momentum back into this for Navi. If they fall silent now, then this should be an NiP game.
Again, it comes down to the same that we said at the halftime for Space Soldiers Navi on this map, which is 12-3 as well. It's like, if you lose Pistol, you can still buy up before that 15 mark. You can still buy up at 14-3 or whatever the hypothetical scoreline is. So there's that to be positive about, but I mean, if that's the biggest positive after a 12-3 half, then yeah, slightly worrying. Navi definitely want Pistol, want Pistol here if they want any chance of really getting this comeback. And fantastic round from Flamey on the AWP on this A bomb side. But I mean, look at this from NiP. They are facing 1 by 1. You could see by those last couple of rounds of the half that it just decided, okay, we got such an insane lead. Let's just try and pug it. Fast A play, no flashes needed, just 1 by 1 and see what you can do. And yeah, doesn't really work out. But at a 12-3 half, who really cares? You've got everything you need and more.
Hugo, though, you ever heard the saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch? I have indeed. You know, you start pugging, you start thinking, we've got this. You've counted those chickens, Hugo. And they haven't hatched yet. No, that's the plot twist. There's still ample time. They're still deep within incubation. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep going with the chicken metaphor. Weird, but NiP, they certainly can't get too comfortable versus a team like Navi. You know, you look at the guys in here, Simple, Electronic, Flamey starting to find his footing as well there towards the kind of end of that first half.
By that you mean the last round?
The last round, yeah. Big one from him though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but sometimes, mate, that's all it takes is a few little individual streaks of brilliance, couple of confidence building rounds, and suddenly teams can be right back into a game.
Well, after that motivational speech from Harry, we'll be jumping right back into this one. It is that second half between NiP and Navi. T-side now for Navi. Again, probably where they're going to be more comfortable, but after a 12-3 half, does the mindset remain the same? Or have they gone to Tilted Towers? We will find out.
Ew.
Yeah, I know, right? Glocks and armor. I mean, Zeus has gone for a deagle in the pistol, so that answers the question for me as far as I'm aware.
There's always the one dude in your matchmaking
That's
games
you,
that
Harry.
does it.
That's
it's not me.
you.
I don't have a deeg in the pistol. I'm not that much of just a terrible human. But here's Zeus. He's a fantastic guy. He's charging in towards this B bomb site. Oh, Electronic finds a quick double. He's looking good. Zeus now chiming in with the D. Going to make us regret ever doubting him for that purchase, as it does do well at range. That's kind of the sole reason you see players pick it up over on the T side, to go toe-to-toe with these Glocks. And now just Dennis and Get Right left up. Zeus going to find himself his second. So, you know, I completely take back any comment I ever made about the Deagle. And Get Right left in a 1v5. Now, he's managed that first kill. He made it look nice. Surely they don't give him any more ways back into this. They are peeking into him. They are trying to throw this away. But they know that they're fine. You know, there's no way to...
Okay, you know what is the worst? Like, the worst? When anyone buys a Deagle on CT pistol. Now that angers me.
Fair. No,
that's the worst.
Yeah,
because
the
whole
T-side
point
you
of the
can
Deagle
justify.
is you get the range that you don't usually have on the T side. But then you see people buy it on CT and it's like, all you've done is decrease your accuracy, decrease your ammo, like in the clip, and decrease the chance of you actually being a successful human being in this game. So never do that on pistol round.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated. Buy USPs. Well, don't buy USPs, just equip them. And that's what NiP have done in this round. Apart from Get Right, he wants to break the trend and break Navi with this P250, although that's very optimistic to assume. Because 3 AKs on Navi, couple of SMGs just for that money, and again, no utility here for Navi, but it shouldn't be a problem up against such lackluster investments here from Navi, from NiP. I like the boost. It won't spot anything. That's for chair, and Edward has crept below it. He's gone for a stool, and actually just missing that head, he's going to get inside the connector as well, and easily be able to cut off the CTs. There it is. Nice kill to Forest. And now they know there's a second player up close, so Simple's going to charge in. Still 2 more on this B bomb site as well. Dennis tries to hold onto the spawn, but NiP are getting sandwiched, and Navi are looking to take them all out. I don't know. I didn't have an analogy for that. I was going to make a play on words for sandwich, but I'm all out of bread. Yeah. All right, don't give me that face, Harry.
Yeah, nah, that's fine. Well, 5 to 12. I tried to bail you out, mate.
No, you didn't.
You come in with like a bread pun, and I don't know. But look, here's the scoreline at the end of the day. 7 rounds between these two teams. Still a shot for Navi to start to make this comeback happen. But we've got the buy from NiP, and this is going to be them trying to make a statement early on. Their buy is better than that of the Navi boys, maybe in terms of firepower, but in terms of utility, the Navi guys are still looking good. That said, they've already lost Electronic early on here. There's a an advantage gained off the bat for NiP. Barreling into that B bomb site. That's going to be Edward. He is good for 1 before the trade's there. The man advantage maintained right now for the ninjas in pajamas. Simple. Now stepping up to the plate down here in mid. Going to like to try and challenge for connector. He does spot Dennis, and what a shot to land as well. Now into a 3-on-3.
Oh, Geralt has such a good position here. They don't use utility to get out of the connector. He may have a field day, but going back to greener pastures up in the window instead. Zeus will smoke it, and then they'll push on through, so they can't get killed by anyone up on short, but that's not going to be the problem. It's Rez in the spawn. Nice Molotov from Navi clearing out this position. Rez needs to move. Oh my god, that Molly just missed, and Rez, he can sit in this corner and stay alive. Get-Right can dive in to try and stop the path. Great spray for 1, but do they expect a second man in the spawn? Flamey certainly does. He has bounced back to life in this second half. Lecro's all that stands, but with no kit, no utility, no chance.
Not like right foot on the clutch. Looking to try and kick this one up a gear as he finds himself in the 1v2. On his plate, though, in so many angles to clear. No one offering themselves up for Navi. It looks like it is just going to be the save from NiP. So Navi moving on to magic number 6. Ooh.
Slow and steady does win the race, Harry. So let's see if this is a sprint or a marathon as Navi try to climb their way, or maybe crawl their way back into
this
this
if it's a sprint, then slow and steady doesn't win the race.
Yeah. Got me there.
Because, like, you know, that makes sense in the context of a tortoise and a hare. In, like, a... I imagine that was a marathon, right?
Yeah, it was a marathon, yeah. I don't know what a marathon is to a tortoise, though. Like, 10 meters? Is that a tortoise marathon?
What's a marathon to a tortoise? I don't know. There's a lot of big questions coming on. Yeah, I mean...
Pro League. If you want to let us know what a marathon is to a tortoise, be sure to use that hashtag ESL Pro League over on Twitter.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. It says it right there on the screen. So if you've been watching, paying attention, you already know the hashtag. You're one step ahead. And I'll tell you who else is one step ahead. It's Lecro. He's opened up here. Man advantage gained for NiP. Still a lot more left to give and a lot more left to do. It's going to be Get-Right finding 1 before the trade's there. Flamey. I told you he was going to be someone to keep an eye on in this second half, and he's exploded onto the scene and into this A bomb site as well. As that bomb now looks to go down. Dennis joined up. His teammate over here towards CT. They spot out Forest and Connect. He's retrieved an AK, but Simple wins the fight. So that gets dropped. Electronic now mopping up the last 2, and Navi slowly but surely making their way back into this game on the T side.
Right, I'm going to ask you right now. Do you believe?
100%.
100%, okay.
Like, I think Navi are going to win.
Really?
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
Because the T side just overpowered at the minute, mate. And also... You know, Simple, he's hitting all of his shots. Electronic's hitting his shots. Flamey's now coming into his own. So you have, like, the core... Yeah, you have the holy trinity of Navi.
Yeah.
All
the gold, the
stepping up.
frankincense, and the myrrh. Duh.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And then Great. Yeah, that was good.
Thanks.
And then just to kind of, you know, really top things off is their biggest problem over on the CT side, which is never having any money. And they've got a chance to build up a massive bank account here on the T side. So
yeah, Flamey's already on 10K.
Yeah, they're the masters of their own fate, and they're very much in the driving seat right now.
Dennis, got to be careful here. He does have the support from Rez, but with Navi splitting connected from left and right, Rez is going to miss the shot. The Molotov will force Dennis into the open, but Simple scoped in. Dennis gets an opportunity, and he grabs it with both arms, takes the head off Simple. And now with a 4-on-4, that's a worthy trade. Dennis was in a horrible situation. He gets away with a frag. He's got to be happy with that one. They do have a boost up available. Electronic can go from this position into the window at any point that he pleases, and that's exactly what he does at the right timing as well, because that rotation with the AWP from Rez went all the way round. This opens up the A site, as well as Flamey dropping him with the AWP. Now only Get Right pushed onto ramp, while Forrest watches that CT split. But he definitely doesn't know that Electronic has already found his way inside the window. So this makes Forrest's rotation very hard, because he's going to, if he pushes through here, focus on his left side rather than his right. But instead he'll wrap the deep CT spawn. Well, the bomb works his way up short. Na'Vi have sold this fake so well. And in fact, Lekro, because he's pushed up into the apartments, he's getting so much misinformation. Problem is, with 20 seconds left, if Lekro drops the bomb here, this round could fall apart for Na'Vi. 15 on the clock, Lekro. Nice damage, but it's not enough.
And now with the bomb going down, Get Right and Forrest, they're so far removed from this B bomb site, they just have to try and save. Na'Vi hunting them down. They are being hounded, and Forrest going to get toppled. It only leaves Get Right. Ooh, lots of players all around. Get Right. He is going to go ahead and get bested. So they don't manage to hold on to anything there over on the side of NiP. I think they need to try and learn from the economic woes of Na'Vi that, you know, just take an eco.
And that note on like the stars of Na'Vi coming to life is so true, because while we don't have anyone going crazy on NiP, like we have everyone pulling their own weight and fragging appropriately, on Na'Vi we have the top 2 fraggers in the server. We have Flamey, who was at 1.0 and 7-0 and 8, and he's now like 13 and 12. So, or 15 and 13, something positive with in the teens as well. So yeah, the two fraggers of Na'Vi have come back into life. Flamey's looking great as well. NiP are not playing badly at all, but individually, it's not like anyone was playing to the level of Simple this game. So that makes things very hard now that Na'Vi are on that T side, as you say it yourself, Harry. A chance to really show off your individual skill. And Na'Vi doing exactly that again with another opening pick. It will be Simple, taking down Lekro. The Clutch King for the Ninjas is gone. Na'Vi on a 5-on-4, giving a lot of mid control, and they will be maybe splitting this A bomb site with the current positions, but NiP have some very close ramp control, so the only problem is they have no info towards this connector.
Oh, Dennis.
Oh.
Gonna land that first shot with the Deagle. This man, he loves the pistol. Now there's Electronic going to be smashing a Forest at the very least over here towards short, trying to wrap onto Rez down at ramp, and they do manage to find him. Get Right.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Zeus does spot him, trying to hide away. Just Dennis left up. 1v4, Hugo. And let's see if we can see just some Unreal people play. No. Electronic going to answer that question for us very, very swiftly. 9-12 right now is the scoreline in the server. And let me tell you, it was a 12-3 half in favor of NiP. Since moving on to the CT side, they have yet to pick up a single round. Navi now just 3 away from equalizing this out here on Mirage. Well, there is a buy in the tank for the Ninjas here. They will be reset into the next. It's going to be a constant pummeling of this economy unless they can pick it up.
This is happening, Harry, and it's starting to get very, very worrying for the Ninjas. Flashes to middle. That's a nice shot from Forrest. That's the start that NiP needed. They've not really kicked off enough of these rounds with the man advantage. I think that might be the first, in fact, that they've actually had it untraded. So with a 5-on-4, need to be very careful they don't give away any picks, don't offer up anything. I like this setup close to ramp. It does kind of negate Palace, so they've got to be very careful in that sense. But luckily for them, no one's in that position right now. And Simple may be heard scoping down on ramp, which only gives further information for NiP and allows even Dennis to flash them into ramp to get aggressive. No flash needed for Rez. He's pushed in anyway, and yeah, this is still good. Again, playing that bait setup, and with Navi setting up utility, once they drop in, we can start to see NiP in a very, very good spot to get a couple of kills here. This should be their round, surely.
Now NiP, they've made absolutely no noise getting Rez into this forward position. The idea is Get Right, he gets their attention. Now they're so focused on trading with Get Right, they negate this close position from Rez. Always able to find everyone over at ramp, but there's just Electronic left in a 1v4, and Dennis is there to delete him as he looks to try and push from the Palace. NiP 13-9. There is still a buy on the cards for Navi. Not going to be on that same kind of weak economy that we saw them on their CT side.
AWP on Rez again will be fun to watch. That window smoke just failed, so Dennis is going to have an open season. And look at Forest, he's pushed all the way into underpass. Got to be very careful because he's being chased by Zeus, who's also on the backline. Actually, deep in the underpass is going to be Forest getting caught, trying to escape by that smoke. And that's a nice kill to start things off for Navi again on a reset round, Harry. And this would be the worst time to get reset because Navi are starting to encroach on NiP's score. So if they went back down to $1,400 loss bonus, oh dearie me, that's when Navi are back in this game, and not just back in this game, but likely back in the lead.
Which is mental, by the way, when you think about this. Was 12-1 in favor of NiP at one point in time. And you kind of commented on it, you know, like towards the end of that first half, they throw in just a couple of standard takes in towards a bomb site. Nothing too special, nothing to try and trick Navi. You know, not even really putting out too much utility towards the end of their T side. They gave Navi a foot in the door, and Navi are certainly a team. They're like a vampire, mate. Once you invite them in, that's it, they're in. You know, there's no getting rid of them.
They also hate mirrors. I don't know why. Just a really
I just love that metaphor, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Electronic, and he's gone pushing on in. He is looking very much like a vampire right now. He's sucking the lifeblood out from NiP, and now it is just going to be Lecro and Dennis left up 2v5. And once again, just going to turn their attention instead towards staying alive.
I mean, good luck when Navi have this much money and this much willingness to hunt Zeus. Oh, that's an awkward spray for Dennis. It will not work out. Now Lecro just tries to hold on alone, but Edward's already jumped up. Oh, that could have been dangerous. Luckily, no knives coming through today. Lecro will survive. And he's won some ridiculous clutches before, but this one is not going to happen. So I like the position to try and hold on to this gun. You can catch Zeus for free, or should have been able to, but Electronic is in the window, ready and waiting. 10 rounds to Navi now, Harry, and that's the hard reset. So if you look at the money of NiP, it's mostly gone. They're going to buy up anyway, because they actually had a little bit left in the bank previously. Personally, I don't like this. I think eco this round and then buy up next, because you're going to have $1,900. It boosts everyone up to the accessibility of a rifle. But this buy is going to be somewhat weak here for NiP. As you can see, UMP, CZ, and already Dennis down to 50 HP.
Oh. Yeah, Dennis is regretting eating that magnet earlier on today, as he's been brought down to 6 HP by nades before he's even seen anyone. But the nade damage thrown back in return from NiP. Ooh. Maybe Lecro not too keen on giving Zeus any more damage over here towards the apartments. I do agree with you though, going for the buy here. NiP clearly not learning from Navi's mistakes on their CT side. They've gone for this early force. Let's see, though, if they can make it work. The push about to come in toward this B-bomb site. Forest and Rez. Yeah, to try and keep Navi at bay. And Forest from the boost. Lecro on the platform. Going to fall at the first hurdle. And that leaves all the pressure onto the veteran in this squad. Forest lining up too. It's going to be good for a little bit more damage. Maybe the third as well, as he dances around this bomb site. Finally going to get put to the bed by Simple. And now we're into a 3-on-3 in the retake.
And everyone has two low players as well. Or 250 HP players, two very, very low players. And Simple going to get tagged on the cross. But he gets information from that. He knows they're set up in the market with a couple of players at least. And that's why Electronic can sit on this off angle on short and not have to worry about his backline. Flamey shoots through the smoke. He won't find it. Rez has actually got himself into the site. That Molotov should cut them off and stop them from pushing close to Flamey, but he gets aggressive anyway. Spotting Dennis, and he finds a shot. He won't be ready for Get Right, but Get Right's not ready for the round because there's no time left on this bomb unless he sticks the defuse, and Electronic will not let that happen. Not today, not ever. 11 rounds to Navi. And there's the money gone from NiP once again, Harry. The only positive is because they forced in the previous is that next round they're going to have 2,400 loss bonus. So 1 eco is all that they need. That being said, even after that eco, they're not going to have, you know, the option for that AWP unless it's on Get Right, and he's not going to have armor. So, yeah, not the best of situations here for the Ninjas, despite the scoreline looking very, very favorable. Simple is looking just better.
Yeah, and that's sort of the scary thing, right? Even on their CT side, it's Simple and Electronic still look absolutely fantastic. Now you got Flamey stepping up alongside them. And yeah, Simple's going to get a knife kill. Why not? He does get traded out by Forest, but that's just some nice little BM thrown in there by your boy Simple. 12th round on the board for Navi, though. Ooh, let Crow. Maybe not. A 1v2. We've seen this man in some absolutely impossible clutches. Is he ready, though, for Electronic on short? He's not. That's him put down. 12 to 13. Navi close to equalizing this out now. This was 12 to 1 at one point in time in favor of NiP. It was a 12-3 half. Now, and now Navi stand 1 round away from equalizing this out here on their T side. And if you want to know the culprits, Electronic and Simple with
27 and 25?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. What's that? It's like 52 kills between them.
Dear, oh dear. Well, can Navi go the full distance, Harry? Because if they want to, they've got to win this round. It's an A execute. NiP playing 2 players on that bomb site. Edward will go out first. He's going to be the player that needs to be traded. Nice smoke down from NiP. Definitely makes Navi waste all of their utility because they think someone's pushing through to cross towards a triple box. That is not the case. Get Right's already there in the CT spawn, just jumping for info, but gotta be careful. Forrest has dropped Drez, actually. And Get Right's going to spray through the smoke. Flamey just gets that bomb plant, but he's only on 10 HP, so he's got to be very careful as NiP with a man advantage come in for the retake.
They're not ready for Electronic, though, and he's successfully beheaded. 2 players now down at mid. They're trying to deal with him, and finally they managed to do so, but Flamey still laying down the pain. Get Right left to try and make some magic happen, but he might have just done exactly that, as now it's Edward left in the 1v2, hiding on the Tetris, but he doesn't have the time to play games. Get Right holding the defuse, does get taken off a bit. Edward going to win out the 1v2, so Navi 13 to 13. Try as Get Right might. It was the 2 veterans of this NiP squad left up, and they get bested by Edward there. They're going to be kicking themselves as that's now the equalizer given up to Navi.
They fully expected Edward to be ramp, not on Tetris. Forrest was on top of the stairs holding the ramp push to allow Get Right to fully stick that bomb. He even faced his head away from ramp to try and deny the ability to get that one-shot headshot. So, not ready for the Tetris position. Great work from Edward. Now already starting off this round, Harry. 13-13. Navi found that first pick. Rez has been killed in the window room by Simple. Again, I don't even want to know how many opening kills this man has gotten. He has just been on the ball. And with a 5-on-4 in this round, Navi surely had this one going for them with such limitations on the side of NiP. Let Crow, be careful here. He's going to get flashed off. Flamey gets that opening kill to him as well. And now Navi starting to slide their way into this A-bomb site. No one here to stop them. Dennis is far too pushed up in Palace.
And while that nets them maybe something to work with, now it's all they have is a lone Dennis who has to try and be a real nuisance here. 5 players to find. Dennis the Nuisance doesn't have the same ring as Dennis the Menace, but it's a very polite version. They know exactly where he is somehow. They flash Simple into this, and that's the round going the way of Navi. They take the lead, Hugo. If when this game was 12-1 in favor of NiP, I told you that Navi, you know, they come back, they do the reverse sweep. I mean, I said it. I said, yeah, exactly. And here we go. You know, broken clock is right twice a day. That's what they say, at least.
You're a broken man.
Exactly.
But you want to see some broken men over on the CT side right now. This is not going to be feeling good if you're NiP. Giving up such a lead in a game that they had. This was theirs. They were confident enough to surely close this out, we assumed, and oh, we couldn't have assumed more wrong, Harry. Or I guess I'll speak for myself, not you, because you were all in the Navi camp.
Yeah, you know, what can I say?
So 13-14 now. We have that AWP out for Lekro. Will that be the saving grace in the B apartments? Because that's where Navi are setting their sights right now. But again, no one else on B. Forrest is committed deep in the ladder room as well, so he's got to be careful when rotating back, because he may even have a short push to worry about. There's Edward coming late in through middle, but instead he goes back to check the back line. Flamey's already on a ramp. And again, we see this aggressive setup from NiP on that A bomb site, but it's not going to make any difference because Navi are about to execute onto B. It's all down to whether Forrest commits to the short push or if he can try and help his teammate out on the site. Oh.
Yeah, they throw everything into B, and now they've backed off with the bomb. Forrest does come in to try and help out Lekro, but the ruse looks like it's been detected early, courtesy of Dennis. He does take a bullet, though, for the information. Forrest now repositioning over here into mid. They're going to lose Get Right down here at ramp. Rez almost finds the double, and that would have been such a crucial second kill to line up. Instead, it falls to Lekro, the clutch king for NiP. Or at least that's the title, the position he's been put in time and time again, and he's got so much left to do in this round. He's just going to miss the timing, and now they know where he is. Simple's there. He has his name and his number. And now he has his head as well. 15-13, Navi the team to reach match point.
And what a comeback from Flamey as well. 21-17. He was 0-8 at the start of this game. Electronics on 29 kills. Simple's on 28. I mean, this is just... The stars are shining for Navi. It is a ridiculous comeback. But it's not done just yet, because NiP have at least one last buy to try and fight back, to try and pull us to OT, because that's where we're going to have a win if it is going to be on Swedish soil. Fast B play for Navi. They've not thrown this in just yet. And NiP, they should get overwhelmed. Forrest is actually fully blind, but he gets away with a kill. Lekro, same story, but he's going to surely be able to get the trade. Simple keeps it alive, and Dennis dives out onto the site with one more frag. He can maybe make this possible, and there's another low player as well. Dennis is wrapping the left side of the site, and they're not ready for it, but Edward turns back and keeps it in a 2-on-2.
They're going to try and take the fight onto Rez and Get Right. Trying to isolate these duels, and Get Right's not ready. Edward going to snap onto him and finds his third kill of the round. That's the A-bomb site now open for business as Rez. He realizes the play. He's going to get smoked off, and while Edward's brought down a 5 HP, Rez going to take this time to go on a lengthy journey of his own all the way through T-spawn. Bomb gets planted what looks like for CT in mid. Will they expect Rez at the ramp position? 2 Molotovs still up for Navi. Gives them a lot of versatility, a lot of utility here to work with in this post plant. Spotted out down towards CT. That's Flamey. Rez going to miss that first volley of shots. The crossfire set up, but Rez is very, very quick. And now the 1v1 as Rez does the damage, but Flamey's going to pick up the kill as he hauls Navi across the finish line at 16-13 here on Mirage. What an absolutely monumental comeback from Navi.
I mean, that's nothing you could have expected if you're ninjas in pajamas after that first half, but what a shame to see them let it slip. Navi are looking so damn good on these T sides. I don't even know what to say, Harry.
No, that is just absolutely despicable stuff. It's Navi looking good and NiP struggling here. We're going to go ahead and throw this one over to a break, then we'll be back with the desk and map number 2.
Incendiary out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo!
Oh my.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. I'm Intel Core i7.
Absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, The Road to Odense, Betway, MSI, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, CS fans, Facebook viewers, remote regions within HLTV.org and Reddit. My name is Trey Saranthus, and I'm reporting at you live from the Intel Esports Arena for ESL, or ESL, or EPL, also to be confused with ESL Pro League. And today we're going to be examining a situation in which an unbalanced game change has turned this into a one-sided affair. And to do that, we brought in a special Australian with the hair of that of a dingo, my friend Chad. Chad, why on earth is it that we're seeing the game going the way that we are?
Yes, Chase, I can hear you loud and clear here from the Intel Esports Arena. But look, let's look at this one. And let's just ask some questions, because I don't have the answers. I don't know why the first half was 12-3 for the T side of the Ninjas in Pajamas. Lekro was playing fantastically. He had that 1v4 buzzer beater situation, which he was able to grab there against the force buy round of Navi, which looked so good for so long and then fell apart in the final moments. Then we flip on over, and then somehow Simple and Electronic managed to both have 1.5 or better ratings on a map that they just got shellacked on in the first half. They won that second half so convincingly, it wasn't even funny.
So let's just turn it around here, because yes, the first half being a 12-3 showing here. You're like, okay, well this one's
done. I was already packed up my gear.
Smooth sailing. Chad's already packed up all his gear in the green room. He's ready to get it going here. And then we flip over to the other half, where in which we see 13-1 scoreline. That's right, one CT round for the likes of NiP. Now, I ask you, Chad, you're NiP. You go in the second half, start snowballing out of control.
You think you've already won.
Your little bit of cushion has already gone, but then you win one round, and that's all you've got to show for yourself. And what are you feeling about this when you have that big of a beatdown?
This time they didn't actually have to worry about the hard reset. They just had to go into a lower CT buy. But look, I want to point out Edward as the key player here for this victory. Sure, I think it was Electronic and Simple show to get them back in a position to do so, but Edward had to win a 1-on-2 situation late, and then he also had to win the they also had the great play with Simple on that B bomb site where they actually pushed through checkers and went to that A bomb site, leaving Rez in the 1-on-2 scenario with Flamey. I thought those two rounds definitely need to be attributed, or at least accredited, to big kills that were able to be put up on the board there by Edward. But if we know it once more, Electronic, Simple, Flamey, that core trio of Nardus, Vincia at the top, 1, 2, and 3, they are all firing right now, Trace, and that could be off the back of this break. And I think more teams might need to start doing similar things, taking a little bit of time off here, there, and everywhere. Maybe not attending every Counter-Strike event under the sun, but Navi just stole that one away from the Ninjas in Pajamas, Trace.
They did, in unfortunate fashion, too. I mean, yes, you don't want to pick sides, you don't pull favorites here, but that was a long, drawn-out game, and you kind of have to attribute the update to that just a little bit, right?
Well, look, some of the economic decisions, like early in that first half, Navi decided to go for a force fire on the CT side. They actually dropped an M4 over to Electronic. That's something that wouldn't really have been possible before. Simple was able to get a scout. He grabbed a couple kills with that. But these are different changes, different tweaks, different approaches that we are going to be seeing come in to the Counter-Strike worlds the longer these updates are going. So, look, it's still a small sample size so far, but the T sides have seemed very strong throughout this evening of ESL Pro League Day numero 5.
Yes, that's right, Chad. Day number 5, we've got the last map of the night. It's going to be the Navi Inferno. Ninjas Pajamas taking on Navi. That is what's going on here. But I guess as we bring our commentators in now, Chad, could this bode any differently going in here? I mean, obviously one team can start with a big heads-up lead, but it could really turn around on its head pretty quick.
Yeah, look, I think if you are the Ninjas in Pajamas and you've lost that one, it's a bit of heartbreak, you know, and everyone knows it takes a while to recover from heartbreak, so I think Navi going to take the second map.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and tie in some guys here. You know, we bring them in here to do a lot of the heavy talking, breathing in the most air in the entire studio. It's going to be Harry and his friend Hugo. Guys, how are you feeling going into Inferno?
I mean, Navi always famously good on this map, right? So that's always a positive to look on their side. Again, the economy will be quite interesting because of all maps we've had today, we've had so many CTs struggle to get buy rounds together. So to now have a very utility-based CT map, I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Now, Harry, one might even say that you're delighted. You're a little bit agitated in a good sense of the word. Perhaps you're passionate, you're thrilled. Perhaps you're just a little bit excited. But how are you feeling, Harry?
I feel good, Trace, and let me tell you why, right? I think it's going to be interesting seeing how these economy changes affect a map like Inferno. Just because, you know, we take a look at this, we're about to head into it now, actually. And for me, I'm excited because, you know, the CT utility is so critically important here on this. Yeah, I know, I said the word excited, Trace. You know, it's fine. Buy me a thesaurus for my birthday. That's a good idea.
It's not till after the season, Harry.
Yeah, I know. Well, we can celebrate it early. Oh, you've already bought a thesaurus over. Thank you. There we go.
That's so sweet. We are into this one, though, ladies and gentlemen. NiP versus Navi. And after that, well, I don't even know. Gobbledygook in the previous map. Who knows what to expect here? We're straight into it. Navi on the CT side, so this could be a little bit weak. Let's keep that as a factor. Simple going to just duck on the stairs and duck to his death as Dennis finds a shot. Nice shot from Dennis to even get 2. And just like that, NiP in a massive advantage.
Yeah, Electronic going to be hidden away down in the pit. And actually, he's managed that one kill. Now they start to wrap in 3 T-spawn, but somehow NiP, they've been decimated in the blink of an eye. They're torn limb from limb, and it all falls onto Lecro. He's in a 1v3. He has found that first kill at the very least. But he still has so much more to do. We saw a 1v4 with 10 seconds left from this man. This time he's got a 1v2 with a minute left. If anything, his cup runneth over. Sadly, so does Electronic's kill count as he goes ahead and finds himself a double in that round. Locks in the pistol here for Navi. And this, you know, this is a big turnaround, Hugo. We have the pistol round victory coming in for the CT side. A chance for him to build up money here on a very utility-based map. So let's see, you know, can this be the good start the Navi need?
Yeah, Navi winning CT rounds. This is the most unlikely thing ever to expect. So pretty crazy to see. And of course, as is tradition, T-side losing pistol here, not going to be forcing anymore. They wait for that 3rd round buy instead. And again, like, knowing that Navi are going to have these SMGs into that next round just bodes well for NiP in terms of having 5 AKs. So Zeus with a couple of kills, Edward will join the party. And one by one, the birthday candles are getting blown out, but not by the birthday boy. NiP are getting bodied in that one, as to be expected. Now the buy coming through for the side of the Swedes. And here we go for Navi. Already massive gaping holes in their weaponry. The forced bonus round for the CT side. They don't get an option, and they don't get an option in that they have to play it because NiP 5 AKs into this 3rd round here, Harry, and even the utility to back it up.
Yeah, everything they could possibly need. Try and find something. Rez is over here towards the top of Banana. Now, he's going to try and peel their attention away. This is smoke lines on down towards the base. Edward might even get a bit tempted maybe to try and go aggressive, try and take a sneaky peek in for some information. Certainly doesn't look up to the task right now as he backs away. Zeus just going to miss this timing to go ahead and spot Get Right down in Boiler. His presence there goes unnoticed for now. NiP haven't given any sort of tell as to where they might end up, but already we see the majority of Navi players fixated over towards this A bomb site with only one man here. Deep within CT, that's going to be Edward. He does have an Incendiary, he does have a smoke as well, but the second CT gets smoked off, he is locked out of this round. And if he doesn't find anything through this smoke, maybe we even see Navi just try and save.
Oh, Lecro goes running through that Molotov just to try and clear the site. Now, this is usually dangerous because he could get mopped up by CTs there, but he gets so much info. And the site is empty as well, so no real risk for him losing that 60 HP on the cross. If anything, it's the reward of NiP now successfully moving into that bomb site and getting the plant in Navi. They've already realized, they're already saving. This round is done. Edward's just going to look for potential exits, but with no kit here, it's not like he can late play that bomb. I'm sure NiP will check this position on the exit. There's no reason for them not to, considering the fact they were given B so easily, and they even saw that Molotov from Edward. So plenty of reason for NiP to clear the spot.
Right, now it was like a season ago. Yeah. Henry asked me, what do we call it when all 10 people stay alive? Because I don't think there's a name for it yet. And we might not have to come up with one here. You might get bailed out here.
Yeah.
I've really thrown you under this bus, but Get Right, he's always there to pull you out from underneath it. As turns out lots of people died. Oh my goodness. It's
have you got any good names for that? Not to, like, it doesn't matter if you don't.
No, Henry always called it like a unicorn round or something like that, but I didn't like that.
Because it's so rare.
Yeah, because it's so rare. But then it's
like,
I mean, unicorns don't exist,
so it's like
they are like the
really
rarest of rare. You know, maybe just like a really unfortunate like
what's really rare? Like, pick a really rare thing, Harry. Navi winning CT rounds? I don't know. Like
good tweets from Fishiest Dude.
Good leaks from Fishiest Dude.
Yeah, there we go. How's that?
Yeah, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. It certainly doesn't. But, you know, it's a pretty fishy round. So that might, no, I don't know where I'm going with this. Here we go. Up here towards the top of Banana, it's NiP. Forrest is here. And he's looking, you know, a bit of vengeance in his eye. This used to be the position, obviously, of Freiburg. You know, the king of Banana. He has since been dethroned. But the Ninjas sitting where they built up such a legacy on this map. Going to be lining up these smokes and flashes, pushing on in. And there is just 2 players here in the form of Zeus and Edward. And that Molotov going to force Edward into the firing line. Zeus is good for 1, but the trade's there straight away to keep things in the advantage of NiP. They look to get this bomb down, and there is a man knocking on their door. That's going to be Electronic, make no mistake about it. He's trying to find something, but he can't get anything done.
More like knocking on their window there, but the wallbang won't come through. He re-smokes it just so he can exit the CT spawn and actually get away from this round, because this is done. Again, another save for Navi. Hoping they actually get on the better side of the exits in this round, because again, in the previous, they lost a lot of players. NiP, if anything, they've got to be careful exiting as well. In fact, CT spawn push would be a far better idea right now, and I think they've realized that as well. After spotting that bottom banana control, they clear out the construction, or the ruins. What do you call this? Construction, ruins, church? I mean, it's got a lot of names.
I say ruins.
You say ruins. Okay. Well, this round is ruined for Navi alongside their economy because, again, saving players. We can have drops over. Edward can buy. Flamey can give him a gun over to Zeus, and we can have 5 rifles here. So that's not the worry. The worry is the fact that NiP have now bounced back 2 in a row here on the T side. So looking to try and break the cache here from Navi. You can only save so long, Harry. Eventually, NiP will actually find those exit kills once they've built up their own money. And they're starting to do exactly that. Going back for another quick B approach is going to be a couple of players of NiP, but Simple peeks down mid and finds Letcro early on. Nice Molotov to do damage to Reds as well. Oh, the nade is not going to land. Forrest has found both kills, and even though he sat in the flames and he ran to his death, that's so much impact considering how far NiP were down out of that round initially. He's brought it back to a salvageable situation. And NiP are all grouped up down bottom mid, so they can give this one another go. They don't have to commit towards B, and Flamey throwing down utility is just going to keep them at bay anyway, so they set their sights on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you have so many fond memories of NiP on this exact map, so it's not one that you can really afford to underestimate them on. Electronic over here in the apartments. Going to be edging his way forward. Rez won't quite catch the timing onto him, and this could allow Electronic to find these players down in mid. The timing's going to be everything here. And oh, they've gone by him, but Dennis able to readjust quickly. Now leaves all the pressure on a Flamey. He sits down in the pit, and as they barrel on into him, Dennis going to continue this spree of entries as NiP look poised to pick up a 3rd round. Only Simple left alive, and he backs away to hold on to the AWP.
That's a nice call from NiP as well. Navi were running a pretty standard setup in that 3-on-3. They put the AWP solo B, because again, with an AWP, you can easily hold an angle, get a shot, fall back, get another shot, and have a couple of opportunities to take these fights, whereas with a rifle, it's ways to punish you and get that trade after just one shot, because again, you have to continue that spray. So, very common to see 2-man A setups and then just the solo AWP, and NiP choose to run into the double stack rather than Simple. I don't blame them. Definitely an easier approach going through the apartments. Keeping all 3 players alive in that 3-on-3 is going to be nice as well. So T side money starting to build up, and Harry, finally we've had the money break of Navi. It was a couple of saves in a row down bottom banana. Not anymore. Do you want to give us a little B stream update?
I certainly do, because it looks pretty interesting over there at the old B stream. Currently, Space Soldiers, or X-Space Soldiers, or SpaceX Soldiers, however you want to pronounce it, going to be sitting up 11-7 versus FaZe on their CT side of Inferno. So crazy. That sounds like an interesting. Maybe open up both streams, give them both a listen at the same time.
Big also won both their games today as well for note.
Ooh, Flamey managing one with the Deeg there, but that's not going to be enough. Zeus with a Zeus. He's going to be up in the hoose, finding himself a frag, and that's the bomb drop down at his feet. Ooh, maybe a bit more, but no, not quite. He does have Simple here to help out, and he's laying down the pain from the pit position. Edward now chimes on in with another. And Navi picking up a 3rd round.
Out of nothing.
Zeusception.
That'll do. What a ridiculous round for Navi. I mean, NiP just bursting out of the apartments into the hands of the CT side. Well, Zeus was the one bursting inside of the apartments, bursting that, I was about to call it flame, but electric spark, I guess.
Electric
Flash.
field.
Yeah, bit of MGMT coming through. Flash over the top of Banana, that's going to allow this triple peak for NAVI, doesn't really have the same ring. Zeus is still going to be committing to it as well with Edward as they begin to push down. They have those deep smokes, and that's a sick nade. Oh my god, that must have taken like 150 damage. ridiculous. Simple going to run into it, not expecting it, but he still gets away with a kill because it is Simple after all. Flamey tries to finish off that frag. Electronic peeks up from long and does it instead. That flashbang is high, and it might catch out players on the site, but he won't peek into it regardless because Get Right has his angle, locking him in the corner as the bomb plant comes in. Headshot position from Get Right, but they peek together, and Electronics found that kill. Flamey's even followed up to the bomb planter, and Forest is too far away.
They're still not on the bomb. Forest has been given time, and Kit on Electronic, he's not the man on the bomb, though. They spot out Forest. He's managed the kill. Time's ticking down here, and you can't let Forest have these sort of situations as he's just toying with his food right now. They spot him out as short. Flamey does manage to delete the man in question. That will be a 4th round for Navi, but even then, you start to get a little bit worried. We're seeing some vintage performances here from Forest as he looks to try and roll back the years in this NiP squad.
Remember, this is only a 2-man core of the old school NiP squad that you're talking about, Harry.
Yeah.
So, only Get Right and Forest still remaining on this roster. Ooh, Simple. That's going to be a flashbang up. He gets blinded, forced away. Luckily enough, he won't get punished for that, but gets a chance to reposition. The molly forces Rez forward, but the nades still land behind him, and Zeus goes in for the frag, but it won't work out. Rez is so low. Edward wants to try and follow up and attempt to trade this, but there's so many T's on the other side. He just gets overwhelmed, and now Flamey's going to need to come into question. He needs to try and step up and keep this round alive. That flashbang, not going too well for him. Nor will Simples. And actually, they expected a very fast approach towards this B site after those initial picks, but with all the utility being spotted by NiP, they slow it down. They go back towards this A site. Only for temporary... Oh, only temporarily, because it is just that lurk from Get Right up short, and that could be very well timed, because right now, Navi, they're going for a triple B play. This is a really good decision. The problem is, if Get Right actually walks up into A and realizes it's fully clear, we might just see a complete rotation from NiP. They should definitely not push Banana until Get Right's played for the info here, because he's about to get every last bit of information that NiP could use. That bomb's begun its rotation, and Navi wondering where it all went wrong.
Yeah, that's sort of the issue. I mean, it was always the case in the back of the day. You kind of struggled to do any sort of gamble play like that versus Get Right. He was so good at finding the holes in your defense. And, you know, he's been on a bit of a hiatus, been on a bit of a holiday from his, you know, big old treks in through CT spawn, but he looks to be up to the task now once again. Simple. 1v4. Look at how low everyone is on NiP. It's such a devastating round for Navi to have to give away. They are hunting for Simple, and they do manage to find him as well. So, 4th round there for the Ninjas, and no money left for Navi in this round.
Keeping this as close as can be. Oh, Harry, they're doing it again. Oh no, what is this? They bought up. Apart from Zeus. Oh, what's he doing? He doesn't know. No one knows. This spy doesn't make any sense. Simple's on an AWP. No one else has anything to play with. I mean, you really just are hoping for Simple to get a kill here. Or 4. Navi are under-equipped. Very limited utility as well. This is NiP's chance to really run away with a T side, but Edward, he doesn't want to give them the satisfaction. Deeg from the coffin, he puts Forest in one. We smoke down on Banana as well to keep NiP at bay, and they can start retrieving guns and throwing them at the map. That's a good decision there from Reds. Don't allow Navi to harvest these rifles.
If I'm not mistaken, I think when that fell, you can actually boost to grab it, so I might be entirely out of that. I'm not sure it's going to play into this round all too much, though, as we are going to see Navi starting to push on in, and actually, yeah, it didn't actually quite go out the map, so...
Yeah, no one will find that, surely.
I don't know. Navi... They have 3 players here. NiP starting to edge on forward, and one of these is going to be Simple on this up. They have to try and overcome. Barreling through that smoke, going to be Zeus. He's only good for 1 kill. As now the pressure falls onto Edward. And Simple. Simple doesn't have armor to hide behind. He's doing a great job, though, of getting their attention away from Edward, who's now going to emerge in the back, but he does get discovered by Rez. The 3v3 ensues, and no one down towards the Banana. 4 Navi will be discovering that rifle. It was dropped what seems like decades ago now. Still sticking around, still struggling to exit away. Simple will get discovered, and now Flamey left in this 1v2. Almost given that frag, and always done good damage. He's gonna find one, and now just Lecro left to try and topple. Taps on the bomb to get their attention. Time ticking down. He's gonna get all the kills. There's no time to find the round and get that defuse, but it will still be everyone dying on the side of NiP. Flamey survives.
And that's why it annoys me when Navi go for these kind of buys, because if you can get that close with such limitations, why are you not at least saving up for these full rifle rounds, right? You're just giving NiP more and more money, more and more lead on the T side, which is already difficult enough. We know Navi are a T-sided team. We know that, you know, the scoreline, especially with the current meta and the money, shouldn't be a huge problem if NiP take the half as a terrorist team. But if you're Navi, why are you giving them so many opportunities? And then they force buy again in back-to-back rounds. Now we have another AWP for Simple. That's great, but nothing else is. They have nothing behind this AWP. A FAMAS, a UMP, an MP9, a pistol. You can't keep doing this on CT Inferno. It will not work.
The justification for it, though, right, is, you know, you have NiP so close to being reset. You got so close in that previous round. They're going to try it again. The buy is better. Zeus able to open up. Electronic going to keep the man advantage up in favor of Navi. Dennis and Electro answer back, and they answer back in a big way. They don't just send an RSVP. They've crashed the entire party. It's Simple left in a 1v3 now in CT. Open hand, and time working against him. I think finally Navi just going to have to concede and look to hold on to this into the next round. Finally, you might just see the eco here.
It is the risk reward, and yes, you're right. They can break the money. They can get into the game by just winning one of these rounds, but doing it in back-to-back rounds, I mean, that's crazy. And, you know, maybe I would eat my words if Navi won it, but so far it has been unsuccessful. I'd like to see me proven wrong. I'd like to see Navi win one of these rounds, keep it close and competitive, but NiP have been playing some stellar Counter-Strike on this T side. Nice switch up a pace again, going fast up towards A, winning all their individual duels. There weren't even any, you know, heavy team play double peaks or setups with utility. It was just like Lecro walking up short and killing everyone. But hey, if that's the recipe for success, so be it. 6-4 to NiP. Don't buy here, Navi. That's a bad idea, and they realize it as well. So it is just the half buy. A couple of pistols here and there. Mainly an eco. They haven't got a lot of loss bonus, so it's not all bad. But this scoreline certainly isn't good. As NiP, they should be up to 7 rounds after this.
Edward, not good for anything over here at the top of Bananas. Deeg this time doesn't do any damage. Get right to even drop Flamey there over towards the apartments. So now there is just one man here inside of B. He's about to get discovered by Forest. You can see the bomb rotating round. Zeus is good for 1, maybe even 2. And wow, oh my goodness, that's a fantastic, you know, godlike flash as well, throwing in from CT. That bomb's gone running back here towards this A bomb site, but Electronic, now he's picked up an AK, trying to fight back, and suddenly it's just Lecro left alive. In a 1v3, minute left on the clock, and while he has spotted out Electronic, he's done the damage. He's still going to get toppled over here in the apartments. It's a slaughterhouse as Navi pick themselves up a 5th, seemingly from nowhere. That round, they had the least bought into it, and they managed to find it.
And it wasn't even simple. He was the only player with a gun. Of all rounds for Navi to win, it cannot be that one. Oh my god. Simple didn't even get a kill. We just had pistols go off there for Navi. That is out of this world. And that's so good for them as well. Look at the money. Look at the weaponry. Look at the utility. All 3 boxes with a big old check. And NiP, they've been crushed and bound out of this round in terms of their weaponry. They're going for this single eco. They're not going to just straight up force into things to keep this war going. They will just decide to play standard for 1 round. And it's fine. You can afford to give away a round when you're 6-5 up on the T side of Inferno. It'll be 6-6 after this. Unless they win it, hey, it's possible. We saw Navi do the exact same. Zeus with the nade into the middle. He peeks with it. Nice double peek. Him and Flamey getting away with a frag apiece. And the smoke even cuts off the repeek from the Swedes in middle. Rez is going to give him his best to go for this solo B play, but Edwards found it out. Now 2 more players from NiP. Last bit of utility is used. Edward ready with a repeat. That flashbang is so good. And he gets himself a couple more. Nice anti-eco kills to build up the confidence and build up the round score. 6-6 here for Navi.
Yeah, all tied up. Yeah, let's see this buy coming back in for the Ninjas. There's going to be 3 AKs and a couple of UMPs, but you can see Get Right, Rez, and Dennis all a little bit spare on the old utility. 4 flashbangs between the 3 of them. 2 smokes and 1 Molotov here for NiP to look to try and use. That does mean really, you know, you don't have that kind of freedom to throw any sort of fake out. Really, you have to commit to the one strategy that you look to try and run. They're setting up early on over here toward A, but you can see it. Navi, for the first time in a long time, haven't been tested over here towards Banana. And that feels unusual. They start to rotate players around to try and get into this A bomb site, but you still need the Navi guys here to hold their own. Electronic in the pit, gonna manage 2, but Lekro there, instantly able to trade back. And ultimately, it looks like NiP winning out the majority of these gunfights. The bomb goes down inside of this A bomb site, and for Edward and Simple, they've backed away. They're looking like they've already given this up, and indeed they have. It's going to be round number 7 on the board for NiP.
And wasn't it Dennis saying in an interview recently that he wasn't really happy with his performance, that he hasn't really been playing up to standard, and etc., etc.? You know, while his calls have been fine, individually he's not been satisfied. He has been the man of the day for NiP. In the previous game, top fragging when they obviously lost versus Navi on Mirage. He put up 22 kills, second top fragging earlier on train against Astralis. I mean, and he's playing great right now as well. This man has been instrumental in finding so many of these opening kills alongside Lekro for the side of NiP. So definitely stepped up in that regard, and it's nice to see. As now he sits top of the scoreboard for his team after that round. 7-6 here. The rebuys are in. Of course, Navi did win the Nico a couple of rounds prior, so remember the fact that they've got plenty of money. But this is where it could all go to waste, Harry, if NiP can win their 8th. That being said, it's a full buy for both teams at the end of the half. Or at least for Navi. If they lose this round, they can still buy it next round.
Well, they might have to worry about losing this round. Hugo Edwards found himself a quick double. Simple even going aggressive. Goes toe-to-toe with Get Right and does come out trumps in that engagement. Good nade as well. Going to find Forrest and Dennis. Trying to spread 50 damage thinly between the 2 of them. So much utility being expelled here by NiP. It's netted Dennis that 1 kill. He's already up past the Molotov, but luckily enough, Zeus is there. Finds that first. Forrest now left in a 1v4. He's good for that first kill. Ooh. He's trying to dupe them, though. Back toward Banana he goes. Navi with 3 players all towards CT. Does leave this avenue of the map open. Electronic beginning his rotation background. Now has to go toe-to-toe versus Forrest. 50 seconds left. All the time in the world here. This lone Swede, and he's going to go ahead and grab that bomb plant. Will he be ready for Electronic? Hot on his heels. He will most certainly not. The 7-7, Hugo all tied up. Navi keeping 3 players alive as well means that they can cruise into a very decent buy here in the last round of this first half. If you look over at NiP, and it's not great. Just going to be... it's pretty much everything they would need.
That's fine. Apart from the UMP on Forest and the lack of armor and res, it's not really a problem. And considering there's AKs and an AWP on Simple, that lack of head armor won't really matter too much. Chances are it won't affect anything. Simple mollied off, doesn't give a damn. Res is already gone, and there we go. Head armor would not have saved him from that kill, Harry. AWP headshot. That's a boatload of damage. That's like 536 damage.
Yeah, it would have just been a little bit short with the head armor. Still, NiP in response, trying to seize control of the top of mid. My goodness, voice crack. But let's see, as Get Right looks to try and find the crack in the defense of Navi. I want to try and relate more things perhaps to crack. Dennis has been playing absolutely unreal right now, and it has been a real drug of us to watch as he's been positively addicted. Hugo. Really hamstrung that one in there.
Nice.
Zeus mollying off the corner. They go pushing on through, and actually, he's good for the first. Still going to continue this pressure. That's Get Right rushing into him. Zeus is able to chain together a couple of kills here at long. Bomb dropped, and in the blink of an eye, it's Lekro in a 1v5. He called him the Clutch King a few times. But sadly, he's going to get decapitated.
8-7.5 for Navi there. Certainly a good good comeback considering the start NiP had. What was that, 6-4 at the beginning? It looked like NiP were just crunching that economy. We had all these force buys from Navi that just weren't working out, and then boom, one magical eco on like round number 9, and Navi win it with 4 pistols and a saved AWP that doesn't even get a kill, and then boom, they're back in the game. They win a couple of CT rounds from then on, and the rest is history. They are in the lead going forward, and that definitely doesn't bode well. If you think back to that previous map, Harry, again, NiP getting 12-3 half on their T side, and then swapping over and still losing 16-13. So what we know from that is Navi are damn good at these terrorist halves, and now they're moving over to exactly that already with a hefty lead. Well, not exactly hefty, but a decent lead. 8-7, and again, we've thrown up into question how T-sided is this game going to become? Are we going to see any CT-sided maps at this point? Because I mean, even looking at recent events, Star Series I think is a cool example, only because it doesn't have any top 5 teams. Almost every map was like looking pretty equal, if not more T-sided. Like the most CT-sided map was Train, and then it was Mirage. I mean, Nuke wasn't even close to being one of the most CT-sided maps, and a lot more maps were T-sided, in fact. So, again, maybe due to the level of teams there, like very different CS being played, but I'm interested to see if this money change really does curb that and make this entire game T-sided, because right now, that seems to be the case, especially with all the force buys we're seeing, the economical decisions being made after losing pistol as a terrorist and just going for that eco.
The thing that I'm still struggling with, right, is like, you know, it has a big implication on how these first few rounds are played out, right? But then it does feel like teams as well are just being, you know, that we've seen today, being more careless, it feels like, perhaps, with the CT economy. Maybe as a result, maybe because you have that crutch to fall back on, like, well, you know, T-side's still a bit overpowered right now. I don't know. Only time will tell. But,
yeah, we're still in the first week of this taken into account.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we have no idea how this is going to go.
There's still plenty of time for this to change. You never know, right? Initially, some changes might, you know, you go into it making the change for it to change one thing, make it perhaps more CT-sided or more T-sided. Then it has the complete opposite approach when players work out new and kind of exciting ways to use things, maybe in the ways in which they weren't initially intended. I mean, that's part of the fun of it.
Valve could even go back on this change. They could delete the game. You have no idea. So always remain vigilant and aware.
Please do not start, like, just... Guys, next update, everything's gone. We're starting again. It's a MOBA now.
Oh, 1.6. People would love that.
Well, yeah, maybe. But let's wait and see. We won't hold our breath for any big old deleting updates just yet. Here's Dennis over here in the apartments. He's looking to try and delete a couple of players as they come his way. And instead, he's flopped and fallen. Electronic is the man to open up. As now man advantage resides with Navi, they're going to try and act fast and hit this A-bomb site.
Yeah, there's 2 players hiding in the site, though, trying to stop this bomb from ever getting close. And Forrest, he cannot connect the shot. Lecro has dropped the bomb, but it's a double trade right back from the side of Navi. These quick flanks coming up through Arch from Rez is not going to be able to do a thing. Electronic has been so damn good at these T-side pistol rounds, and although he runs into his death there, it shouldn't make a problem. But Get Right's found himself 2. That will be it. Zeus is on the flank. But Electronic, he has had so many sick Glock rounds. I think every T-side Glock pistol round he's had today has been like 2 or 3 kills, pretty much. So shout out to Electronic for really stepping up at a crucial point.
I don't feel like we've seen Navi lose a T-side pistol round yet. So, yeah, definitely. He's having a field day. And then that also, I think, contributes to this very, very strong T-side that we've been seeing from Navi. They find the pistol round early on. And, you know, you've immediately grabbed NiP by the crown jewels at this point. They're going to be struggling to get back into this one. You can see the effect it's had. They've had to go for the eco now. They have a dig up on Lecros and what, 5-7 here on Get Right as he looks to try and stand his ground. The first hurdle. This is going to be a 10th round on the board for Navi.
And just like that, if you're NiP, you're questioning whether it's even worth staying here. Like, you know Navi have all these SMGs. Don't give them the money. Simple's definitely seen that player. He knows. He just doesn't want to shoot and miss. He's just waiting for him to leave. Oh, this is bullying. Oh, he's telling his team. Here we go. There it is. Flamey comes in with a good old wall penetration. And, well, nice position from Rez, but he's only going to get 1 for it. And yeah, that's when you definitely question as a CT side, like, do we go for exit here? Because They get one kill out of it. Fine, whatever. You take down Flamey. You also lose 4 players to SMGs that round, I think. Or sorry, 3 players to SMGs that round. That is not what you want if you're NiP, because you've just given $1,800 over to Navi. So full M4s in round number 3.5, and while the T side first round buy is always fantastic, it's not quite the same story for CT, especially not considering this is Inferno and you need that utility. NiP barely have any.
Yeah, this is why I wonder if we're going to see teams elect to go for this earlier buy all too often. You know, you run the risk now of, on the back, having no utility, going down to these SMGs, upgrading a few of these players that otherwise, you know, wouldn't have too much to work with here.
Yeah, my best case scenario is if you lose pistol as CT, you force first round, you eco second round, and then you know, assuming you lose, you force second round, you eco third round, and then you buy fourth round. It's kind of just the same as it was before, almost, but with more money, right? And you'll just make your first buy better, because we looked at the old first buys for CTs were already pretty awful. So
yeah, I mean, this is reasonably comparable, I guess, to that, and that's why we see teams go for it. But look at this, Navi, you're going to try and run the gauntlet into this B-bomb site. They have to get past Rez, though. He was acting as judge, jury, and execution. He's going to get shut down. Let Crow through the smoke, chiming in with another. Me and Edward left up, and you can't put a stop to Let Crow as he's found a quick double. Edward now left with his back against the wall in a 1v3, and all these players down towards CT and Ruins. This is by no means an easy task here for Edward.
Yeah, they're even going to give him the plant as well. If he tries to tap it, there's no way they'll let him. Let Crow with a double peek here. Oh, he even gets the angle, but he just peeks a little bit too wide, so Dennis can actually take him down. But yeah, I mean, let's look back to old loss bonus, right? It's CT. If you lose the pistol, you force buy, you eco, then that, you know, eventual fourth round buy is always pretty bad. Like you'll have about 4,200, and you'll have, you know, M4, armor, smoke flash, kit, maybe on a player. But now, if we have more money and you force buy first round, and maybe you force buy, you spend about 1,200, you buy a P250 body armor, or I don't know, something. Eventually, on that third round, you're going to have a pretty good buy. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Either way, NiP eco'd, and they did get away with it when they went into their first buy round. So now they're going to be rewarded with all this utility. But Zeus runs through that exact utility down on Banana, runs to his death. Electronic, the same fate. Rez is going to find 2 in Banana, and that's a massive opener.
Just Edward and Simple left up. Edward sneaking on round 2. The short position does spot out Let Crow, and actually does more than that. Just Dennis here, and suddenly, trapped in this 1v2, hiding behind the pillar. Dennis delivers, at least on that first kill. Edward gonna try and get this bomb down, wrapping around through short is Rez, and he does catch him just as he gets off of it, so not enough time. Edward punches in the numbers, but then gets riddled full of holes. That's gonna be the round going the way of NiP. 9-10 is the score right now. And on the back of that bomb plant, Hugo, there's not all too much money still to work with for Navi, so likely just going to be a partial buy here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. CZ's armor. Bit of this, bit of that for Navi, not fully forcing, and I always respect that decision. As rare as it comes out. We've got a couple of Tech 9s here, Harry. Rolling back the years. I'm in full support. I played a bit of Tech 9 myself on Wingman yesterday before I flew out here. And I rather enjoyed that gun. It's actually quite cool. I think it's just because it's been a while, but let's see if they can get anything with it. Oh, that's awkward. Dennis sprays down Edward, so he certainly can't. Flamey is going to get his way up long, but Tech 9 not known for its range. Letcro will dispatch at him pretty quickly, and Dennis can only find one more before he eventually falls. This is still a safe round for the Ninjas. And just like that, it's done and dusted. So 4 players surviving here for the NiP side. 10-10 scoreline, Harry. We're getting close.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like another game that could very easily go the distance here, Hugo. We're all tied up, and now the buy comes back in for Navi.
They must have, they completely overinvested in that previous round if they wanted to buy up here.
Yeah, it's pretty yikes. You know, you take a look at that. You got, what, 3 smokes, 2 flashbangs, 2 Molotovs. And
Simples on a Galil.
Yeah, one of the reasons why this is also kind of terrifying is if you lose any one of these players early on, like they almost have, you're losing such a significant portion of your utility as well. So, it will be fortunate. At least everyone only having 1 nade means they're retrievable, I guess. If you really want to look for some silver linings here, you get 100% return on that.
Always the optimist.
Always. Here's Edward charging forward. He's going to get tagged up by Letcro, but he still wins the fight. Still able to open things up here. for Navi. Now you can see Get Right pulling on round. What? Gets bested by Flamey. Now that CT open wide up, Navi going to go to take this all day long as they look now to try and wrap into this B-bomb site. The pressure is on for the lone defender of NiP. Dennis starting his rotation round. Edward going to be holding the angle, and if they win this fight, maybe NiP have a chance.
Oh, there's no way Dennis checks the spot though, surely. He's being so careful, but this corner, he's very fearful of both sides. Reds has actually slowed down this pusher. Dennis doesn't need to go, but he does check the spot. Edward, he had a good off angle there, but he's not going to be able to connect. Now Red's still here. He could stop this whole round if Electronic can't land his shot, and he cannot. Reds has gotten away with another kill. Cheeky in the ruins, and even Dennis firing off onto Simple. It's only Zeus left back up with 23 points of health, and Reds has made this round a reality. Zeus has to shut it down on his own, and he does have the option for a 1v1 here, but that nade is going to go over the top. Rez peeking into it, and what a fantastic round of Counter-Strike from Rez. 11 on the board for NiP. He plays that solo B, Harry. He not only locks down the CT split with Banana, but he also comes in for the retake and cleans up that final kill.
Yeah, that was an absolutely unbelievable hold. You look at, how that transpires with players wrapping in through CT, guys pushing up through Banana. There should be no way that you're able to find too much there. So he does an absolutely stellar job of staying on top of things. Wins out that initial fight in towards CT, peeks on in, gets that kill onto Electronic over Oranges as well. And Dennis, has the hindsight to just hold back, wait for the rest of the team to come rotating in. That's where you see Dennis pick up that second to last man. And ultimately, Zeus can't get that done in the 1v3.
A big part of that is the early damage done down long for NiP. Put so many Navi players on low HP, so they didn't want to challenge. They didn't want to take fights. The only man who had health, full health on that bomb site was Electronic, and he missed a shot when Rez rounded the corner on Coffin. So he was gone instantly, and as a result, the round fell apart. And there we go. 11 to 10 now. We assume Navi would have this strong T side, but it is yet to be proven. In fact, all that's really happened is a couple of awkward economical decisions, and now they're going back in for the buy. Electronic saved 2k. He's on a CZ. I mean, at this point, I'm lost. Obviously, he wanted the utility, and he wasn't able to afford an AK behind that, but still, this is not the pitch-perfect buy that Navi would be hoping for. They've yet to have Simple on that ult on the T side. He's barely got an AK. I think this is like one of the first times we've seen him on it. And so, yeah, okay, Navi, they may have had a very strong CT side, quite the contrary to what we're used to today, but this T side has been silent since that second round.
I'll get right. Here's those footsteps over at the top of Banana, but Navi, they've since scouted out ground elsewhere. Turning their attention instead towards these apartments here outside of A. Well, two players here. NiP anticipating this is going to be a B play from Navi. With the third man now rotated around, that leaves a lot of pressure here on both Dennis and Forrest. They look to try and run it down the hatches. Dennis, who's looked absolutely fantastic thus far for Navi. He's going to whiff his opening shot. Does manage to stay alive, and now he's going to just buy time for the rest of the team to head on in. But through the smoke, Edward shading together 2 quick kills has made this round very, very possible for Navi. And in fact, they're going to get it for free. Get Right and Rez want no business retaking this. They both decide to concede this round. 11-11, all tied up as this continues to get closer and closer.
And look at that kill distribution on Navi. 11 to 18, but who's on the 11? It's Simple. Certainly not who you want at the bottom of the scoreboard. And although everyone else is pulling their weight, this could be one of the key reasons Navi is having a bit of a problem. Talking of problems as well, Get Right 6 kills on him. Definitely a shame to see, considering he's had some high highs already today and some low lows. NiP still in, well, I was about to say still in the lead. That's about to change. It is 11-11. Draw coming through for Navi. And now the money is going to be called into question here for the CT side. They have enough players to drop stuff over. Rez and Forrest can bail out the rest of the team, so this is fine. It's more about the longevity of the money, and that goes both ways, Harry.
Yeah, it certainly does. Both teams going to be really staring down the barrel of a pretty troublesome economic period here. Such a key juncture in this game as well. 11-11, as you say, all tied up. And there's Lecro's aggression down through mid. Nets them an early double.
Oh my god.
Dennis chiming in with another, and Simple, try as he might to answer back. He's actually going to do that in a very big way. Picks up 2, and that's made this round possible for Navi. Zeus and Simple. Charging up Banana. Get right. Well, he has done damage. He's brought down just as low. Dennis is left here to try and hold this, and he pops the cross, but Simple finds the third. He's onto a hat-trick now, and it's a 2v2 with Get Right brought down to 19 HP. Navi not out of this one just yet. Let's not forget, this was a 2v4 at one point in time.
Yeah, definitely over-facing from NiP after having those advantages. Like, of course, Lekro got stuck down bottom mid. He has to commit to that there. But Dennis, no reason to take that fight into middle with the AWP. It opens up the A bomb site. It forces NiP to split their attack, or sorry, defense. And now you know, no matter which site Navi push, you're in a 1v2, and Get-Right's got to get at least one kill there. He won't even do that. So Zeus has opened this up. Simple's going to attempt to trade him in if Get-Right were to get that frag. And now with the bomb going down, Rez has got such a difficult retake. The only plus side is this bomb plant is very weird for the post plant Simple's taken. Some surprise going on there for Navi. He can't play that bomb, but with the crossfire from Zeus at the back of the site, it honestly shouldn't make any difference. We have a Molotov on both players. Rez has nothing to play with. I mean, this is Navi's round. Through and through, it's done.
Well, he has been able to retrieve an Incendiary. Maybe that opens up some possibilities. He throws that down towards the pit, but it is not for the right section. And now just easy for Simple. 12-11. 4 kills for him, 1 for Zeus in that round. And that's going to be a harsh reset as well for the Ninjas in Pajamas. And a pretty, sobering round as well. Yeah. You're up 4v2, you're feeling confident, but you can never start to feel too confident when you're up against a man like Simple. As long as he's still alive, you cannot be giving up those one-on-ones. And NiP coming to regret a lot of the decisions made there in that round.
And we just mentioned, like, bottom fragger in his team as well. I mean, he's still bottom fragger in his team, but he just came in with an absolutely huge round. Bailing Navi out at probably the most important point we've had this entire map. It's broken the economy and put Navi in the lead all in one round, but Rez, one round of 50 cal to the face of Zeus, and that is all that's needed. Problem is, again, Navi is still just ignoring that factor and walking up towards this A bomb site where more pistols sit. So Dennis, he needs to try and repeat in the fashion that Rez started. Going to be unable to do so. Damage in the apartments. This is getting dicey here for Edward. Flamey get a bail in, but that flashbang not going through. Dennis has dropped the bomb. He won't follow up because Simple's up on long, and he's traded it back for 2. Only Lekro left up. And no clutch today. It's Navi up to 13-11.
Yeah, it's so even over on the side of Navi, and then you look to NiP, and really you've been looking towards Dennis, Rez, and Lekro to put up the numbers. It's Get Right and Forest, the two kind of old guard of NiP, really falling behind here. And you think about the performance on Mirage, these two both had a pretty decent time of things, and even earlier today in their games versus Astralis, but here on Inferno, they both look to have fallen silent at a very crucial time. And for Navi, you look at Simple only on 17, and you think, oh, that's great for NiP. Like, he's not top of the board, he's not topping the charts, but hey, everyone else is anyway, right? Yeah. And then it also makes you wonder, like, what if Simple does start to come back into this in a very, very simple-esque way, as he has done in these last few rounds. But yeah, Symmetry fans around the world can rejoice. Let's see, though. Navi going to try and steal away control of top mid. That flash misses its mark a bit, but they go on the back of it anyway. Flamey and Edward finding all the openers in the world. Just Lekro here at long to try and keep his demons at bay. Sadly, not going to go his way. That's the bomb planted. A 14th round on the board for Navi. NiP going to back away to save.
If you're Navi, you should chase it. Get rid of those guns. Try and take at least one more weapon out of the hands of NiP, because that can go so far. And Electronics are going to drop that AWP on Rez as well, and Banana. They still have one on Lekro, but that's going to be forcing rebuys against 14 rounds for Navi. And NiP, they don't have more than $50 or $100 in the bank. That's all they got. Get Right will get a kill on the retreat. And Lekro at least trying to make things costly with another frag on that orb, but things are falling apart here for NiP, and this couldn't have been a worse time for that. And the worst part is if this carries on and Navi win this game, is NiP have had 2 ridiculously close maps versus Navi, but not being able to close either one of them, despite, in the previous map, they had a huge lead. And this map, not as big, but they still had a lead. What was it? That was was 11 to 10, 11 to something like that, 11 to 9. I don't know. They had a significant lead on the second half, and it's not looked so great in the previous few.
Yeah, it was 12-9.
12-9.
No, not 12-9. Sorry, they're only at 11 rounds. 11-9. Same thing. But yeah, Navi managing to find success in these last few. Now back in the lead. Black Crow. Oh, just going to miss the timing there, tagged up. Even going to get finished off by Edward. Electronic, he might be up in the air, but he still goes out and dispatches the Dennis. It is just Rez and Get Right left up. The two players that... Well, one of the two players that looked to try and save in the previous now might have to think about doing that again. It's a 2v3 though. They're going to look to try and go for it on the back of Rez finding that kill. The one issue you've got is that sneaky beaky man in the back line, Edward. Just lie and wait. Get Right. There's no way he sees that coming. No way in a million years. Rez even brought down to his knees. 18 HP. They want to try and take this gun off of him. Electronic hunting him down. He does manage to get away narrowly by the skin of his teeth, but you can see Navi, they've got the bloodlust. They want to try and steal this M4 away. As Navi reach match point, they need to take everything from the Swedes. They don't want them to have even the faintest glimmer of hope.
Wow, they've really dropped the ball in this one. 15 to 11. That's got to hurt for NiP. As Navi are one round away from closing out this and taking their second map of the night up against NiP. Taking into account they also won both games versus Space Soldiers earlier on today, so this could be a fantastic day for Navi, going flawlessly in their first match as a Pro League as well. This is week 2, but this is Navi's first day playing, and they could be 4-0 in just one round's time. We have a P90 for Forest, so that explains about how well this game is going for NiP, and Get Right's already dead a banana. That's not a surprise. Navi have been locking down this position in the last few rounds. Already a man advantage up, and no op needed despite all the cash here for Navi. They've not shown it on Simple this entire half, and they don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, even now, they're just sat back waiting ever so patiently, knowing that somewhere NiP are going to look for some information, try and catch a break, try and find something. And here's Rez, that banana, who might give up exactly that. Zeus goes peeking into it. Will he anticipate this second man nearby? He does spot Dennis, and he's going to go ahead, charges up banana, finds his second of the round, and that's his B-bomb site cracked wide open. Suddenly, it's just Letcro and Forest left up. Make that only Forest, one man, and a P90.
I mean, he's been sold hook, line, and sinker, Harry. That bomb's on the A bomb site. It's not even going for the plant. Simple is chasing through the CT spawn with a bomb to kill Forrester. He's that desperate for the frag, and he'll get it as well. Navi winning that map, 16 to 11. And they take both against NiP tonight here for the ESL Pro League.
Yeah, that also means Navi's debut here at the Pro League is a flawless one. They go 4-0 in their games tonight, so a fantastic start to the season for these guys. And for NiP, that kind of very hit and miss beginning, that kind of really rough time we've seen them have of it, looks to continue here in the Pro League. So yeah, they split the series versus Astralis, then go 0-2 versus Navi. We're going to bring back Chad and Trace. How are you guys feeling after that one?
You know, some words like drongo come to mind, which I don't exactly know what that is, but my Australian counterpart once said it to me. Now, yes, this was a strong showing from Navi, kicking it off. Chad, hold on, because I want to ask you if you had any revelations when it comes down to your verbiage.
Vocabulary.
Yeah, you provided me very, very helpfully with this thesaurus.
Which one do you want to use from now on?
I think in like, well, I mean, I didn't even see it was on there, but I was thinking like elated would be pretty good.
Maybe
That's
enthralled.
Like yeah. Or there was another one that was quite good. Beside myself.
Suspense-filled.
Yeah,
let's do that.
There's a lot of good ones.
Can I talk about the game?
Yeah, let's do that. You guys stand beside yourselves over there, and we'll talk a bit about what happened.
Can we just think in this? There's 2 best of 1s, right? But it's 2 maps in a row. So some people are going to say it should flow. There should be flow-on effects in this. Navi started this down 12-3 on the CT side of Mirage. And they've come back and they've blown out the water here and grabbed both maps. That's basically that first map was stolen away from the Ninjas, I think. In that first half, I think I might be a little bit critical, or I should be a little bit critical of the amount of force buys we saw coming out from Navi. But I think they wanted to do that as opposed to opting for those saves. They still had a relatively decent half, but we flip over to the T side. These guys are looking fantastic. The stats show that this was a team game, and it definitely felt like one to me.
Well, the team game itself can be won. That's how it is won, Chad, about team games.
Which country knows more about teams than anywhere else, Trace?
Is this some sort of weird dad joke?
No, North America.
Oh, because we've won a major?
Yeah.
And Australia has how many major, you two?
None.
You don't know how many majors Australia. All right, I'm over this.
They're working on it.
Nonetheless, yes, indeed. One done and dusted here. Two done and dusted, actually, for Navi. But, in fact, let's talk a little bit about the North American side of things. That's what's going to be coming up next here for the ESL Pro League. So don't you dare tune out. Don't you dare close your browser. We got Energy and Liquid kicking us off, and Liquid's going to even have a double header. In fact, maybe we just breeze right through the secondary stream, too. Got a little bit of Cloud9 and Complexity action. Now, that one poses a question, I think, because the topic of today is Skadoodle stepping down, a little bit of retirement. However, Chad, very quickly, run me through these mainstream results.
Astralis looking hot to trot to kick things off, but that's where the Ninjas, with a much-needed win, were able to bounce back on train. We saw a bit of resurgence out of them. Forest, Dennis, and Rez, all with some good fragging ability in that one. Obviously, Navi taking the 4 maps here, just clean against Space Soldiers, who we know perform well online, and the Ninjas games were both close. Some big comebacks and one-sided affairs there. On the B stream, splitting the series was G2 and Wendigo. Wendigo with, I guess, a very big win, because I guess they just want to stay out of relegation. And then Big with 2 games of theirs off that Star Ladder event that they just finished on the weekend, Trace.
Some might even say that they wanted to win so that they could go, Chad.
Wendigo.
Wendigo. Not to be confused with Dingo or any of that. You guys have any closing words? We're going to send you packing real quick, if you don't mind.
You guys done?
Yeah, I'm elated. I'm excited.
There you go.
I'm ready.
There we go.
That's much better. Let's take a look at now what would be the standings. I believe we can load that up and get out of here relatively quickly, because there's an entire another broadcast coming up here, and hopefully that's what's about to go down. Yes, indeed. Nope. That's North American Match Day number 5.
I thought we scrapped the standings.
Sometimes.
I think we scrapped them.
Yeah.
But Lucky Production's quick on the fingers there.
It's a test.
Yeah, not a lot has changed. Obviously, Ninjas have moved around a little bit with that one extra victory they were to pick up, but the fact that they only have 2 wins out of 10 games, that's pretty abysmal. We will be seeing more of Fnatic as the week goes on, and I think, you know, FaZe Clan is still in that position where they're just going to be battling through. I feel like they're going to finish within the top 7.
And they might. But you know what? That road to Odense is actually a long one. It's so long, it's actually an hour and a half, not to be confused with the 3 hours. Chad doesn't really know his bearings and directions.
I was going to walk.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you could do that. Walk right across that bridge in the wintertime. Either way, we're going to walk right out of this studio. That's what's on our agenda, and that does it for ESL Pro League Season 8 European Day number 5. It's now time to hand the reins over to the people on the NA broadcast so they can enjoy this long night. And we'll see you back tomorrow. Same great time, same great place.
Theory out.
Did I seriously get that dude in smoke?
Yo.
Game, record, and stream without compromise. I'm Intel Core i7.